to re-race the double. off the ground. Nino, she insists she got more class. Nino, swimming in the money, come and find me. Nemo, if I was at the club, you know I balled. Chemo, dropped a mixtape, that shit sounded like an album. Who'd have thought a countrywide tour be the outcome? Labels want my name beside an X like Malcolm. Everybody got a deal, I did it without one. Yeah, nigga, I'm about my business. Killing all these rappers, you would swear I had a hit list. Everyone who got in me is asking for forgiveness. If you ain't been a part of it, at least you got to witness. It may not be nothing, y'all. Understand nothing was done for me, so I don't think I'm stopping at all. I want this shit forever, mine, ever mine, ever mine. Shut shit down and
Probably my phone actually. I'll hold the mic on me because I gotta grab Emma straight away. But you get moved back, did you?
Yeah, at the end of the day. I like quickly asked someone because it was like, oh, are these two flags start? And it was like, oh yeah. And then it was like, oh, we're not starting from the red one. Oh no, that's the end of it.
Oh,
like, okay, it was like, and someone on the comms was like, oh, two minutes till the start race, so fuck, I'm really quick.
So they're players start out, oh fuck. First race is already going.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome, very good morning in fact. Daylight saving already. It's such a beautiful day here. It feels like the afternoon at Orewa Beach, doesn't it? As we do welcome you into day one of the Milford New Zealand Rowing 2025 Ocean Rowing Championships. And tell you what, one of the sports that will be a new sport at the Olympic Games in 2028 in LA. And we look forward to some exciting racing, not just the best ocean rowers here in New Zealand, but some of the very best from around the world. Joining us, of course, in commentary alongside me is Meg Glenn. Meg, wow, what a vista, what a venue, what a stage for one of the most exciting sports in the sport of rowing.
Yeah, it is just a beautiful, stunning morning here at Orewa, and we're just seeing people get ready. Their boats are just setting up their feet. The first race of the day is actually going to be a re-row of a quarter-final that we had yesterday. There was a few technical issues with the course for their race, so the umpires deemed that it would be a re-row first thing, and that is going to be quite the matchup. We're starting off fast.
Yeah, one of the things too that obviously the athletes are going to have to factor in, tide is out, but it is starting to come back in. So early on for these athletes, it'll probably require a little bit more rowing. It's a shallow beach. It goes out for a reasonable way. So there's some technical things they're going to need to be aware of when they do get into their craft, when they do start rowing, in terms of, I guess, getting the blades into the water, getting that engagement, and being able to just get that momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the moment, I believe we're on a low tide that is starting to move back in, and that will change the game as it goes on. And yesterday, I was really observing all of these teams, and I did notice some of them change their tactics on who was running, depending on where the tide was and what it was doing.
Now, if you haven't seen this sport before, as we said, it will be introduced in LA in 2028, the World Championships this year in Rio de Janeiro, but it is really a hybrid version, I guess, what we see with the traditional surf life-saving boats and obviously the rowing skiff. They are still very high-tech boats. They can handle the swells.
So the next race after this mixed open double will be the men's under-19 single. 2 rounds of that.
It's very much like a triathlon in the way that you have to change disciplines, and it's quite hard to absolutely put everything into one discipline and then change speed into another, get the legs moving in a different way.
Okay, and we talk about obviously the credibility. We've got Joe Sullivan, Olympic champion here. We've got Emma Twigg in action this morning. A number of former New Zealand rowers who've competed at the highest level, have won world championship medals. Some here to simply try and continue to promote the sport. Obviously, others in the back of their mind might have ambitions of trying to represent New Zealand on debut at the Olympic Games in 2028.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got a good contingent over from Australia for this event. We've got 8 athletes from Australia, and they're all trying to represent Australia, and they're young. So in this first race, it is Emma Twigg and Joe Sullivan versus, there's Joe on the screen there, versus 2 Aussies, one Oscar Sheldonberg. He went to Genoa, the world champs last year for the beach sprints, and he came 8th in the 19 seconds, so he's quite young, and he came bronze in the 19 men's double, so he's just there in the red and white row suit. So he's quite an up-and-comer for Australia, so it'll be quite a good matchup to see what happens here.
Great to have the Australians here. So if we're looking at the screen now, lane 1 is out to your left, lane 2 is out to your right hand side. Obviously, if the drone turns around, that will be switched over. So there is 2 lanes, lanes 1, lanes 2. And I know they are set through laser in regards to the distances. And of course, on the way up, Meg, it is a slalom course.
Yes, on the way up, you do need to go round 2 buoys, round one way, round the other way, and then fully round the final buoy, and then straight back down. So you can see here that we have got the Commercial Rowing Club from Australia, Schalgenberg and Blanchard in one lane, and Joe and Emma from New Zealand in the other lane. Blanchard, Sammy Blanchard, of course, she also went to Genoa and made the quarterfinals in the Open Women's Single last year for the beach sprints. So, yeah, 2 decent athletes.
Well, it is a sport in terms of being its infancy in regards to ocean rowing here in New Zealand, in Australia, but these athletes are trying to be those pioneers.
The flags are up. We're just waiting for a chocolate Labrador to evacuate the course. And we will be underway with our first race. He's back on the course.
From yesterday, this is the mixed open pier quarter-final.
For the owner of Chocolate Labrador, please thank you. Thank you so much. We do love dogs here, but we do the race start.
In lane 2. Australians in the red and the white, Twigg and Sullivan in the colours of the Picton Rowing Club.
Attention, go!
And they're away. This is the Open, the mixed Open coast double quarterfinal in lane 1 representing Picton. We have Joe Sullivan and Emma Twigg.
Really had to practice.
Yeah, and you see Emma Twigg there already sitting in the boat ready. Jo jumps in, joins her. And we see the Aussies, though, have got a very fast start. They sprinted hard. They had a great push from their pusher, Blake, as well. He is a strong pusher. So they gave them a good push as they push up through the swell.
Yeah, well, this is very similar to surf lifesaving. So on your way out, the white water's your enemy, but on the way back in, if you're smart, it's your friend. But it's the Australians who have a really couple of boat lengths lead here. But we know too, Meg, once they do get through the slalom, it's the turn at the top, the 180-degree turn that comes back in. That's the most technical part of this, and that's where you can win or lose this race.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of elements in this race. It's not as simple as point A to point B as fast as possible, and that's what makes it so interesting and so good to watch. We see both crews there have gone around that first marker nicely. And yes, they are allowed to hit the buoys. As long as the hull of the boat is on the correct side of the buoy, the oars can smash it. So you kind of do want to go as straight as possible.
Well, we just start to see Sullivan and Twigg now showing their Olympic category and class. Now they've got the speed boats up to speed. They are just starting to shut down the Australians. But the Australians just demonstrating the importance of a good start. And I'll keep coming back to the sport of surf lifesaving because I think there is a lot of skills involved. In that sport, the sport is all about getting off to a good start. And I think that is the learnings that will come through in time. That's what, as the sport continues to grow, moves out of its infancy, we start to get more experience that they'll start to realise the importance of those starts. Nice turn here from Twigg and Sullivan.
Yeah, really good tight turn there. You saw them checking on one side hard and rowing hard on the other side. And that's what you need to do to get a good tight turn. And now you're seeing them go straight back down. So we slalomed it out to that buoy, but on the way home, we just go straight back to the beach.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? The mixed pair. So we got the guys and the girls, obviously, got different strength between men and the women and setting the boat up correctly, getting that timing right. It's not like they've spent a lot of time in the boat together. Now we do start to see the quality of the Kiwis. Look at that, though. Just the power. 2 Olympic champions just putting it to this young Australian crew.
Yeah, so here you are really seeing the quality of the rowing from the New Zealand team. And yesterday, the reason there was a re-row of this race was to do with the course, and it was actually the Aussies managed to just get up over Emma and Jo. But today we're seeing a completely different result. So clearly that course did have an impact.
Yeah, and as we talk about, you just want to stay out in front of those runners if you can. You don't want to necessarily be down the face of them, not big waves. So that's not a powerful wave here at Orewa Beach. Now, Meg, take us through the finish line here. What's involved and what responsibility Emma has here? Yeah,
so what we're seeing is they're going to row hard and fast right into the sand, and then Emma is just judging. When she feels the boat slowing down, we'll see her beautifully roll out of the boat, and then she's got to run up to the finish line. She's got to run round a flag and through the finish line. So there we are, about ankle depth water. She rolls out, there she goes. Beautiful dismount there from Emma, and she runs. She just checks the competition, see that they're behind her, and she has to run round that first flag and through the finish line as we see the Aussies there just beaching, and there's Emma. She can just relax as she gets through to the finish line, because these are knockouts. So if you don't have to extend yourself too much, you can save a little bit for the semi-final. That is not too far away.
So Jo Sullivan and Twigg will now move through to the semi-final of that mixed open pair. Still well done to Sheila Melbourne of Australia and Blanchard. Great to have them over here. They'll be better for that experience. They'll look across and go, man, let's watch these guys on TV. Now we're racing them. 2 Olympic champions up against 2 up-and-comers out of Australia. So, folks, coming up next here, we'll have the semi-finals of the individual men's under-19s. We'll have Potts up against Cooper, and then we'll have Ryder up against Crimmins. So those 2 knockout semi-finals to come. Places in the finals, which will take place this afternoon. So you are watching live coverage of the 2025 Ocean Rowing Beach Sprint Championships, Orewa Beach, just north of Auckland, on an absolutely idyllic day. Mark Watson, and of course, alongside of me, Meg Glenn.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan Conservative, Balanced and Active Growth Funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver Fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
Live coverage of finals day at the 2025 Ocean Rowing Beach Sprint Championships here on Orewa Beach, north of Auckland. Special thanks to Milford for their ongoing support of this live stream. Alongside of me is Meg Glenn. Up next, we've got the semi-finals of the under-19 singles. It will be Potts up against Cooper in this format, which requires the athletes running, getting into their craft, making their way around a slalom course before coming back in and running through to the finish line. Meg Glenn.
Yeah, we're just getting lined up here on the sand. The official making sure we're going to start with a nice fair race. Here they are getting ready. So we're just moments away here from the first semi-final of the boys under-19 single.
So the Clifton Rowing Club out of Australia, and then, no, sorry, my apologies, I was looking at the previous race. Sacred Heart here out of Auckland. Lovely to have this young man, and the Clifton Rowing Club, of course.
Oh, maybe they've just relaxed.
Good to have Sacred Heart here. Last week they made the Māori Cup final. Hadn't won the Māori Cup since 1948. And now we do get away. So this is so important here, Meg. Again, this start, and it is a decent start because that tide is out and the tide is starting to come in.
Yeah, very fast run there from Potts from Clifton. Yesterday, he actually had a time 10 seconds faster than Cooper, and he didn't seem to extend himself. So I'm really interested to see how it goes today. But Cooper has got into his boat very effectively and just got away nicely. A little bit, he could straighten up a bit there. So the people that push them off also give them a bit of guidance. Yeah,
the thing is too with the races that when you've got races that come ahead of you, opportunity to really just sit back and watch, see what the tides are doing, see what the current's doing. Is it better going out on a slight angle? What are the white water doing? As I said, it's your enemy on the way out, but it's your friend on the way back. And negotiating these waves nicely, they're not breaking at the moment. Sometimes you can just be unlucky. You can just be in that, what we call that sort of no man's land, that dump zone, and you do have to work a little bit harder. But now both rowers really just starting to get into the work, looking to just lengthen it out.
Yeah,
lovely job being done across here by Potts.
Yeah, approaching that first buoy, and Potts is really, once he got in the boat there, got up and running, he's really clawed back in, and he goes around that first buoy, and Cooper follows. Cooper smashing into the buoy, which is a great tactic, because then you don't have to weave as much.
Yeah, now it is. These are really, really good conditions. Absolutely almost perfect. I'd imagine some of the ocean rowers would maybe prefer a little bit more of a swell. They probably think, you know what, I might not have the pure power, but I'm really good technically. And it is a combination of both as we do start to make our way through and up to this turnaround, where it's a 180-degree turn, and then pretty much it's a straight drag back into the beach.
As we see, Potts just push his lead out a bit more. He's getting a bit of clear water now. He's about 3 lengths ahead, but he gets around that buoy. You see him going into the turn there, that final buoy. He's doing a little bit of a back and tap. That's something we haven't seen yet. He's backing one side, tapping the other. Many different tactics you can try there. But he's got away nicely, and round he goes again. Now he's just going for that straight back, so he's trying to go as fast as possible.
Yeah, as we said, it is sport. You know, still from a New Zealand point of view, relatively in its infancy. It is an Olympic sport in 228, so these athletes are sort of learning as they're going, trying to understand some of the little subtleties, some of the technical nuances that they want to try and adapt. And I'd imagine Meg, it's, you know, everybody's slightly different in their approach based on their own individual physiology and strengths.
Oh, there are so many variables, and that is what makes this sport so exciting. As we see Cooper there, he's just pushing back up. He's really not giving up. He's lifting his rate. He's trying to sprint back. But Potts is very much in control of this race, and he will have a final later today if you win. So conserving a bit of energy is always a good tactic if you have the ability to.
Well, the tide is coming in. What we're seeing today is a really even wave, so we've just got these lovely little sets rolling through. We are just starting to see things close up a little bit here between these two rowers. It's still Potts, however, in control. The still might just come up to when they get out of their boat, who can pick up this little runner. Runner's just starting to come through now. Will it be a little bit of a party wave? We've got Potts here, can't quite get down the front of it, and now we are just starting to see things close. So still a run up the beach potentially could determine who goes through to our final.
Yeah, Potts seems to be fading a little bit there, and Cooper is really capitalising. Cooper both of them actually, about to jump out of their boats. We'll see who does the better roll and run. There we go. We're both sprinting. You'll see them on either side, sprinting to go round that flag. Cooper is really digging in. Look at his legs. They are just charging around like pistons, but it's Potts around the flag first. Who's going to go to the finish line? And Potts hits the finish line first. What a race, though. I love the tenacity of Cooper. He did not give up.
Well, it was interesting because Potts was on this in lane 1 here, and the swells just didn't tend to favour him. He just never got in front of one particular swell. He was just sitting off the back of it. And then we saw on the other side, Cooper, it just opened up from a little bit more, just broke a little bit more on the inside. And, you know, in surf lifesaving, they often call that the party wave. You can have 4 or 5 athletes at the back, and some of the board races come through when they're miles behind. And that's the thing in this sport. You never give up. There is an element of luck to a degree. You want to try and always get just in front of those little runners, always have that momentum behind you, but a really good demonstration. Congratulations to both those athletes. Love the fact that we do have Sacred Heart College here getting involved in this and having representation on the start line. Well, still more action to come. We'll have our second semi-final in the men's under 19 individual race. We'll have Ryder up against Crimmins. proud to bring you live coverage of the Open Men's individual semi-finals. It'll be wired up against Finn Hamill out of the Waikato Rowing Club. Looking forward to this one. It is make or break, folks. And in fact, it'll be Ryder versus Crimmins. My apologies, that race still to come. So this is the second of the under-19 semi-finals. It is Ryder versus Crimmins. Coming up next, it'll be Wyatt versus Hamill. Do apologise. Just having a look at some of the times too earlier today. The previous semi-final, we saw a time of 3:38.63. Times not that relevant, but the conditions are fairly consistent. So it might just give you an idea to a degree of possibly who might go in as favourites, depending on which one of these athletes makes it through to that final. Alongside of me, Meg Glenn.
So yesterday in the quarters, Ryder here from Tauranga, he was pretty chill actually. He didn't actually have to extend himself, so I'm quite keen to see what he can do today. He did have one of the faster times as well. And Crimmins, little slow on the run yesterday, but he is a strong sculler and had a beautiful tight turn. As we see Crimmins get off on the run, he's really running out to his boat, and they're quite even on that run, but who is going to get to the boat first? And it is going to be Ryder from Tauranga.
Yeah, interesting that Ryder there from Tauranga just starting out a little in the slightly shallower water, didn't have to wade as much, but then now we do really good start here. So we've got Ryder who's got away fairly even. Probably the early lead does go the way of Cooper, but we've often seen that, haven't we, across there in lane 2 or the right hand side of our picture, only for lane 1 then to just seem to get that momentum and be able to pick things back up. So fairly even as they get out through that first 50 metres.
Yeah, as we see Crimmins there pushing up through the swell, and what he's got is beautiful technique, because every time he hits a wave, he's at the finish. His legs are extended and his weight is thrown back into the bow, and that's where you want to be in the boat as you're going through those waves. You don't want to be at the front or at the stern and putting your weight against the wave.
Yeah, Ryder here from Tauranga, bottom of your screen closest to us, would have observed what happened in that previous semi-final with Potts, where Potts just struggled on the way back in, just wasn't able to pick up a little bit of a run. It just found himself off the back of the runners, and it very much favoured what we here on the beach called lane 2, or your top of your screen. So don't underestimate the environmental factors. Really nice job being done here by Crimmins, though. It'll be Crimmins who, by the looks of it, across there in lane 2 at the top of your screen, will come around this first can in first place, and saying that lovely little increase in speed there being shown by Ryder.
Yeah, Crimmins is holding the higher stroke rate. Well, he was, but after that buoy there, Ryder has really pushed up his stroke rate. And what we see with this, because it's such a short race, a higher stroke rate tends to be favourable as we see them go around the buoy there. And they've got a very similar technique. Both of them check it hard on one side, row it round on the other. So both of them, very tight turns there.
Yeah, Ryder doing a really nice job here from the Tauranga Rowing Club. Really good job. Has a wee look over now. Now, just needs to get that momentum. We'll be having a look at the runners coming, looking at some of the environmental factors, saying, right, is this going to run through on me? I need to stay in front of it. I need to use this white water. I need to use the momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. As they head back to the beach just nice and straight. We don't need to do slalom on the way back. And it is Ryder from Tauranga that is just stretching out there. Crimmins, though, lifting his rate, just keeping it tapping over, looking across to see where he is. They're also always looking behind them to see how far away they are.
I tell you what, though, what I do see here, Meg, is just looking out through our commentary position here, there are not a lot of waves coming through, so it is very much a flat race. It's very much a pure rowers race at the moment. There will be little swells, though, that will just start to pick up as they approach that last 50 metres of the beach, but so far both rowers doing a really, really nice job here. It is Ryder who, though, leads by about 2 boat lengths. Now we start to see the runners come into play, though. Does this change the game?
Yeah, is Ryder going to keep pushing away from that wave, or is Crimmins going to get up on that wave and push right behind him as we see another wave coming there for Crimmins? But they're both getting very close to the dismount, to the exit. They'll row their boats as far as they can and then roll out and go for the sprint. As we see Ryder there, he's just about to beach.
Yeah, this is the hard part. So a lot of the blood it tends to be in a little bit more of the upper extremities and points. Then they've got to get off. It's a real weight-bearing sport. You want to keep your arms nice and short. That turns leg over. It's basic biomechanics. So don't underestimate the sprinting required here. Should get the job done comfortably. So really good job, Ryder. He will go through to that final. He'll meet Potts in that and does it comfortably. Here on the finals of the 2025 Rowing New Zealand Ocean Rowing Beach Sprint Championships, but also well done there to Crimmins. Certainly you can just see how much it's taken out of both athletes.
Yeah, and you just saw there, I don't know if you caught it, but you you do need to hit the button on the sand to finish properly. So we saw, luckily, Ryder had enough of a lead. He ran through the line, turned around and pushed the button. So that's really important for later in the day.
Yeah, well, I was last year in Tatahi Bay in Wellington for last year's Nationals, and sometimes it did literally come down to the dive to push the button. It was a bit like what we see. I keep referring back to surf lifesaving, but it's very similar. It was a bit like what you see in the flags when you're trying to just both two athletes trying to grab the final flag in the flags event. So it's a bit like that, and I'm sure as the day progresses and we get into the finals time, we might come down to those smallest of margins. But look, special thanks to Milford. I hope you are enjoying coverage here, a finals day of an event that will take place at the Olympic Games in 228. It'll make its debut, and of course, big one thing we haven't spoken about, this is also trial for World Championships for a lot of our leading rowers. Yeah, how they do at this event, well, the selectors are here watching, and then that will the selectors will pick who they want to bring to the trials. And so as a new sport, everyone is very, very keen to try get their name on that trial list. Well, folks, don't go away, because up next we will bring you the two semi-finals of the men's open individual sculling race, rowing race, and it'll feature a very familiar name in New Zealand rowing, Finn Hamill. That next here.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
This is New Zealand, Wyatt out of Australia, Hamill out of the Waikato Rowing Club. Meg Glenn alongside of me. I know you've been looking forward to this one because the Australian is a big unit. He's a power athlete.
That is Blake right there. We saw him running straight to his boat jump, straight in, and he powers away. Yesterday, he had quite a few come from behind victories, and he also was very fast on the sand. So I'm really keen to see how he goes up here against our very fast Finn Hamill.
Well, Hamill is the defending national champion in this event. He's a remarkable athlete, and now we'll just see if we can get that drone up, give you an idea of exactly how we do look. But again, you can just see the power going on, and these athletes are a little unlucky because now we're starting to see a little bit of a swell start to come through as we just go out through here. Magnificent Otago Beach, north of Auckland.
Attitude mode.
At the moment, folks,
fly with caution.
Hamill, by the looks of it, who leads the
approached edge of altitude zone.
Hurt here on the Australian Wyatt.
Yeah, and Finn, he's always got a very high rate. That seems to be part of his tactic. You'll see him tapping along really high rate. He is an ex-lightweight athlete, and they do tend to prefer that high rate. But it is Wyatt, I believe, that goes around that boy first, and he just has beautiful technique of just smashing it under his rigger. Yeah, you do sense, though, because of the body types here, you talk about the lightweight side of Hamill, I just wonder whether he might just have a little bit more manoeuvrability when we get to that top marker, when they do have to make the turn. Here's an example here, but a good example being shown now by the Australian. So it's Wyatt, Blake Wyatt of Australia, and he's gone wider, which allows him to maintain the momentum quicker out of the turn, but Hamill starts to light it up. Really good race developing between these two. Yeah, Finn is quite the expert on those tight turns, as we saw him do. They're really tight. He really hooked onto that buoy and went very tight round it, and then he whipped his rate back up. He's very efficient at getting that rate back up, but it is still Blake Wyatt in the lead, but Finn Hamill is really pushing up very fast. Yeah, well, no real swells to look at the moment. What they're trying to do is try and get in front of this little swell in front of them, see if they can pick up those runners. So they approach this yellow marker. It is still Hamill, but how important will it in terms of when they get out of their craft, make the run up to the beach? Now we just start to see the Australian just looking to try and angle things up a little bit, trying to pick up these runners. We know the Australians, a lot of them do grow up in the surf life-saving community. They're very aware of the hydrodynamics. They're very aware of being able to pick up these runners, get that subtle little feel. Great race. Yeah, as we see Finn just got into the lead there, but now we are seeing Blake Wyatt from Australia is pushing back in. It's Balball for Balball as we go to this wave here. Is either of them going to catch it, or are they going to row through it? We're getting very close to the dismount, to the exit. Well, the problem when you're on the back of the wave is you're not necessarily getting clean entry with your blades either. You're almost sort of pulling on air at times. He decides to get out quickly. Does Hamill? So tactically, really good move from him. Let's see if he does get the wave going. It's Hamill who leads, but now the momentum might still be with the Australian. Hamill's on his feet. Hamill's got the speed. Hamill might just take out the Australian. Tactically brilliant. He made the decision. He said, I'm going to have to get to my feet earlier. It's a risky move, but it's paid off. It'll be Finn Hamill who gets over Blake Wyatt, the fancied Australian, in a very, very good semi-final, folks. Outstanding demonstration, Meg Glenn. Oh, that was quite an exciting race, eh? It was Blake Wyatt from Australia. It was his race most of the way, but Finn, he didn't give up. He kept his rate high. He got out early, and he did get a little bit stuck in the water, but he kept those legs spinning, and he had a beautiful sprint on the sand. Yeah, I know last year, I know that the members of the New Zealand rowing team, they were doing a lot of work with some of the leading surf life-saving exponents from Corey Hutchins, who's these days based out of the Manu Club, just in terms of the wading side of it, being able to lift your knees, get that sumo run on, I call it, being able to make sure you get out. Generally, when you want to start wading early, you don't want to be any deeper than halfway between your knee and your hip, or you're going to find yourself in real trouble. Primarily, you obviously want to be getting out in ankle-deep water. I love that from Hamill. That was a quality decision he made. It was risky, but it paid off. Oh, absolutely. Like, there's so much that can happen in these races. There are so many things that you need to be really tight and really efficient on. And I love those pictures at the end there, just watching them both walk around, absolutely tired, because this is a power sport. It's very hard. There's lots to it, and you're absolutely ruined after you one race. Yeah, I tell you what, those that are not so good on the running, that have made their way through to finals a little later on this afternoon, they'll be pleased because the tide is coming in, folks, so the runs won't be as long. Well, coming up next, though, we've got the second of our semi-finals, Matt Dunham, a member of the New Zealand rowing team, a man who's medalled at World Championships, and another Australian that we can look forward to. Yeah, Oscar Schaugenberg. We just saw him earlier in that quarter-final of the doubles that was rerun, and he is a young athlete. He actually kind of reminds me of a young Matt Dunham, very eager, very, very keen. So this will be certainly a battle of two minds. Yeah, don't go away, folks. We'll bring you Dunham versus Schaugenberg coming up next, and then following that, we've got Emma Twigg in action, our Olympic singles scull gold medalist from Tokyo, and obviously one of our most accomplished and decorated athletes. She will be in her semi-final.
And so plenty of action to go. And of course, this afternoon we will bring you all of those finals. Special thanks to Milford. Hope you are enjoying our live coverage of the 2025 Ocean Rowing Beach Sprint Championships from Owarewa Beach, north of Auckland.
With the 2025 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Champs around the corner in April at Orewa, we speak to David Ballance about the new sport that's creating such a buzz.
There's running, there's sprinting on the beach, there's turning around, there's a lot going on, so it just makes it really fun.
Second of the semi-final, our men's open race set to go. It'll be Matt Dunham up against Oscar Schillingamborg of Australia. The winner of this will go through and meet Finn Hamill in this afternoon's final. The Mossman Rowing Club being represented and the Cambridge Rowing Club. Meg Glenn alongside of me. You've watched the action yesterday as we do get underway. The start's so important here, getting that leg drive going, getting that momentum. More importantly, getting the pushes, getting into the boat.
Absolutely, as we see Matt Dunham off the line there, he is very fast on his legs as Matt Dunham, and he was very efficient getting into the boat. He's going to have a nice high rate. He is in the lead by about a length and a bit. Matt Dunham, of course, did win the Diamond Sculls at Henley in 2017 with a very high rate, and he beat an Aussie to do that. So is he going to beat another Aussie today to get himself into the final?
Well, I will say both got incredible starts. Probably the best start we've seen today in this second of the semi-finals. Now, Waller Whitewater, I'll keep saying it, enemy on the way out, potentially a friend on the way in. And it will change as the tides do start to come in. That could have an impact in terms of the size of the swells. They could dissipate completely, or of course they could increase in size. So they come up to the first of the yellow slalom markers, and it's down here in lane 1 leading this particular race. So Matt Dunham in control early, but the challenge is still coming from Schillingamborg of Australia.
Yeah, so we are seeing Dunham keep his rate nice and high there. He's really pumping his rate high, but we are seeing Schillingamborg Oscar. He is really just stretching out with a bit of a longer stroke, and it seems to be working for him. Remember, he is a young athlete. He was at the under-19 World Champs last year, and he did come 8th, being knocked out in the quarterfinals by the eventual winner. So he is quite a young, talented athlete as they go round that first buoy pretty much neck and neck.
Yeah, it is very much a street fight at the moment. Now, it's about mental fortitude. They'll be starting to just visualise here. This is where they've got to be so good technically. Really nice by Dunham. Gets nice and close. So it's a slightly different rounding from what we've seen previously. He decided to just keep it a lot tighter.
And I think Schillingamborg just didn't count the boys maybe on the way out. He seemed to go past before he started turning. So that is certainly going to slow him down. But Dunham with a nice tight turn there, so he can just lengthen out a little bit now that he is in a little bit more control of this race.
Yeah, and look at that. Just really good job. Has a wee look over. Says, yep, I'm in control here. Now, nice thing about leading is he can just look back, and the Australians, just that little error is going to cost him here. It's the waves and stuff are not enough for these athletes at this level to breach or find themselves in any real difficulty. So just about concentration now, just needing to get the basics done. And I think what Dunham will like here too is, I think he probably realised he can maybe just back off a little bit, doesn't need to burn too many matches as he does start to approach the beach.
Yeah, you see him, he is just lengthening out there. And of course, Matt Dunham in his spare time, he does like surfing. So he does know a thing or two about how to catch a wave. So we might see him catch a wave as he seems to be gaining one here.
Yeah, don't underestimate that too, getting the feel. You talk to surf ski paddlers, and the top surf ski paddlers in the world just have this ability to be able to feel the ocean and feel the currents. Now, today's conditions are pretty idyllic, not particularly challenging, not that technical. Yes, there is a bit of a wave, but of course they can vary. Go to Rio de Janeiro, where the World Championships are later in the year, and understanding the ocean, understanding that ability to pick up the runners becomes even more paramount. So, got to spend time on the ocean.
And here Matt is going for a nice clean exit there. Beautiful. See how he just rolls, starts running. And because he is in the lead, he wants to save a bit of energy for the final later. He can just kind of do a nice slow jog up the beach and round to the finish line to hit that there button. So that'll be Matt Dunham in the final later up against his mate and training partner, Finn Hamill.
Who's your pick? Dunham or?
Who do I think's going to win?
Yeah, I'll just put you on the spot
I'm gonna bet Matt Dunham.
You're gonna bet
because
Matt
we
Dunham?
went
Okay,
to high
well,
school together, so I'm gonna back him. I'm gonna back him all the way.
Finn Hamill, because we can't be biased, can we? No,
Good friends with Matt's sister, so I'll back him.
Yeah, no, look, it's great to have that rivalry, isn't it? So a really good race. So that to come this afternoon, we'll have Matt Dunham up against Finn Hamill in that individual sculls for that national title and potentially opportunity to represent New Zealand at the World Championships later in the year in Rio.
And I just love to see the sportsmanship. I love to see the Aussies when they finish. Like, we're getting a real good community here. They all come, they give each other a high five, a fist bump. It's just so awesome to see. We're competitors, but we're also creating new friends.
Yeah, it's funny because I often refer to it as being a bit of a street fight and gladiators going at it, but boxing's a bit like that too. I mean, it's not everybody's sport, but everyone understands how hard it is. Everybody understands the hurt you go through. Everybody realises that the guy next to me is the reason why I'm having to train as hard as I'm training. And so they also know sometimes conditions might just not go against them. And so it is great to have that rivalry. I mean, you know, you're not going to often necessarily talk to each other too much before it, but once the race is over, plenty of wonderful things said. And of course, in 10 years from now, those fishing stories that get extended. Coming up next, we'll bring you the semi-finals of the Open Women's Individual Race. It'll feature Olympic sculling gold medalist from Tokyo, Emma Twigg, up against Newell. There is Emma Twigg, arguably New Zealand's most decorated female rower of all time, and she will come up against Elizabeth Newell out of the University of Queensland Boat Club in Australia. This is the first of the individual Open Women's semi-finals. Meg Glenn alongside of me. I know you've been looking forward to this one. The Battle of the Bledisloe, the great Emma Twigg against a great Australian rival in Elizabeth Newell.
Yeah, this will be quite a good race as we see them getting nice and ready here. Oh, relax a bit. You see them, they do dig their feet into the sand a little bit. You want to get a little bit of a starting block sort of thing going. So they do get themselves nice and ready. And they're off. And we're seeing a nice sprint there from Emma. Emma is really sprinting out towards her boat, but it is Newell of University of Queensland Boat Club with the faster run as they leap through the waves. And Newell gets into her boat first as they take off into the water.
Yeah, you wonder the psychology here. How much is the reputation of Emma Twigg, how much of that, whether it be conscious or subconscious, does just play on the mind of Elizabeth Newell, saying, I'm up against arguably the greatest female, one of the greatest female scullers in history. I've got a chance to beat her here, but man, what a reputation she does bring. And you just see here in lane one, probably got the slightly tougher of the lanes, just with the waves are breaking, tends to not break as much on the inside here at Orewa. So it is Emma Twigg at the moment, but negotiating things beautifully through this first 100 metres.
Yeah, and we see Newell just coming back a little bit there. And some of you would have noticed as well, when they jump in their boats, they do have boat holders that give them a bit of a push. So it is a bit of a team sport there. And there they are, they push and then they guide. And both of them have very powerful athletes as their pushers. Joe Sullivan, Emma's teammate, pushes her, and Blake Wyatt does the pushing for Australia. So you can get those powerful men in your team in to help give you a bit of a push off the start.
So Elizabeth Newell, by the looks of it, it'll always be hard. We've got to line them up square on. Once we get the drones in place, we'll get a better idea, but it does look like Newell might just have the smallest of, saying that, Emma Twigg, again, Emma Twigg does have the smallest of leads, 2 to go, 1 to go, and then the 180-degree turn on the way back in. Twigg has had the benefit this morning, along with Joe Sullivan, of being able to get out there in that mixed pair, have a look at the conditions, be able to do a little bit of visualising and make those little mental adjustments. Let's just have a look at the turn here, Meg. What do you make of that?
Oh, nice and tight there from Emma. You see, her blade is so close to that buoy the whole way around. That was textbook. That was a perfect turn from Emma. I know the selectors are watching, and I know that they're timing the turns. And Emma, that was just stunning. That got her a couple of links right there, that turn.
Yeah, Elizabeth Neal decided to go a little bit wider, and sometimes by going a little bit wider, you're trying to just maintain your speed a bit more and come around and not have your speed coming out of the turn. But we saw Twig there take the much tighter one, and now really just starting to lengthen out. We see the hydrofoils in the background. That in itself is another sport. You just wonder in time whether we're going to see these things. I'm not sure they go quick enough, but you do wonder in times we might just see these being on hydrofoils as well. Everything else seems to be on hydrofoils, and I'd imagine you'd have to have pretty long blades though, wouldn't you? Pretty long oars.
Well, I think we've got a great view here on this drone footage that we've got, but yeah, I guess that's one way to get another good view of the racing, isn't it? But we see Emma now, she's just stretched her lead out a little bit. She's coming towards the beach. She'll look to catch a wave.
Well, I understand too with Emma Twig, she really wants to use her name and her reputation to promote ocean rowing, but I also think in the back of the mind she is certainly still thinking about LA 28 and potentially another Olympic Games, only in this sport, only in this form of rowing, which would be great, wouldn't it, to have one of the greats pioneering and making its debut at the Olympic Games. So Emma Twig, complete control here, just needs to just slow things down here and just get it technically right.
Yeah, and you see she's looking there to her team, helping direct her so that she can get caught nicely. And then they're also helping make sure she beaches with the shortest place to run as she just rolls out a little bit there nicely. And then she always takes a look across to the other lane, always to double check to then see how much energy she can conserve on the run.
Yeah, and again, running is an area they will have to work on as things get tighter, as they get closer to international competition where the margins become a lot smaller. Do not underestimate your running ability, the ability to sprint, and I'd imagine as the sport continues to evolve and we see it come to an Olympic Games, a lot of the supplementary work, they will employ top sprint coaches, they will employ some of the top surf life-saving coaches to help work on that side of the sport. But really good performance here from Elizabeth Neal, the young Australian out of the University of Queensland.
Yeah, as we see Elizabeth Neal there just cross the line. And here we go. An awesome hug. I love it. Love to see it. The camaraderie in the sport. But don't go away, folks, because next up we're going to have semi-final 2. And that will be another Aussie, Wallace Russell, versus a Kiwi from Waikato Rowing Club, Jenna Lee McGrath.
second semi-final of the Opn Women's Individual Race. Looking forward to this one. It is going to be Wallace Russell up against Jenna Marcraft, a place in the final to take on the great Emma Twigg. Meg Glenn alongside of me, and Meg just looking out from the commentary position, just noticed a little bit of an increase in swells, particularly in the last 50 to 60 metres, or on the way out the first 50 to 60 metres, a few more little walls of white water, which these athletes are going to have to negotiate.
Yeah, and Jenna, both these athletes have represented their respective countries. Jenna 21s last year, and Wallace, she was in the lightweight single at the under 23s a few years ago. She got 4th by legit half a pixel on the camera. But it is Jenna with the fast sprint, which I am pleased to see. I have been giving a few tips on how to run faster this weekend because I do coach at Waikato Rowing Club.
Yeah, key thing here is, again, to keep short arms, high leg turnover. But once you get into the water, you've got to learn how to wade. You've got to be efficient. That's where you've got to tap into the surf life-saving experience that does evolve in this country. So we are now just starting to see Wallace Russell get out to a bit of a slow start here, but really good job being done by Jenna Marcraft in lane 2. And it is lane 2, which is the top of the screen at the moment. Now we just start to see these little runners starting to come in, and at the moment not breaking yet, having to negotiate them. So no real walls of white water, but it's about timing. It's about re-entry of those paddles, of those blades. Once they do come over the top of those swells, sometimes you can go to put in and you're grabbing air, which can just put you off. These are the little things that these athletes need to concentrate on, need to work on.
Yeah, so you've got to be really agile and really understand like how to find the water, release the weight off the handles so that that blade can just drop in and you don't take any of those air strokes. And because you've got to think every stroke is different. It's not like flat water rowing where every stroke can be a little bit more similar. Everything's a bit more different. But Jenna definitely got a fast start, but we are seeing Wallace Russell here from Australia. She is really, really pushing up, keeping a nice high rate, as all good lightweight athletes do.
Yeah, we just see them touching the can, and I'm not sure if she's gone the right side of that or if she's gone the inside of that. She might have to make her way back around it if she hasn't. We'll just confirm that. Not quite sure what side she needed to take then. In fact, I think she's okay because she's coming back around the top here. But again, you're allowed to hit the markers. You just want to make sure that it doesn't throw you too much off technically. So let's just have a look at the top of the screen here. Really good job being done by Jenna Marcraft, and she's just taking a slightly wider berth, but she's got speed immediately coming out of the turn. And again, it's individual physiology. It's what you work on. Great speed as she makes her way back into the beach.
I actually really liked that turn from Jenna because she just checked her hard on one side, but she kept rowing on the other, and the kept rowing kept her momentum up, so she just did a nice turn around there. I actually quite like what she did there, but of course it is a little bit of individual athlete preference, so you can work with your coach on what works for you and then fine-tune it.
But also, I think based on conditions as well, sometimes when you get some bigger swells, if things are going to start breaking on those market buoys, you need to go a little bit further past them. You don't want to get caught up in them either. It's a straight drag race in. It is still Jenna Marcraft who is in control of the second semi-final to take on the great Emma Twigg, but the challenge still tends to come here from this very, very good rower in Wallace Russell. So Russell, though, she's going to need to rely on a little bit of the environmental factors here. She's going to need to rely on maybe picking up a little bit of a runner to see if she can just close this gap, or does she have the ability to maybe make that sprint up the beach? Gap is closing, but you still just sense that Marcraft here is in control.
Yeah, absolutely, and definitely Wallace Russell, a bit of a cleaner run back as in not hitting buoys, and we saw Jenna take one, but it didn't seem to slow her down, which is really good. I mean, none of us have really caught a wave here. There's no swells coming in, so it is just a straight drag race up the beach, and then I really look forward to their sprints.
And so coming in to take out this second semi-final, Jenna Marcraft, and she will do it comfortably as long as she can just exit her craft here and not stumble too much. She takes a little bit of a dip into the water, but she is in control. That is still something she'll want to have to alleviate if it comes down to a really, really close race between herself and Emma Twigg. That final, of course, to come this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. There was you know, she's got a good recovery there out, and you can see she's just conserving a little bit of energy because she knows she is up against the great Emma Twigg. But what a good race there from Jenna Lee McGrath from Waikato Rowing Club, putting herself into the final.
Yeah, very good racing. Hope you are enjoying coverage. Special thanks to Milford for their support of the live stream as we now just see the very good Australian Wallace Russell. And there's lovely camaraderie again, and great to have the Australians come over here and compete, and hopefully at times we see the New Zealanders going over to compete in the Australian equivalent, and the two nations build the program together as we do count down to the Olympic Games in LA, where the sport will make its debut. Well, folks, don't go away, because coming up next we'll have the under-19 races, the individual women's races. We'll have Pengelly up against Clb Gallagher, and then we'll have Akehurst up against D. That to come here from Orewa Beach. Live coverage from Orewa Beach of the 2025 Ocean Rowing New Zealand Sprint Championships. Our next race is the semi-finals of the girls under-19 individual sculls or individual rowing race. We'll have Pengelly out of Bay of Plenty up against Clb Gallagher out of the Bay of Plenty Rowing Club as well. So very much a little bit of a civil war, if we can use that terminology, between two rising stars of the sport. And they'll have the benefit of having watched a number of races prior. They'll have a chance to speak to some of the other competitors about a few of the environmental factors. But the start's going to be so important here for both girls, and obviously the turn at the top, the 180-degree turn that they need to take to make their way back into the beach. Just looking out from the commentary position, looking relatively flat at the moment. Breeze is just starting to pick up, which will maybe have an impact on the swell a little bit later on this afternoon as the tide starts to come in as well. You can just see those flags starting to flutter. That breeze hasn't been here all morning, just starting to pick up now. So two coiled springs waiting to explode, waiting to launch themselves off the starting blocks here. Really good to see so much of the rowing fraternity out here supporting it. The great Jed Campbell, of course, one of the greats out of the West End Rowing Club, wandering round. North Shore Rowing Club. So, in the starters' hands. So Clb Gallagher, lane 2, Pengelly in lane 1. Got their handlers and their pushers as we look back at the stunning coverage brought to you by Altitude HD, and special thanks to Milford for their ongoing support. I always love these athletes standing here, whether it be males or females, and then looking nice and calm and relaxed, and then literally 5 minutes later they affectionately have what I call their war faces on, as they're literally breathing through their eyelids, because that's the only way they can get oxygen in, such as the ferocity and tough nature of the sport. So not too far away, the course is set. Alongside of me we have Meg Glenn and Meg, two of our rising stars in the under-19s, both out of the same club, both out of the Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club, Clb Gallagher and Pengelly. And again, look at this, helping each other before they then lock each other in basically a street fight and go toe-to-toe and put each other in the hurt box. I love it.
No, I love it. I love training partners then competing against each other. It just makes it so much more competitive. There's a weird dog there. It's a family-friendly event, this. Bring your dog, you can have a look. Might add a little bit of another challenge to overcome.
Yeah. Now, look, but it's important though, isn't it? I always think the key to sport is making sure you've got really good training groups in any sport. If you've got good training groups, set to go. Here we go. So Pengali, Kobayashi, Gallagher, and let's have a look here. This is, again, these athletes still relatively inexperienced, as most of the New Zealand rowers are, and when it comes to ocean rowing, but really good even start. Nice start down here in lane 2, probably the better start, going the way of Kobayashi, Gallagher.
Yeah, these two getting off nicely. Oh, she just misses a little bit of water there. She crashes through that wave. But yeah, you can see the difference between when they crash through the white water versus the unbroken water.
Well, I can tell you what, they've got a really tough row here because the water has just picked up. I talked about the breeze. Now you just have a look at what they're having to negotiate, what we've seen previously. So now some white water starting to come in. They both negotiate that. So this is what we expect. No one race is ever the same as the other. Another wall of white water. Your enemy on the way out, your friend on the way back in.
Yeah, and what you've got to do is make sure you're at the finish. You've got to be legs down, leaning back into the wave as you crash in through it on the way out through them, just as they are so beautifully doing there. They've been coached well, these girls.
Well, again, this is where you're actually having to basically do the intel, going, okay, I've negotiated my way out. How can I use that to my advantage on the way in? How far out from me exiting are these waves starting to break? And you've got to start mapping that. You've got to start just doing that little bit of reconnaissance. Okay, is it 25 metres the white water's starting to break? Is it 50 metres out? Where do I need to position myself? And they're the little things you've got to be thinking about. But that's incredibly hard to do, Meg, when you're under physical and mental duress.
And just as they get through the waves and think like, sweet, now I've got a clean run, they now need to start slaloming through the buoys. So there's always the next thing in this race, the next thing to think about.
Yeah, let's talk about the steering side of it. Obviously, they've got guides leading them on the way back. And we talked last week at Māori Cup about certain boats have a rudder, certain boats it's just about putting a little bit more pressure through the foot plates and therefore putting a little bit more pressure on one side. The steering mechanism on these?
Exactly the same. A little bit more pressure on one side is just going to push you one way or the other. And so they've just got to judge that. You see them flick their head over their shoulder to see where that next buoy is. As we're coming to the last one, we're coming to the turn here. Starts her turn a little early there, but she's going to tap around nicely as Pengali.
Yeah, really nice job. So she's got a little bit wider, and this is just the younger athletes don't probably quite have the strength at the moment, so they just want to keep that momentum up, go a little bit wider around it, and we can just see Kobayashi Gallagher just struggling a little bit, just lost a bit of that momentum, and if she's still trying to come around, we automatically see Pengali getting herself back up to full speed. So it's Pengali at the moment who is in control, but now the environmental factors, we saw the white water on the way out, is it going to play a factor on the way back in? I've got to say, Meg, looking at it again from the commentary position, those swells have just dropped off a little bit.
Yeah, but you are noticing the breeze, the wind. It's not a straight onshore breeze. It's got a little bit of a crosswind to it, and so that might push them a little bit further away. They're going to want to go straight back to their guides because that's going to be the shortest run to the finish line. So that might push them away. So they've got to be really aware of that, as we are seeing Pengali now being pushed out a little bit on the course, so she might end up with a bit of a longer run. I hope she's fast on her legs.
Yeah, and you are just seeing that, so she's going to have to just be aware of it, rely a little bit on her guides, going to have to just make that little turn. We now just start to see a little bit higher stroke rate starting come from Kobayashi Gallagher, and it is still game on. Remember, we're not directly in line with these two craft at the moment, so very hard just to get a pick up on it. Now we start to get into that little break zone, don't we? This is where it can become just a little bit more strategic. This is where you've got to make that decision when to power on and power off.
Yeah, absolutely, but it is Pengali that is controlling this race. Just a little bit difficulty getting the blades out of the water there. That'll be to do with the swell that she's possibly trying to catch, but sometimes you can actually row faster than the swell. So sometimes don't wait for the wave. If you're rowing faster than it, keep rowing hard as Pengali approaches her boat holder, her guide. It won't be long before she gets out, but she is certainly going to have to do a little bit more running.
Yeah, as you said, you want to always try and be in front of a swell. You never want to be necessarily on top of it either. Sometimes you don't want to have bow down. You can capsize quickly. You can go sideways, but really good performance here. Look at the leg arm drive, short arms, high leg turnover, basic biomechanics. Really good performance being shown there by Bengali out of the Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club. Comfortable victory over Kubayasi Gallagher, her teammate and great friend and training partner. So really good display, and it'll be now a simple case for Bengali to sit back and see who she will meet in that final later on this afternoon, because it'll be Akehurst up against D next.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Live coverage of finals day of the 2025 Ocean Rowing Beach Sprint Championships. It is our second semi-final in the girls under-19s individual. The winner of this will take on our previous winner in this afternoon's final. That was Bengali. As we do get underway, looking forward to this one. We've got Akehurst in lane 1 and we've got D in lane 2.
As we just saw D there get a nice fast start on the run. Both of these girls basically get to their boats at the same time. Who's going to be more efficient getting in, getting away? It does appear to be Akehurst from Wentworth. She has got, oh, and she loses her blade there. She's going to whip it around again. Nice, that was a good recovery there. So now we're actually off even.
Yeah, lost a bit of momentum though, and that white water will just hit her. You want to come into that white water. You want to come into those swells with real momentum. If you were to get conditions with real big walls of white water, sometimes you actually want to slow the boat down a little bit between, just so by the time the white water gets to you, just a little bit of the stings come out of it. And these are decisions you'll make in obviously more treacherous conditions, but good recovery here. Really nice being done by Akehurst, and we're now just starting to see across the far side there, D just struggling to find that rhythm. Now she starts to get cleaner blade entry.
Yeah, as they just stretch out their Akehurst now with about 2 length lead, but we are just about to approach that first buoy that they have to go around, and so we will see how they navigate that with the current cross breeze.
Yeah, you talked, Meg, earlier too about we've just starting to see that breeze pick up, so that breeze is starting to just play a little bit more havoc. It is just another little thing that they'll need to build in as the afternoon progresses, as they do go through to the finals, these athletes, just having to make those little mental adjustments, those little technical adjustments.
Yeah, but both of these athletes are doing very well, particularly Ackhurst. Like, I'm really liking how she's just keeping it very, very consistent. She's cool, she's calm, she's in control of the race, and even though she's only got a length and a bit lead, she's not being phased by what Dee is doing. She's just focusing on herself because she knows she's got a lot to do. She did take a few interesting strokes there as Dee seems to just pull up a bit, but it is still Ackhurst first around that second slalom buoy.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where, again, you just got to be able to back on. The starts are so important in these races. Anything surf ocean, everything ocean racing. Again, you watch Surf Lifesaving, it's all in the starts here. You've got that swell. You've got to be able to punch through that white water, but it is still really good performance here from Ackhurst. Takes a slightly wider angle into the turn here, so everyone's slightly different. That's, I think, is the theme that we're seeing today. Really good momentum. That is a really nice job being done by this young athlete. That's almost as good as we've seen throughout the day. Really, really nice job from Ackhurst.
Yeah, she timed that turn nicely. She didn't want to go a millimetre too far past that buoy. She made sure she wasn't going to accidentally row an extra 10 metres. And that turn and being really smart about when to start her turn has gained her a few more lengths as we now just head straight back to the beach. But as we saw in the previous race, the sculler in this lane did get pushed a little bit more by that cross breeze. So did Ackhurst watch that? Did she see that? And is she going to take that into account as she rows back?
Well, that's it, isn't it? And it comes down to, I mean, we still remember that, you know, these are still young minds, young athletes at under 19 levels. So do they have that ability to really, truly understand the intel that you need to gather on the way out to be able to utilise it on the way back? And we'll find out very shortly. The other thing here too, Meg, is like, you know, over a 2,000 metre race and you get to the 500 metre mark, you have an idea of how many strokes you can put in traditional rowing. Here, it's not a true measure. It's very, very difficult. You've got to play the game in your head. We just start to see Ackhurst here make a couple of little mistakes, little of adjustments, almost caught a crab, or at one point basically put her blade into air.
Yeah, I think she had a little trouble with the swell there as well. So the water conditions getting a little bit more difficult, but I like to say it just makes it a bit more interesting because this kind of rowing, this racing here, beach sprints, there's a lot that can go on. As we see them, they're both slowing up a little bit, coming towards the bank because they are tied. They're very tied towards the end of this race, but it is still Ackhurst with a couple of boat lengths lead. Is she trying to catch that wave? Just push on through. She's not far away from her boat holders.
Yeah, just doing a nice job here. Doesn't want to breach at any point. The waves are really not big enough to probably create that level of chaos and carnage that you can get in other water-based sports. But yeah, really good recovery. Not the perfect performance. You know, there'll need to be some adjustments made, but certainly done enough to make her way through to that final.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Ackhurst there, have a nice roll out of her boat and a great sprint. Like, she's got a nice high ankle cross there, so that means she's biomechanically quite smart on her running, but she doesn't need to extend too much as she hits the buzzer. So it was quite a difficult race for both of them, quite challenging conditions, but they're both doing very well as we see Dee from Petone there running towards the finish line. Next up, the next race we've got, though, is the semi-finals for the mixed open double. And so these more experienced athletes, we'll see how they can handle the changing conditions that we're seeing.
And that'll feature Joseph Sullivan, Emma Twigg, two of the big names coming together, combining. That'll be the second of the semi-finals. Up next, it'll be Dunham and Kittle up against Newell and Wyatt. Looking forward to that one. Looking forward to this one. Settlebacks, here we go. Some of the big names in New Zealand rowing, some of the big names out of the Olympic Games going to take part over the next two races. It is the semi-finals of the mixed open pair. Got Matt Dunham and Jackie Kittle up against Newell and Wyatt. Alongside of me, we've got Meg Glenn. Meg, talk us through this one. Boy, I tell you what, the pedigree, the CVs on these crews, remarkable.
Yeah, so we've obviously got Jackie Kittle and Matt Dunham, the lightweight super couple of New Zealand rowing, up against two of Australia's finest, Newell and Wyatt. They were fourth at the Worlds last year in this very event. So this is great competition we are having here as we watch Jackie sprint down the beach. But Newell is faster. Newell gets there first. Matt, you can see him there ready. He's ready to go. Jackie, she jumps in. Although Newell was faster, she's a little slower getting in. And both crews more or less get away together.
Well, just looking out though, I actually think that lane 2, so top of your screen, lane 2, have probably got the slightly tougher lane. Just with the way the waves are breaking here on the beach, there just appears to be a little bit more of a peak on the waves on that top lane. But now we just start to see both crews get into the momentum. Both have done a really nice job in negotiating and negating that white water. Now it comes down to brute strength here through this next 100 metres, and then obviously it becomes critically technical when they do hit that top marker.
Yeah, and both crews do have a nice high rate here. Matt and Jackie, pretty much very short slide to get their high rate. We're getting a slightly longer slide length from the Aussies, but their swing isn't perfectly in time there. Blake is using a lot of body, but that's where he's got his power. But we are seeing the perfectly in time, shorter, faster stroke of Matt and Jackie pushes them up, and the Aussies respond again. It's very tight here. The Aussies, Newell and Wyatt, are in the lead, but certainly there's some heads on Matt and Dunham. Matt and Jackie, sorry, they will be pushing up hard.
Well, they won't want the Australians to get up on them. They'll want this to be an all-New Zealand final. So here we go, the Aussies, Newell and Wyatt. We just love the fact that they are over here. We want to acknowledge, of course, the Go Rewa Surf Club hosting this event today as we now start to see the Australians. Let's have a look at the turn here around that 180-degree mark. It's still got good momentum. Now we see the Kiwis taking a tighter line around it. Now the Kiwis have pulled back valuable metres on the turn. Settle back. The Battle of the Bledisloe on the water, folks.
What a turn that was from Matt and Jackie. They pulled in a few lengths on that turn. That was such a tight turn. That was very, very slick.
Now, this could come down to the run. This could come down. I talked about just looking out here. I felt that the top lane, or lane 2, as we're looking at the top of your screen, the Australian lane, probably had the more difficult swells on the way out. Does that benefit them on the way back in? Is there more opportunity for some of the runners just to pick them up to close that gap? We haven't seen a lot of really, really close racing today, but this is a beauty. The Aussies now start to throw it back down on Dunham and Kittle. Dunham and Kittle in a bit of trouble here. They're going to have to really start to concentrate, increase that stroke rate. Do they believe, folks? A place in the finals up for grabs.
This is quite the race. It's really heating up. Both crews absolutely sprinting. Will either of them catch a wave, or will they just row it straight into the beach? As we are seeing the boat holders help direct them, but it is still Dunham and Kittle holding about a length lead now. We did see Kittle, she started the run, she ran into the boat. So what's going to happen here? Matt in the bow, he will get out and he will run.
Well, timing is going to be important. When do they get out? You don't want to get out too deep here. You need to get this right. Do the Australians look to try and go early to see if they can bridge that gap? Really good race here, Dunham and Kittle.
And Dunham gets out, he's sprinting, he's running out, he's looking at Blake. Blake stumbles a bit in the water, but he gets up. Dunham, look at the wheels on him. He is churning those quads over. Dunham takes the win and into the final. So well done to the New Zealand double there of Matt Dunham and Jackie Kittle. But what a fantastic race we were treated to by Blake, Wyatt and Elizabeth
Newell.
Yeah,
sorry, we caught up in the moment. But I tell you what, just how good was the turn at the top, though, by the Kiwis. It was just so tight, wasn't it? I thought the Australians negotiated brilliantly, too. They decided to go a little bit wider, try and keep that momentum up. The thing is, when you keep it tight, it is harder to get your speed. But the Kiwis just got the combination perfect. And that's what I'm liking about it, just the smallest of margins separating the two crews.
I don't want to give any secrets away to other countries out there watching, but it does look like some of the top Kiwis are getting good tight turns, so that might be one of our strengths.
Okay, don't go away, folks, because the second semi-final to determine who will meet Dunham and Kittle in that final features Joseph Sullivan, Emma Twigger's one crew, wow, 2 Olympic champions, and we've got Hamill and Nagus. So Flynn Hamill, who is the New Zealand individual sculling open water sprint champion or ocean rowing champion, looking to try and knock over two of the big names in New Zealand rowing. Special thanks to Milford, special thanks to the Orewa Rowing Club, and of course we'd also just want to acknowledge for Red Bull for their presence on the beach as well. Oh, looking forward to this one. Tegan Negus there, the New Zealand individual sculling champion from the Flatwater Rowing Championships, up against the Olympic champion, the two-time America's Cup winner, the great Jo Sullivan. Emma Twigg waiting patiently in her craft, and Flynn Hamill waiting there, and Meg Glenn. Interesting the way they've set this crew up. So it's going to be Sullivan up against Negus in terms of this first sprint to the beach.
Yeah, so we have seen mostly it's either the same gender starts or finishes, but in this race we're going to see different. So typically the male might be a bit faster power, so they might get in first, but then we'll probably have an advantage. Finn, he's been quite fast on the sand, so coming back out it'll be Finn versus Emma.
I'd imagine Hamill and Negus here will want to really make sure they get the turn at the top, the 180-degree turn absolutely precise, because you do just sense that Sullivan and Twigg in perfect conditions probably have the power, probably have maybe the better velocity across the water, but technically the smaller bodies can often be a little bit more efficient.
But also Sullivan, he's the denser of between him and Emma. So personally, I might have actually put him in the bow to chop through the wind. It would just help a little bit. So I'm finding it interesting that he's actually going to be in the stern in the stroke.
Well, the breeze has picked up a little bit. I'll continue to just look out from our commentary position up here at the Orewa Surf Club as we do get underway. So let's have a look at the start here. Really even. Sullivan's got the initial advantage, as you'd probably expect, but it's about getting yourself into the boat here. Negus, brilliant. She just pulled it back. Commentator's curse. Negus has the initial advantage. Oh, really even start. That is a superb display, folks. That there is precision performance and no compromise.
Well, I might have jinxed Joe. I said he'd be faster, but they were even there. Tegan had some wheels on her. She's got better at running overnight, which is good to see. So her and Finn got away a bit quicker, but we are seeing the power and the experience that comes with Joe and Emma starting to pull back in to bring this race up even. Yeah, just see that bow getting nice and high there from Sullivan and Twigg, and really now starting to get on it. First wall of white water, they go over it. Who grabs that water beautifully? Placement is nice. I tell you what, though, Hamill and Negus not going anywhere at the moment. They are hanging in the fight. They
They are tough, they're tenacious. It'll be Sullivan, though, and Twig who will have the smallest of leads through that first sort of 50 to 60 metres. It is game on, settle back, enjoy all of this one.
Oh, this is such a good race. It is stroke for stroke, barrel ball for barrel ball, and there is still so much can happen. We've got to round another buoy. We've got to do our turn at the end. We've got to come back. We've got to get out of the boat. There is so much room for error, but also room for greatness.
Yeah, also we had Twig and Sullivan having to race earlier this morning. They've burnt a few matches already. They had to replay a race that was technically forced everybody to come undone yesterday. But the benefit of that is they've got their nervous systems up. They've had a look at the conditions today. So it's Twig and Sullivan who are still in control. But again, we know how important this turn is right here. Let's just have a look.
Oh, that is just textbook by Joe and Emma there. They just checked it beautifully on the buoy, spun it around nice and tight. Tegan and Finn, in all fairness, they're doing a great job as well. They're getting a few more strokes and high rates, so both of those great. But the acceleration that Joe and Emma put back in after the turn has just gained them about 3 or 4 boat lengths.
Yeah, look, it's not dissimilar to a bike race and a criterium where you've got tight corners. You always want to try and be around first because it just means you're up to full speed. Those other boats or other athletes are having to still get up to full speed, and sometimes that is just that little psychological edge where you go, you know what, maybe second today is good enough. But we know too, environmental factors, you've got to take a line here. There are no lane ropes to necessarily guide them in. So they've got to be smart. You just see the little adjustment coming here from Twig and Sullivan. They'll be looking across. They'll be talking to each other. Really good cohesion. Really good ride. A great demonstration by our 2 Olympic champions.
Yeah, they're just doing beautifully here. They're very aware of their surroundings. But we are seeing Tegan and Finn have lifted the rate a little bit and they've pulled up. They've certainly closed that gap in half. So who is going to be faster on the sand? Is it going to be Twig? Is it going to be Finn? As we see Joe and Emma now just trying to catch a wave there as they approach the beach.
Yeah, just staying out in front of that little runner, and you just see almost no man's land. You're in between the two swells, and you just get a little bit of the hydrodynamics working against you, and you feel like at times you're just paddling a little bit through quicksand. But Emma Twig here, she'll get off. I know that she doesn't necessarily back herself as a pure runner. She's not going to have to kill herself right now. She's got this fairly comfortable. So the great Emma Twig and the great Joe Sullivan will come up the beach. They'll hit the flags, or they'll hit the buzzer, and they will move through to that final. And
yeah, great work there. Hitting it with her foot even.
So we saw earlier Dunham and Kittle go in a time of 3 minutes 17. Times are not really that relevant. It's just a little bit of a guide. But I tell you what, folks, do not go away, because later today in that mixed open, we're going to have Matt Dunham, Jackie Kittle up against Joseph Sullivan and Emma Twig. Wow. That, ladies and gentlemen, is worth the price of entry here at Orewa Beach.
Yeah, and don't go away. We will have the semi-final for the boys under 17 double between Sacred Heart, Auckland and Mount Albert Grammar.
Mount Albert Grammar, of course, first ever winners of the Māori Cup back in 1947. Being an old boy, I've got fringe benefits.
This ain't flat water though. There's waves in this one.
Yeah,
there's a turn.
Yeah,
there's a run. Anything can happen.
But Meg, if you work at a bank, you get better interest rates. If you're a commentator on Ryan, I can talk about the hardship to glory.
Come back in a few minutes, folks, to see what happens.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Turning around, there's a lot going on, so it just makes it really fun. Keep going! Yeah, it's really just growing. Every time we do an event, we get more participants and more participants. It's really building momentum.
If you look around here today, there's people of all different shapes and sizes, ages, juniors through to masters, and that's the exciting part about coastal, the accessibility. As you show up to the beach, the boats are all here for you and you get going. Okay guys, so when the flag drops, the run is going to start from the beach.
Yeah, the waves just make it a lot of fun, especially, and then there's that whole thing, how do you punch through the wave going out, and then how do you perhaps wait a little bit and pick up a wave and then accelerate to try and stay on the wave to surf into the beach. The New Zealand National Beach Sprints Champs is on the 5th and 6th of April. The details on Row It. A lot of fun, some great competition, some close racing, and a lot of tired but very happy rowers at the end of it.
Well, the scene is set. It is a beautiful day at Orewa Beach, north of Auckland, for the 2025 New Zealand Ocean Rowing Sprint Championships, as we get set for some of the youngsters looking to establish themselves in a sport that's still relatively in its infancy, and it'll be the might of Mount Albert Grammar School up against Sacred Heart College. Lovely story here. You go back to secondary school rowing, of course, it is the Māori Cup. Mount Albert Grammar winning the first in 1947. Sacred Heart winning the second back in 1948. So they do have this wonderful rivalry, now trying to establish it in the sport that's very much in its infancy, ocean rowing. So it'll be Sacred Heart on the left-hand side, Mount Albert Grammar on the right. Alongside of me, we have Meg Glenn.
Yeah, and they're off. You saw them stumble a little bit there. They were just so keen to get going. But they're off as we see Sacred Heart running into the water. But it does seem to be Mount Albert Grammar that has had the fastest sprint, and he gets effectively into his boat there. And they're away. That was a very nice entry into the boat from these young athletes.
Yeah, do a lot of their rowing out of the West End Rowing Club, as do St Peter's College in Auckland, Barradine as well. But now we just start to see the power coming on here from the might of Sacred Heart College. Sacred Heart last week having an 8 in that Māori Cup final. Mount Albert Grammar not. So is that any reflection of the depth of the program? But this is a very different sport. It's Mount Albert Grammar. It is the might of Sacred Heart, two great school rivalries trying to establish themselves, trying to write their own little chapter in the early history of the sport.
And it is awesome to see so many of the school kids here who have just got off the back of Māori Cup. You know, they did that last week. That's really what they were peaking for. But it's so awesome to see that they just love the sport of rowing. So they're happy to come back, get involved in another event. As we see Mount Albert there, he looks like he's having a bit of trouble with his seat. Is Sacred Heart Auckland going to capitalise on that? Oh, he's got it back again. No, he's not. He's struggling with it. These seats do come off their rails every now and then. And you've got to try to either whack it back on with the palm of your hand, or maybe you make the call to go arms and body. But he's got it back on. So let's see how Mount Albert Grammar come back after that little whoopsie daisy.
Well, they're going to have their work cut out, aren't they? There is a line in their school song that says through hardship to glory, and they're going to need to dig deep on that. They're going to need to go back through their 100-year history and call upon all of that. Two of the great schools in Auckland sport, two of the great schools in traditional rowing going toe-to-toe, but it is very much Sacred Heart College, who now have about a 2-boat lead, but things can come undone really quickly on this 180-degree turn, and we just see here Sacred Heart just taking their time here. Mount Albert Grammar, they just have to roll the dice here. They've got to be aggressive. They can pull time back. Sacred Heart not doing a good job, so the door is still open for Mount Albert Grammar School.
Yeah, there was a Sacred Heart. They were going very tight that I almost thought they wouldn't get around the buoy, but they did, so that was good. They managed to tidy that up, very aware of their surroundings. Mount Albert Grammar had a nice tight turn. So after Mount Albert's little seat mishap earlier, they've certainly pulled back a bit, but it is still Sacred Heart Auckland with about a 3-length boat lead as we head back towards the beach.
Yeah, really, really good demonstration here, and both these young athletes might only be 15 or 16 in both crews at this under-17 race. We'll certainly just gain valuable experience from it. Mount Albert Grammar disappointed, though. They didn't really want any issues sort of affecting things here. They wanted to be a pure race based on athleticism, but that is the nature of this sport. There are so many little moving pieces. You've got to get it all right, and so it is Sacred Heart College in control of this first semi-final.
Yeah, and they're just sculling beautifully, nice and in time. The blades are going in, they're swinging together. So all the key technical aspects of the flat water rowing, of course, relate into this when you're on the solid rowing portion. As we just now see both crews sort of push through some of those waves. Will they catch one, or will they just push through it?
Yeah, well, it is Sacred Heart at the moment. They just now need to concentrate on entry with those blades, just keep that cohesion. Mount Albert Grammar trying to just take a slightly different angle and trying to pick up on those runners to see if they can close it up. Now, really, it can only go pear-shaped for Sacred Heart College here if somehow they sort of breach or exit the boat too early, but they should come down comfortably and make their way through to this afternoon's final.
Yeah, as we see Sacred Heart here, they're in the ankle depth water, so there they'll roll out. He rolled out the side, that means he's going to have to run a bit further, but he's possibly more confident rolling out that side, and you don't want to make a mistake. So very wise, he's going to go round the flag. He sees he's in the lead, he can just relax, and he can hit the buzzer, save a bit of energy for the final. So well done to Sacred Heart College, Auckland.
Yeah, congratulations to them. As a Mount Albert Grammar roll, I'm not going to lie, that hurt a lot. But anyway, it's the nature of it. Well done to Sacred Heart. You've got to have rivalries, don't you? It's the reason why all the schools train as hard as they do, is we just have a look here at the Mags crew, and Yeah, they'll be a little bit disappointed with that. They do have another crew to come though, Mount Albert Grammar. They'll be in the second semi-final as well, but nobody can deny the might of Sacred Heart College. Such a wonderful sporting school. As we look back over the Orewa Surf Lifesaving Club, it's wonderful atmosphere. If you're watching this and you live in that Auckland region and you want to come along this afternoon to see the likes of Joe Sullivan and Emma Twig in action, love you have a come along. Don't go away though, folks. Coming up next, we'll have the second of our semi-finals, which will also feature a Mount Albert Grammar crew.
And Bay of Plenty closed.
Live from the Orewa Surf Lifesaving Club for the 2025 New Zealand Ocean Rowing Sprint Championships. It is our second of our semi-finals in the under-17 pair. It is Mount Albert Grammar School up against Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club. As we do get underway, it will be Mount Albert Grammar who are down here in lane 1, bottom of the screen. And now looking to try and make their way into the final. Their first crew, well, we think they had a bit of a problem with their seat and the rails, and ended up finishing second to Sacred Heart College, hoping to right the wrongs this time. And just start to see that breeze begin to pick up, and so still a really good even race here at the moment. So it is Mount Albert Grammar School, and the famous sky blue and yellow, one of the great traditional rowing schools when you go back through the history of the Māori Cup. And it will be Mount Albert Grammar with the smallest of leads over Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing. And really good momentum here being shown by the Mags crew. Plenty of support on the beach, but they've got to negotiate what is becoming a very tricky wind here. Need to make their way around the slalom course. Need to make sure they stay on the inside here. Nice job being done by Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club. At the top of your screen. So 2/3 of the way through their journey on the way out. It'll come down to this 180-degree turn. How good are they technically? Who's done their work? Mags boys just putting the handbrake on here, now starting to straighten things up. They've lost a little bit of their cohesion. So Mount Albert Grammar stalling a little bit on the turn. We look up here at the Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club. They've gone a little bit wider. They've probably had the better of the turn. They've got good momentum. They've closed that gap up. The Mags are back up to full speed here. Now they start to put the power on. Which one of these two crew believes, folks? Placing the final up for grabs. Idyllic conditions here at Orewa Beach. Breeze is just starting to pick up, and as we get through to the finals this afternoon, the tide's starting to come in too, so the environmental factors will start to play a little bit more of a part in the outcome of some of these races. But it's still Mount Albert Grammar School. Fairly even across the beach in regards to the runners, the whitewater, the break. But Mags now about a 2 to 3 boat length lead. Looking good, looking comfortable. Just don't want to breach. Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club just hoping that maybe they can pick up on a bit of a run-up, pick up on a bit of a wave, get a swell behind them and see if they can close this gap here. But it is the crew from Mount Albert. Tricky in these conditions to stay in perfect timing. Young rowers in a sport that's still relatively in its infancy. But Mount Albert Grammar School will get it done, and they'll get it done comfortably. Murphy and Rattray. So they will meet their great rival Sacred Heart in this afternoon's final. And they can cruise up, not burn too many matches. Really good performance from them. And well done too to Mackenzie and Crimmins of the Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club. And that's how it will finish. Mount Albert Grammar will go through to that final. And that will be to come later on this afternoon. Now, don't go away, folks, because coming up very shortly, we will bring you the girls' equivalent of the under-17s. 4 crews in all, 2 semi-finals, a place in this afternoon's final. We'll take a break. We'll be back with more shortly. Welcome back, Orewa Beach, north of Auckland, 2025 New Zealand Rowing Ocean Rowing Beach Sprint Championships. It is our under 17 girls pairs. It is the first of two semi-finals. Alongside of me is Meg Glenn, and Meg, they have the opportunity of just having watched the under 17 boys, so they've got a little opportunity to do some intel. But one thing we've noticed throughout the day, that breeze is really starting to pick up now. We're starting to see a little bit more height in the waves, and we're starting just to see a little bit more white water, which is going to create some concern, I guess, for some of the more inexperienced rowers, particularly through that first 100 metres.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've got two whangarei crews here, so definitely training partners, whangarei versus whangarei. So we'll definitely have whangarei in the final. It'll just be which one. As it looks like we're moving, actually.
Yeah, really good last week, wasn't it, at Māori Cup, to see schools from the whangarei region doing really well and picking up medals. One of more than 40 schools that did pick up medals. So the sport's not just in the big centres; it's very regional now, from the top of the North Island to the bottom of the South.
Yeah, and what we're seeing happen here is because the tide is coming in, they just have to move the start-finish line back a little bit, because otherwise there'll be no run involved very shortly if it stayed where it was. So throughout the day, as the tide comes in, you will see every now and then in between events, they keep it the same for a particular event, a particular discipline. They will move it back, and we're getting closer to that Red Bull archway. So we're just putting in the start-finish line here to make sure we do get a bit of a run in. So that does mean we're going to have a little bit more of a row.
We saw one of the Mount Albert Crammer crews in that first of the under 17 boys semi-final up against Sacred Heart College lose their seat on the rails. Just maybe talk a little bit, Meg, in terms of the way these boats are set up and some of the, I guess, the engineering and how it can malfunction at times.
It's very, very similar to the flat water boats. You know, you've got seats that have 4 wheels on them with nice little ball bearings in them, and that slides up and down some slides, some rails. But with this event, because part of the event is actually getting into the boat, you can very easily, as you get in, accidentally put your weight one side or the other, or knock it with your foot, and that can just put the wheels just off the runners ever so slightly. And so you've got to be really careful as you are getting in to make sure that doesn't happen, because we did see a few crews yesterday where that did happen.
And of course you don't quite have the stability in the ocean that you might have on the flat water, so you are going to naturally be moving a little bit more. And again, that's just going to require those subtle little adjustments. Really easy too, isn't it, as the wind picks up and the swell begins to increase for these young athletes, for just those little mistakes. It's certainly not over until it's over, particularly with the younger crews as they, you know, very much in their infancy.
Yeah, and they'll just be learning so much. Every race, they'll learn more and more and more, which is what's so awesome. And then they'll also be able to apply that to other sports. You know, you've got to have a growth mindset. You don't want to stay stagnant at any point. You always want to be looking for where's the next thing that you can improve, that you can just get a slight edge over your competitors. As it does look like we now have that new start-finish line in place, very high-tech line of sand, as we see our nice volunteer umpire there, Terry Tidbury. Looks like he's just checking out the boats to see that they're ready, and then he'll raise that red flag.
Yeah, they'll also want to give the crews the best start possible. They won't. Yeah, they'll often look out to the waves and go, right, is there a little bit of a lull coming? What is the best time to start it? I don't want to start it when the moment the rowers get out there and 3 metres of white water lands on top of them. So there are a few little discretions here as we do see them get underway. So we've got the Whangarei Rowing Club of Wea and Maybe in lane 1. We've got Palmer and StoneX out of the Whangarei Rowing Club in lane 2. So very much a civil war between 4 athletes who I'd imagine train together, spend a lot of time together, but no love lost now.
No, absolutely, and then off they go. They're all in their boats now, pushing up through the swell, through the waves. The one crew there in lane 1 is going a little bit off course, so they'll have to straighten up a little bit to make sure that they do aim straight at their buoys. You don't want to go too wide around them, but it is very much neck and neck. We're going to hit the next wave there, and they just beautifully crash over it. And we catch a little crab here in lane 1. She got a little tangled up there, I believe, through the wave, but she's figured it out. And they need to do a few hard strokes there, hard on that one side to pull them around, because they are starting to go a fair way off course, which their teammates, training partners over there at the top of the screen have really capitalised on that.
Well, I'm somebody who does a lot of open water swimming, and it doesn't take much for a bit of a ripple on the water to literally feel like you are swimming or paddling through the Himalayas. So sometimes from the shoreline you go, oh, the surf's not too bad, because you're looking at through the eyes of a surfer. You remember, these are craft that operate best on completely flat water. This is a sport that's about timing, it's about blade entry. And so just those subtle little waves, those subtle little drop-offs, those little ebbs and flows, the little peaks followed by the little valleys, is where these rowers can get into difficulty in terms of just the placement of those blades, thinking that they're about to grab water, only to sort of grab a little bit of water and a lot of air and suddenly put the handbrake on. So much to think about. Conditions are getting a little bit windier. We are just starting to see conditions just roughen up a little bit. And
yep. But we are seeing that crew that did go a little bit off course. They've really pulled it back. They've come back on course, and they have gained quite a lot again. They're only about a boat length down as we go round that second buoy. So they've done a great job there to just pull back up.
Yeah, they'll know each other well too. They'll know each other whose strengths and weaknesses are which, and obviously where and maybe come in as their so-called number one crew, at least by what we see here on the start list. And they are demonstrating that at the moment. And now they're going really, really wide, and they've decided to go wide here. I do like this because the waves and swells are actually coming in quite quickly here. Get too close to the mark, you can get tangled up, and it's obviously both crews have been coached a certain way, and that's to go a little bit wider, come a little bit more circular, and try and keep the speed on coming around the top mark.
And very good attention to detail there. The wind could have easily pushed them to miss their mark, but they both made sure they checked, do a few extra strokes during their turn to make sure they do go round it. Because if you don't go round that top marker, if you do cut it ever so slightly, it is a disqualification. So you do have to have that attention to detail to make sure you just nail the turn, which both of those crews did. But we are now seeing one crew really stretch out the lead here as we now are heading straight at the beach. No more turning required. Yeah, and obviously at one point too, they'll have the waves behind them, potentially could have a tailwind as well, and we talked about that last week at the Māori Cup for these young athletes and how things can change in terms of your feel, the technical adjustments you need to make, whether you're into a headwind versus having a tailwind, Meg. Yeah, absolutely, and these athletes with this bit of a tail will need to just keep that rate up high, and as a shorter race as well, we've seen that a higher rate does play into helping you go a bit faster here. But both of these crews tapping along nicely, nice and in time. We are seeing this one pull up a little bit. They seem to be catching a bit of a wave, don't they? Yeah, got a little bit of a runner there up there in lane 2 at the top of the screen, so let's try to pick up on that. You just see the gap closing here, so that runner is just actually certainly helping the crews out here in lane 2, top of your screen. It is just starting to close up, looking out from the commentary position. It is still lane 2 who have a real chance here of closing this right up if they can just hold this wave. So what we thought was going to go very much the way of Where and Maybe could just be a little bit closer than what we thought literally 30 seconds ago. Yeah, they really pushed up there with that wave. So that being a skilled waterman and really jumping on a wave can really help. But now let's see what happens as they roll out, and they're running for the line. That's Where and Maybe. They got out first. Off they go round that first flag. She's running nicely there, getting a high ankle cross and onto the buzzer. Nice, good work. So of course we've got a Whangarei into the final. But man, that was quite a race. A lot can change in these races, can't they? Well, if you're watching the coverage first thing this morning at 8:30, and we just saw this wonderful shot when they got out of the boat there, and you could just see the white water. You could just see almost what looked like rapids, I guess, and that's the change we have seen. Of course, the tide's going to come in. That wind continues to pick up, and so the conditions they raced for this morning are going to be very different to the conditions they raced this afternoon. So all those little factors come into play here. It's certainly not over till it's over. Hope you are enjoying the coverage here of the New Zealand Ocean Rowing Beach Sprint Championships. Special thanks to Milford for their ongoing support in our live stream and our live coverage. Still plenty to come here because we'll have the second of our under-17 girls pairs semi-final to come. That'll be Kubayasi Gallagher Church out of the Bay of Plenty Club up against their teammates in Pengelly and Keith.
Live coverage from Orewa Beach, New Zealand Ocean Rowing Beach Sprint Championships for 2025. It is the second of our semi-final pairs for the under-17 girls, and it's 4 athletes from the same club. That is the Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing. And the winner of this will go in and meet our crew from Whangarei. That was Where and Maybe. Conditions, well, the breeze is starting to get up as we look out from the commentary position. Some gnarly little walls of white water to make their way through Meg Glen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting more and more interesting with every minute, isn't it? As we're away, we're watching the Palmer and Stonex from Bay Penny Coast. Billy, that's Pengelly and Keith, running into the water first there. So there they are, jumping in their boats. Both crews from Bay Penny Coast, getting away pretty much the same time. But no, it is the one down in lane 1 that just manages to get going a little faster as they push up over that first wave.
Yeah, when you do get up on those waves and punch through that white water, it's that ability just to hold your stroke at the top of the wave, not bring the blades in too early, just hold it, drop down the other side, and then start to accelerate. You'll see in a lot bigger white water, you see it a lot in surf ski paddling. You talk to the top surf ski paddlers, they'll actually decelerate at times when they see a large wall of white water because they just want to try and defuse it a little bit before it actually hits the bow of the boat. So these are the little things that this sport, you know, in time they'll learn to pick up and adopt, but it's a really good start here from the Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club of Kobayashi, Gallagher and Church up against their teammates of Pengelly and Keith.
Yeah, absolutely, as we see Pengelly and Keith just close the gap a little bit. So it really is, every stroke you take here is different. So that's when you've got to be really sharp and really aware of where the water is as you're going for that blade placement. So as you're just squaring that blade back up, taking the weight off the handles, allowing the hands to come up and just dropping the blade in. Sometimes it's going to be a bit closer than you expect and sometimes a little further than you expect. So you've just got to be really malleable in your approach so that you can adjust and move on.
Mick, just tell us a little bit about this. You coach a lot at Waikato Dio down there, but you talk about the blade entry. Obviously, we've got a little bit of a swell here. We've got a choppy surface. So in terms of the entry, are they just naturally having to think about going deeper here? How do they set their boats up different to what you might see at Karapiro on a perfect day?
Yeah, it's just a little bit about like feel and really understanding your body and where your limbs are, particularly your hands, out in space. And do you need to lift a little bit more, a little quicker to make sure you do get it in before you start your leg drive, or because you don't want to be a little slow and start driving beforehand. As we just see them there approach the turn, and it is the one down here, Kobayashi, Gallagher and Church getting round that turn first, and a really nice turn there. They're just tapping it round, they're keeping it going, they're keeping with their momentum. But there was a really nice turn there from these young girls. Well,
it shows a sign. I mean, they're relatively young rowers, but great rowers and athletes with a lot of experience just have that ability to slow things down. Just actually take the time, get it right technically. And sometimes when you're under duress, a second loss can feel like 10 seconds. You can panic a little bit. Key here is not to panic. Key here is again keeping soft hands. So we've got this Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club of Kobayashi Gallagher doing a really, really good job at the moment. Pengelly and Keith still struggling to just find that cohesion much better now. Now, it'll come down to the runners as I look out from the commentary position, which you can't necessarily see the angle on your screen at the moment. It doesn't look like a lot of environmental factors or swells that are necessarily going to be favouring one lane or the other, so it's going to be fairly even coming back in.
And this one here, Pengelly and Keith, is really coming back in. So maybe the runners, the waves there are helping push on that side, because the last race we saw the one from that lane. But then we see down here Kobayashi, Gallagher and Church catch a really nice wave there. They're going to surf that in beautifully. Yeah, they're just going to make sure they don't breach here. So, it's not a big enough wave to breach, but you just want to make sure you want to stay out in front of it. You don't want to get too high on it. You don't want to have your bow coming down the face of it too much. And so, yeah, I think you're right. I think out further, very much favoured lane 2, but as we got a little bit closer, it was just breaking a little bit more on the outside, and now it has gone back and favoured lane 1. So nice job being done here by Kobayashi Gallagher and Church out of the Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club. And yeah, they did a great job at keeping that straight, because if you get just a little bit skew whiff on your fin, then you can really go sideways there. But they did a great job at keeping that straight. Off to a nice spot. Great sprint there. As we see, the other crew is just coming in and they're going a little bit far away from the runners, so they're going to have to run further. But a great run here right to the finish line. So Kobayashi Gallagher and Church will join Whangarei in the final later on today.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, you want to see some excitement. It's always when you see the big boats, and the big boats when it comes to beach sprints are the fours. They are coming next. We'll have the semi-finals of the Mixed Open. Tell you what, some of the biggest names in the sport, not just here in New Zealand, but also in Australia. Don't go away. Hope you are enjoying coverage here of the 2025 New Zealand Ocean Rowing Beach Sprint Championships live from Orewa Beach. Special thanks to the Orewa Surf Life Saving Club and, of course, to Milford for their ongoing support.
The 2025 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships will be held in April at Orewa Beach, just north of Auckland, with all ages and abilities competing against each other and Mother Nature, with waves, wind and sometimes frustratingly soft sand.
Well, I started for the sprint on the way back. The steering's going to be hard though. I think they're going to battle those first few hundred meters out there. So we'll have a bit of fun at the lace.
Rowing in the ocean is a new level of intensity and excitement, with interest in the sport growing. It's been added to the 2028 LA Olympics.
When you've got a 1 metre wave that decides it wants to pick up your boat, there's not a lot you can do when a wave wants to do that.
The 2025 International Beach Sprint Champs will take place in Rio, so the Nationals in April will be where selections begin.
I think it's an awesome sport. It's I like to call it the BMX of rowing. It's new, it's exciting, there's a lot that can happen. A lot of it is luck, but it's definitely something that is going to be an amazing sport for the future.
Dylan, can you give us a rundown of what goes through your head during the race, right from start to finish, like as though we're absolutely green, we've never seen a coastal race in our life?
Well, the first thing for me is trying to keep calm because it's very quick and you don't want to get too flustered or you can kind of screw your race up. So trying to stay calm while also being like really on the ball. Gun goes, it's a 1v1 race, so you're running separate directions out to your boats. First challenge is getting in. So you want to kind of take your time, find your seat. You can lose a lot of time in the start if you don't get in the boat properly. So usually someone is holding your seat for you. You can sit down, get your feet in. The boat handlers will start moving you out. Once you've got your oars, then you're off sprinting. A major thing with the beach sprint is waves, and that can either win you or cost you the race, really. So a lot of variability based on the swells. So we're making our way out past 3 buoys. You want to keep as straight a course as possible. Ideally, you can actually hit the buoy with your rigger or oar to keep that straight line. First buoy we take to our stroke side, our second buoy we come on our bow, and the final buoy we end up doing a full turn 180 and come straight back into the beach. Now, this is where you want to try and time yourself with waves. Sometimes you get nothing, sometimes you can get a really nice run in, and it makes a huge difference if you can ride a wave all the way into the beach. Getting into the beach is our exit. Again, another make or break of the race.
How do you exit?
Hopefully on my feet. Sometimes you can end up on your face. Ideally, we make it out on our feet, and then it's a sprint up around a flag and up to a buzzer on the finish line.
How tired are you after a coastal race?
You're pretty smoked.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
important is nutrition for a rower? How important is nutrition for a rower? Well, it turns out it's very important. We find out from the experts.
Some of them probably don't realise how much they need to eat, particularly because they train so much as well, and they can be out on the water for quite a long period of time. And if they're younger and they're growing as well, or they're doing other activities, it just adds on actually how much you need to fuel.
Yeah, nutrition, incredibly important for fueling our athletes. And actually, about 6 years ago, there has been a change in the nutrition in Wellington Girls, and we really saw that change resulted in happier athletes, more resilient, we had fewer injuries, less illness, and then of course we've had increased performance as well, which has been really great.
Tons of food, pesto pasta, we eat a lot of that. All of our parents are really lovely, they make good quesadillas.
Tasty food that the girls will eat rather than perhaps some more standard food. So if the food's there, it's tasty, looks good, the girls are going to go for it.
As a parent, I always, at home, getting the nutrition sorted out is really important, because without the right fuel, you can't row to your potential.
Cream rice?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, one of your favourites. Nice, good recovery.
Yep.
What to eat?
The food is absolutely lovely here. Yeah, it's a pizza split half and half pepperoni, half ham and cheese.
So what would you say to parents that have just got a novice rower that's just started?
Great challenge for them. I suppose just checking in with them and just asking, have you had your breakfast before you go out to row? What are you taking out on the water with you? Do you have some, some snacks, some food, bananas? Up and goes yogurts for afterwards. Okay, what are you having for your lunch? Just keep asking the question and checking in that they are eating.
That's Milo, fellas.
All good. Amazing.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah, so the 4 hours of recovery, particularly after you've done a training session. So we want to refuel. So we want to refuel the muscles. We want to fill up the fuel tank in the brain as well. We want to repair. So repair with high protein foods. We want to rehydrate, particularly if it's been hot. Drinking those fluids, and we want to revitalize. So that's making sure you're getting in your fruit and veg, so those different colors, keeping your body running.
How important is nutrition for a rower? Well, it turns out
It is finals day of the New Zealand Ocean Rowing Sprint Championships from Orewa Beach, north of Auckland. And I tell you what, coming up is the Open Quad mixed category. Yes, the fours in action, featuring some of the biggest names in New Zealand rowing, some of the biggest names in Australian rowing. Weather conditions, well, the wind started to pick up, the swells are beginning to increase, the tide is coming in. We are set for a wonderful mid-morning and afternoon of racing. Meg Glenn sitting alongside of me, bringing you all of the action. And Meg, we love the small boats, we love the doubles, we love the individuals, but there's still nothing more magnificent than when the big boats, the cocks, go to play.
Absolutely, and here we have got a full quad of the Australians from the University of Queensland Boat Club, and we've seen some great fast doubles from them earlier today, so putting them together, we'll see how they go. And then in the crew from New Zealand, from Waikato Rowing Club, we have got young up-and-comer Tegan Negus alongside three very accomplished Olympic medalists, and they've got the New Zealand crew, they've got the young coxswain there. The young coxswain B. Wilson is going to do the run in, whereas University of Queensland have a rower. So different categories, tactics we're seeing here. We're just about to start. She's keen, she's quick.
And we do get underway quickly. So it's the cocks. This is strategic here from the New Zealand crew representing New Zealand. Let's call it New Zealand versus Australia, even though it's Waikato Rowing Club versus the University of Queensland. And so both hit the boat, both hit their targets. Now the crews have got to get in, got to get their stroke rate up. A lot of white water starting to really beginning to develop here at Orewa Beach as we see the New Zealand boat get off quickly.
And what a fast sprint into the boat that was from B. Wilson, the coxswain of the New Zealand crew. I believe Michael Brake found her at Māori last week doing his Māori moments. Had a little race against her, and she was quick. She put him through her paces. So he said, get in a boat with me, girl, let's go. And so it is New Zealand off with about a half a boat length lead. But the Aussies are coming back as we go around that first turn.
Yeah, it's interesting though, isn't it? Relatively inexperienced cocks, because you talk about these ocean rowing, the way these quadruple sculls and stuff are set up. They're a hairpin in terms of the way they manoeuvre these boats. So the cocks have these sort of hairpin triggers that they're having to use.
Yeah, and it is just awesome. Like the wind picking up a bit, the swell picking up a bit, it's certainly making it more interesting, isn't it? But this coxswain here, she's doing a great job. Very just small movements on the rudder, not too much, as the New Zealand crew from Waikato Rowing Club holds on to the lead. But the Australians are pushing back. The next buoy that we get to will be the turning buoy. So we'll see a bit of coxswain action and a bit of the rowers as well. And we'll see which crew has the more efficient turn, because it is so close, the turn could make or break this race.
So we've got Negus, we've got Brake, Olympic gold medalist, Joseph Sullivan, Olympic gold medalist, Emma Twig in there, and a really nice job here. So watch this. Now the power goes on. Really good momentum being shown here by this Waikato Rowing Club crew. Negus, Brake, Sullivan, Twig and Wilson. Oh, that is beautifully done. That is just an exhibition, folks. Wow, that is good. The University of Queensland boat, not quite as fluid, but they are now starting to get back up to full speed. As we look out onto the course, I will suggest that maybe lane one or out there, just looking at the swell, might just favour them a little bit as they do come back in. So all the odds in favour of the New Zealand crew.
Yeah, absolutely. They had a fantastic turn there. It was just textbook execution, and it really got them away first, because if you get away, then you can accelerate your boat quicker. There's a few decelerations in this race, but more importantly, after those, when you finish your turn, you need to accelerate really, really fast. So that's what we're seeing the New Zealand crew doing, but the Aussie crew is pushing up as we're approaching. Will we be able to catch a wave, or will they just push it to the line, the strong New Zealand crew?
Well, again, when you've got four rowers of this quality, they're going to move very, very quickly. They should be able to stay ahead of most of the runners that are coming in. You can just see a little bit of the swells here. It's just concentration now in regards to the blade entry side of it, but it is this Waikato Rowing Club who are doing a really good job. The Australians out of the University of Queensland still challenging, but you do just sense it as game, set and match.
As we see Michael Brake getting ready there, he's getting ready to jump out, and there he goes. He jumps out, he sprints nicely, he looks across, he's got a lead so he can take his time. He's fresh today, he's fresh legs in the boat, so that's possibly why they've got him running really smart move there tactics wise, as we see Mike Brake there hit the buzzer. We will see them later today in the final as the Aussie crew comes in, and that is young Oscar, who of course was at the World Champs last year. So epic competition here.
Yeah, I tell you what, Michael Brake, remember that 8 in Tokyo, that one gold, wonderful moment that was, joining that crew from 1972 as well. Well, we've got the second semi-final coming up very shortly. That's got some wonderful names in it, including the likes of Flynn Hamill, Matt Dunham, Jackie Kittle, Ignot Johnson, and of course Marcraft as well. So looking forward to that one. That's not too far away. They've had the benefit, haven't they, Meg, of being able to watch this first semi-final, so they'll get a bit of a look at the environmental factors. They'll know some of the other crewmates, might ask a couple of questions in regards to intel they picked up out there. They'll be making some quick mental adjustments and hoping that they can join that wonderful crew from out of Waikato in that final set to go this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll definitely be getting some tips from their training partners as they will do train together with these Waikato and New Zealand athletes. But yeah, we're getting some great drone shots here from the Altitude HD team. So make sure you do follow us on socials and Beach Sprints New Zealand as well. Give us a follow on Instagram to see more awesome content from this weekend.
Just want to go back. You talk about the cocks here and the inexperienced cocks, or picking them up out of the Māori Cup. I mean, what a wonderful opportunity to get alongside of Olympic champions and sort of feel like you're part of this team. And though you're probably, you know, still very, very young, still at school, still in your infancy.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just a case of talent recognises talent.
And so this is under the start banner here. Orewa Beach, if you are in the region, feel free, do come along, do watch it. Some really exciting rowing, as we said, the likes of Emma Twigg in action, and Joseph Sullivan and Michael Brake, all Olympic gold medalists. Very rarely do you get to see these athletes. So I'll just have an idea. It doesn't look like they're too far away from this second semi-final.
Yeah, doing a bit of switching blades as well. Bit of switching blades, so that obviously these crews would have set a bit.
Now we'll just keep the discussion going. Big shout out too to Mark Wetherall, heavily involved in the sport of rowing. This time last year was a major event organiser in terms of this event with New Zealand Rowing. She's had a double hip operation, and I know he's watching the coverage at home up on the couch, and of course these days heavily involved with the Amanu Surf Life Saving Club. And so big shout out to you, Mark. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. Hope everybody around the country is enjoying the coverage. The running side of it, here we go. So let's just have a look at the way they're setting these boats up. Not just a difficult boat to row in these conditions, but obviously a mix, so mixed gender, and therefore getting the balance of the boat right. Correct, Meg? Is that trial and error? Is there a template here that's just automatic?
Well, there is a template in that if, say, a male were to start the run, do the first leg of the run, you do need a female to do the second leg of the run. So you do need to have one of each gender do it. So it can be any way you like, male first, female first, but the opposite gender does need to do the other run. So you do have to think about the speed of your athletes and then who you're going to put in each running position.
Well, we talked last week at Māori Cup about the eights. You tend to put your big power units generally in the middle of the boat, and obviously in a mixed gender boat like this, is it just guy, girl? Do you put the two guys in the middle? I mean, is everybody different? Is it just based on individual physiology and then how that works collectively?
Everyone is a little bit different, and I was chatting to a crew earlier today that were telling me they actually changed their strategy depending on the size of the swell. So what they do is if the swell is really big, if the waves are big, they put their male, their heavier athlete, into the bow to help keep the bow down to cut through the waves going out. And if the swell is a little lower, then they put their woman there. So you can actually just be nice and dynamic like that and change.
Okay, just having a look at the replay here. We just saw this previous crew out of the Waikato with all the Olympic champions. We've got Emma Twigg in there. We've got Michael Brake. We've got Joe Sullivan. The way they've set this up. What do you take with the way where Emma's set up, say, versus where Joe Sullivan in the middle of the boat is?
Well, what I really rate is I've given the young one, Tegan, the stroke position. They're saying, hey, look, you're young. We want to see you improve. We want to bring you up. So let's give you the reins and we'll all follow you, which is just awesome leadership from above. And then, of course, Michael Brake in the bow, because he's the fresh one, he's got the fresh legs. So whoever the bowman is going to do that last leg of running. So that's why they put him there in the bow.
Okay, so there you go. Interesting dynamics. Hope you are enjoying coverage here, courtesy of Milford, the 2025 Ocean Sprint Beach Rowing Championships, Ocean Rowing Championships. And now we are underway, and here it is, the second of our semi-finals, as they do launch themselves down the beach here, fairly even. Two of our girls deciding that they want to start things off, meaning two of our men will have to finish the race.
Exactly. We had two coxswains there doing the running, and they more or less got to the boats at the same time. But it is the Waikato Rowing Club, beautiful bows out of the water, that seem to get away first. They're just a little faster on the running there. That's Hamill, Dunham, Kittle, Ignot Johnson and McGrath.
Yeah, they're going to get into clear water much quicker too. You just see down here the Porirua Rowing Club still just having to negotiate a couple of those little peaks, and now all these crews get a chance just to settle down. It's still concentration. Right, we know the role of the coxswain in an 8. What are the coxswains doing here? Does it vary much from what we see on flat water rowing to what we've seen here in ocean rowing? Obviously the event is much shorter.
Well, there's certainly more. I'd say this is more tactical for the coxswain because they've got a lot more things to think about. Flat water rowing, very simple. Start to finish, fast as possible, straight line. Here, we've got to do a bit of a slalom. We've got to go around a turn. We've got to take into account the wind, the swell. We've got to know how to land it. There's so much more they've got to take into account. So this is a lot more mentally taxing on the coxswains.
Yeah, interesting here, isn't it, too? We just see the entry of the blades, but the exit too, making sure you keep your blades nice and high out of the water because you're getting these swells coming through that have got little peaks on them, easily can catch on the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. This water is not clean by any means. It's a little bit dirty, which is making it harder for them. As we see, 3-man there, he misses it, but he gets back beautifully. So every now and then, you're definitely going to make mistakes. I would be hard-pressed if one of these crews went through an entire race with no mistakes. You're definitely going to make a mistake, but it's what you do after the mistake that matters more. As we're rounding the turn here, the Waikato one nice and tight, possibly getting a little caught, a little wider for the Porirua crew, but the Waikato nice tight turn there.
Well, anytime you see a Flynn Hamill, you know it's going to be technically very good. He's just Jackie Kittle as well. Matt Dunham, so much experience. Ignot Johnson and, of course, Mark Craft doing a really good job as the cox. So look at this. This is about precision. This is about performance, no compromise. Now it's about concentration here. It's about keeping this boat nice and steady. I tell you what, in the conditions, under these circumstances, that's almost as good as you can get.
Yeah, they're doing really well as this crew as they keep that rate nice and high, really pushing away. And you can see how much kind of sunlight you can see under the bow, which just shows that it is difficult conditions because, of course, Matt Dunham is in the bow. He's not the heaviest of athletes, so that does mean their bow is getting out a little bit, making it hard to sort of steer. You don't really want to be away from the water, you want to be in it, but they're just catching a nice wave there as they come in towards the beach.
Yeah, picking up a lovely little run. We've just seen the crew out here too from Porirua Rowing Club just going off course. Now they're having to straighten up. That's valuable metres lost. They have straightened up now, but at one point, whether that's the wind, certainly playing a little bit of havoc with their steering, but it is going to be the Waikato Rowing Club of Hamill, Dunham, Kittle, Ignot Johnson and Mark Craft who are going to come down here and make their way through to this mixed quad final.
As Dunham just rolls out nicely there, picks his feet up nice and high, charging through under the banner there, and there he is. He's going to take the win there and move through into the final. So the final will be those top 2 seeded New Zealand crews.
Yeah, really good exhibition. That one should be an absolute beauty.
Yeah, and so that concludes the semi-finals for the mixed open quads. Very shortly, we will have the semi-finals for the men's under-19 doubles.
Teens is about to get underway.
Yeah, we've got St George's here in lane 1 and Sacred Heart Auckland in lane 2. So this is the men's under 19 double, as we're just seeing St George's row away from the bank there. Very fast starts from both these crews, fast running, but it is the Sacred Heart Auckland crew that does have a couple of lengths lead in the early stages.
Yeah, well, of course, these smaller boats, you can dial them up a little bit quicker, you can increase the speed, you can get off the mark a little bit more. If you do catch a crab or you just find yourself technically in a bit of trouble, you can turn it around very quickly. So it is Sacred Heart College who do get out through to this first marker. About a 3 to 4 boat length lead. We're just having some steering issues down here from the St George's Rowing Club, and they're trying to correct it. Might be another seat off the rails, is it? We saw it earlier with one of the young Mount Albert Grammar crews, and that is just, again, dealing with the dynamic and the engineering of these boats, and they're in real trouble. So
yeah,
you're just going to have to slow it right down.
It is definitely a seat issue there. You see him looking around behind him. He's trying to figure it out, but they're going round that marker possibly the wrong way. So we'll see what happens there, because they are struggling a little bit there. They're going a little bit off course. Of course, the fin on the boat, bottom of this boat, will be helping to keep them straight, but the slightest bit of pressure one way or another, which this wind is making hard to do, will just swing them a bit. So we are seeing them struggle a bit there, but they are bringing it back.
Well, interesting shot there earlier. You could just see how, we can tell how choppy it is, because you can just see how high the bow is coming out of the water. The bit of light between the bow and the water just demonstrates the chop here. Don't underestimate just how rough it is out there for our rowers. This is what makes ocean rowing so exciting. The opportunity here, though, now for Sacred Heart is they can take a little bit more time. They've come incredibly wide, so they're really struggling with the conditions as well. This is not their finest moment, but they'll make the little correction here with the Sacred Heart crew. They'll learn from this experience. They've, you know, having to deal with the conditions. They almost catch a crab themselves, but they've got a comfortable lead here where they don't have to burn too many matches now. They'll have all the wind behind them. They'll have the runners behind them. They can just settle back in technically and take it all the way through to the finish line, comfortably in control of Sacred Heart College.
Yeah, so what you're really seeing here in the difference between the previous race and this race, the previous race we had many Olympians and experienced beach sprint rowers, and they handled the conditions beautifully. But here with the younger rowers and the smaller boats, you're really seeing how difficult it is.
Yeah, I might be a bit harsh in terms of maybe my criticism around the top marks. I still mean it with the greatest level of respect, but obviously this is the area where, again, it's time in the boat, it's age, it's year upon year, where those areas will get a lot better as well. But really enjoying this from Sacred Heart College. Great to have Sacred Heart here. We've got Mount Albert Grammar School as well. They appear to be the only 2 secondary schools. There might be some others, but it's really good that those schools, who were the early adopters when it comes to the Māori Cup, as I said, Mags, the first winners in 47, Sacred Heart, the second winners in 48. Isn't it ironic that the same 2 schools have been the pioneering schools when it comes to the ocean rowing side of it? So really good performance here from Sacred Heart College.
I was going to say the real trendsetters, aren't they?
They are. They are. It's almost back to the future for these 2 schools, isn't it?
Yeah, but we are seeing a great row there from the Sacred Heart College Auckland. They've certainly had a bit of adversity in this race, but they have really come back from it beautifully, and that has just pushed them on nicely. As, we see them approach the land. St George's so have been difficulty with that seat, but they are making good work back towards the beach. Sacred Heart there just rolls out, and he doesn't need to spend too much energy because he's going to have a final later on today. So this is quite an interesting race. There's a lot going on, isn't there?
No, there is, yeah, awful lot going on. So, yeah, we just saw this. We can't see it in shot, but the Sacred Heart, the St George boat still having a bit of difficulty with that steering issue. But that just took a bit of pressure off Sacred Heart. Didn't have to necessarily go and burn themselves too much. They can keep themselves ready for that final this afternoon. As we just have a look back here, this is a really good shot. Just shows you the weather is just starting to close in a little bit here. It started out absolutely pristine this morning. It was always glass-like. Now that winds begin to increase, and these crews really just struggling with these craft. As I said, for a lot of these young crews, it's a bit of a science experiment, isn't it, out there for them? You know, they are basically rowing a science experiment. It's not something they're that familiar with.
A lot of them wouldn't have actually trained as well. Like, that's what's so great about the sport. You just rock up. You don't actually bring your own boat. The boat's provided, which is awesome because it just makes it so much more accessible to the community. And you can just rock up, jump in, get going. And that's what so many of these young crews have done. It's really good. We're starting to see a good crowd build up here too. Yeah,
and I understand too that Meg, yourself and Jed and a couple of others behind there might go out a little bit later and take a 4 out or take a double out. And
yeah, definitely. There's definitely going to be a Altitude HG
and I'll take over the drone
on.
footage, and I'm sure the drone footage will probably be as poor as the rowing.
What are you saying about me and my colleagues, Mark?
Well, okay. Anyway, hope you are enjoying coverage. So that is the under-19 double, and we'll bring you the second semi-final very shortly.
Will it be as eventful?
Will it be whangarei? Up
Whakatane.
And Whakatane, there you go. So Whangarei up against Whakatane. We'll do that next. Second semi-final. This is the men's under-19 pair, and it'll feature two crews of two athletes each looking for a place in the final to go alongside Sacred Heart College, alongside me, Beck Glenn, bringing you all the action.
Yeah, so we have got Whakatane to the left of your screen there, with the white as black stripe, and Whangarei on the right in the blue. So these two, whoever wins, will join the winners of the other semi-final in the final later today.
We think there has been maybe a boat change. We do believe maybe St George might have just had some broken equipment, such really struggling with their steering, so there has been a slight delay. So hopefully this is even. Whakatane versus Whangarei. Great to see these smaller areas of New Zealand with strong representation, so we get away quickly. You are looking at the Whangarei crew here, and it is, though, I tell you what, Whakatane, you got away to probably the better of the two starts, but it all starts now. It's how quickly they can get in, it's how quickly they can power up the pushes, and now it's who is lucky. Who gets through the wall of white water, looking fairly even as we look out. Big wall's about to come and hit the Whangarei crew. They're going to need to straighten up. They're on a terrible angle at the moment.
Yeah, and they're struggling a little bit to get their blades in the water there, and that's where really understanding where the water is when you're trying to find it, put the blade in for the blade entry. It is moving every stroke. Sometimes it's right where you expect it to be, but most of the time at the moment it's not, and that's due to the bit of the wind and the bit of the chop. You're seeing it quite bouncy there in the Whangarei boat as they just bounce up and over. So this is coastal beach sprint rowing. This is what we're here for. It's a lot more interesting.
Well, it's interesting. If you're open water swimming in rough water, which is an Olympic sport in itself, you always want a shorter stroke rate, a higher turnover. And I think it's just a little bit like in this coastal rowing. Obviously, you look to lengthen out when you're in Karapiri, down at Twizel on the flat water here because it is rougher. Meg, I'm going to ask you this. Is it about having a higher cadence? Is it about having a higher rating, just shortening up a little bit in the rougher water?
You definitely, that is a good tactic in this sort of shorter racing. But in this difficult conditions, you really just want to be as clean as possible.
So it's more about the technical side of it.
Yeah, I would be happy with a high rate, a low rate, whatever gets them the cleanest blade entry and blade exits.
So here we go, really good race. Whangarei versus Whakatane. Not much in this at all. They hit that first yellow can pretty much together again. They've got to go inside and out. It is a slalom course on the way out, and then it is the 180-degree turn on the way back in, which is going to be the most strategic part of this race. But isn't it great to have a crew out of Whangarei doing so well? Yeah, and the Whakatane crew is just pushing back. They've got nice swings of their body, but Whangarei is just moving away as we approach the turn here. And Whangarei is going a little wide to start with. Whakatane a little tighter, checking in, and I guess the wind is pushing them back a little bit as well. So sometimes they judge it a little early, but Whakatane there is going nice and tight. So you see they're gaining. They're gaining on Whangarei here because they're going a bit tighter, but Whangarei finishing off their turn nicely, really pulling it round, and more or less we're both away at the same time there. So Whangarei maybe only just over Whakatane, but Whakatane certainly gained a good amount of ground on that turn. Yeah, Whangarei though had that momentum, and they actually had that momentum in the last part of the turn. So the tighter turn, yes, and time was pulled back, but you do just sense Whangarei got up to speed just a little bit quicker. They had greater momentum, but as we do just start to come down, this is going to be an absolute street fight. This is going to be a wonderful race between two young crews, one out of Whangarei that is at the top of your screen, and this crew out of Whakatane at the bottom of the screen. It's Whangarei at the moment, looking from the commentary position coming in. It looks very much like both crews just starting to go off. Both crews are going a long way off the finish line area here. They're going to have to look for their spotters on the beach, and they're going to have to both make corrections. So they're struggling with the steering side of it. Still Whangarei. We see Whakatane now having to straighten up as well. So both crews not on the best line at the moment. No, absolutely. And where they beach is where they've got to run from. So if you're running a bit further away from where you initially wanted to, you're going to have a much harder run. You've already spent a lot of energy rowing, but we are seeing them really catch a bit of a wave here. Whakatane pulling it up, but Whangarei are going to come into the water first if they can hold on to that wave. Yeah, but I tell you what, Whangarei though are going to have to run a lot longer here. This is going to be a really, really close race here, because I can just tell you Whakatane have picked up a lovely little runner as well. Now, it's all about getting out. It's all about balance. So we see Whangarei get to their feet first. They're going to run up. They should do this comfortably in the finish. Really nice job. Great piece of weight in here. Really nice job from the Whangarei crew. Whakatane out of the water now, but it'll be Whangarei who will come through, make their way through to the final. But boy, what a very good display from two very young, emerging crews. Pioneers, you could say, in the sport of ocean rowing in this country. Well done to both regions. Yeah, and definitely a little less dramatic than the previous semi-final, but still you're just seeing how challenging it is out there. And so really how dynamic you need to be able to pivot consistently, assessing the situation and what you need to do a little bit differently to keep driving forwards. And very short, we'll have semi-finals for the women's club double.
And we're just back, just getting ready for the Women's Club Double semi-final, getting a good look there at Bay Plenty Coast. But I'm Meg Glenn, and with me now I'm joined by one of our Aussie friends, Blake White. So how's it been out there, Blake?
It's been good. I mean, the conditions have changed a lot today compared to yesterday. Yesterday was a bit more flat and we had a bit more wave breaking into the shore, but today seems to be a bit more windy. Hey, it's pretty choppy out there. You've got to be really clean with your blades. Yeah, it's pretty difficult.
Yeah, definitely. So when you say clean with your blades, what do you think about to get clean blades?
I want to be feeling like a bit of a squeezing stroke. I want to be sharp around the front. I want to be getting the blade out clean and even as well. But there's a bit of this crosswind coming in across the side, and
yeah, it certainly is, as we just see them get started there in semi-final 1 of the Girls Club Double. So it's pretty even here. We've got Petone and Bay Plenty Coast, and it looks like well, no, actually they get to the boats at the same time, but who's going to be quicker at getting her feet in and off as we see Petone there. Petone gets away nicely. So what would you be thinking about now, Blake, as you're pushing out through the waves?
Yep, so it's pretty shallow here. We want to be, keeping a half stroke, getting the rate up, as you can see there. They're just breached over the top of that wave there, and they're it's almost like it's starting again. Oh, it looks like one of the girls have fallen off their seat there, but they're back up and moving again. So I'm thinking about getting that boat up and moving.
Yeah, definitely. So that was Bay Plenty Coast there, but they're still nice and even here as we get a good shot of Petone. It looks like Petone is in the lead by about half a boat length. But Bay Plenty Coast here on the bottom of the screen, we're just seeing them jump up and down a lot as they cut through the wind. So how do you sort of mitigate that?
Yeah, we want to be sitting back into the wave a bit. You want to be sitting back and holding its core strong and holding the blades all the way through. See, their blades are just breaching out a little bit earlier than not holding that stroke all the way through. So yeah.
Now that you say that, watching you earlier, Blake, I did see you really lean back like quite far. So I guess that makes sense. That's why you're doing that.
Yeah, it's a bit of the surf boat coming out. I do surf boats at North Cottesloe. They're racing over in Aussies right now and on the Gold Coast. That's definitely changed my stroke a lot with big sitting back with a sweep oar.
Yeah.
I'm bringing that into this a bit today because it's rough out there.
Yeah,
it is real rough.
As we see them just go round that second slalom buoy. And that Bay Plenty Coast crew at the
both
bottom.
girls are actually holding pretty good lines here. They're going straight for that buoy. Their boat handlers on the shore are directing them really well. But as you can see, they're starting to sweep over to the south now because from that wind out there. It seems to get a bit stronger as you get past that headland out there.
Oh, I hadn't considered that, Blake.
I reckon there's a bit of current and wind out there. It gets a lot stronger.
Yeah, that is very good. So you really do need to get out on the water to understand it better.
You can't really see on your screens now, but there is white caps out there. Like, it is rough.
Yeah, as we just see them round the turn there. Bay Plenty getting to the turn first. What do you make of their turn technique there?
Oh, it's good. They just want to be more in time. Use your legs is really important. You want to be using your legs and cranking it around. But, neither crew's out of this, really. Oh, actually...
Oh,
Petone.
They do need to go round it the other way. So we're just going to watch Petone here and see how they manage that because they haven't technically gone around that buoy. It is difficult. Are they going to go back round it?
I can see they're thinking the cogs are turning.
The cogs are turning? But they're just going back in. They are currently second.
They're having a look around. I think they're thinking about, we've missed that. Do we just ride this home?
What would you do in that situation?
I think I'd go back for it. Yeah, I'd want a clean run. I'd want to finish that race,
Nice. But it is Bay of Plenty Coast is just stretching out nicely.
Wow.
And what would you be thinking here? We're getting close to where the waves start breaking. How would you start thinking about how you're going to finish the race?
Look, this is when you're feeling it. This is when it's going to get really tough and you've got to dig deep. So... it does get shallower here. It actually starts getting heavier closer to the beach because the boat's sucking on the water. There's nowhere for the water to go. They've just gone sideways a bit. But I'll be thinking of just cranking it out, going deep as you can.
They brought that back quite nicely, didn't it? It almost looked like it was going to go too far, but they brought it back quite nicely to keep going straight.
Look at this. They've controlled this wave really well here. Bay of Plenty.
Yeah. They certainly have as they come down into the beach.
Readjusted their line. I think they must have heard from their boat handler to just,
And there we go. A nice clean exit as she starts running up there.
This will be...
yeah, Bay of Plenty Coast. So Bay of Plenty Coast there. She doesn't need to expend too much energy. She can save a little bit for the final. as she crosses the line there, as the Petone crew just rows into the beach. So we are certainly seeing the more difficult conditions are making the races a little bit more interesting as we see some seagulls get nice and close to us. All right, so that
different seagulls to what we've got actually. Like a
they?
seabird. Yeah, look, they're brown.
Oh, okay. You heard it here, folks. Different seagulls in Australia.
Doing a bit of bird watching up here. It's good.
Bit of bird watching. You heard it here.
Real
Blake
birds.
likes
Actual
a bit of
birds.
bird watching in his spare time. But next up, we are going to have semi-final 2 of the women's club double. And here we are at the start line for semi-final 2 of the women's club double. And we're off. And a fast start there. We're following Clifton. She loses her hat, but she's not going to turn around for it, is it? It's gone. She's just got to keep going. As we see them both enter the boats there more or less the same time.
Yes.
Oh, Clifton got away a bit faster there, didn't they?
Look at the boat pushing. He's off.
Yeah, I've seen you do a bit of boat pushing today, Blake. What's your tactical
that wasn't
boat
me.
pushing?
I
Oh,
think you might have mistaken me for Kai. That was Big Kai from
sorry,
Hawaii.
that was Big Kai.
I was getting ready for my race. That was Kai from
okay.
Ikai.
Oh, that's a compliment for Kai, isn't it? I got a mistake.
No, he's bloody good. He's a big pusher.
He is a big pusher. But we are seeing Tauranga here.
Wow.
Tauranga is starting to pull back on Clifton. So we've only got
They've
a
got
half
a really
a lead.
long stroke. This, how do you say that?
Tauranga. Yeah, they have got a nice... So what do you think about stroke rate? With these kind of conditions, would you be higher, lower? What would you be doing?
Look, it's a balance act. You don't want to be too high that you're getting really rocky with the with your rate and with your blade work. So you want to be keeping it as clean as possible, I'd say. Clifton's got a pretty good stroke rate here. They seem to be just like powering it on.
And they're going a bit straighter too. They're a bit closer to the boys, aren't they?
They are, yes. Tauranga is going real wide here. They're going to have to do some work to get it back around that second slalom boy.
Yeah, they are. But they are doing a good job there. They are going nice and diagonally to get them back round. Maybe gaining back a bit of ground. But Clifton there getting a nice line. I wonder if what you're talking about earlier, the wind that comes off that headland, do you think it may affect one lane a bit more than the other? Or?
Oh, I think it's relatively even. It's just a matter of how well a crew keeps that in mind and has a look over their shoulder, because sometimes it's harder for those boat handlers to see on the beach. They're directing them now. You can boat handlers have got their hands up, but they're not really responding to their calls with their hands.
Yeah, they're probably
wow,
trying very hard. It's just difficult, isn't it? But
it's hard to see on your screens, but the Clifton Rowing Club look about 20 or so metres off the buoy, but they've started their turn now.
Yeah, and they are getting...
They're going to have to do almost like a time trial turn around this one. But they've done well.
Yeah, they're getting around it nicely. Towing a bit further away as well.
They've adapted to the challenges of these conditions.
It is very challenging. But you see, Clifton, that's a good turn. That's nice and clean, like no mishaps.
Yeah,
which is what you'd be looking for. And then are they going to come back straight down towards the beach or not?
Let's see.
As we see Tauranga, they're just getting round that final buoy. But we're getting a good view here of the Clifton crew. Clifton, as they start accelerating again to come down nice and straight. They actually are aimed very straight at us.
On screen now. A little bit of work to make up. But it's never over in beach sprints. You never know what can happen, hey?
That's the thing. You've got to be ready to pounce when the opportunity arises.
Yep.
But yeah, there we go. I certainly, if I was in the Tauranga crew, I'd be going for a little, drawing a bit higher. Give yourself a bit more room around the finish to tap out nice and
You
clean.
need to almost do a race start again up the top there. You do a couple short strokes, get that boat moving again. It's one of the hardest parts of the race. I'd say up the top there, the turn, and then bringing it home in the last 5 strokes for the jump out is the hardest part of the race.
Yeah, I really hope anyone who's racing later today is watching this, getting some top tips, But that's great from Clifton there. You see them jumping on a bit of a wave.
Yeah.
Are they going
can
straight?
they keep it straight? They're going a bit skewed, but...
Oh, they're going to have a longer run, aren't they? Because that's not where they started. They're almost aiming for the other lane. And, you see them turning sideways. Very hard. Oh, they're almost turned back around again.
And
but she's just going to jump out there and she's going to run. And she's going to have to do a long run. She's going to have to come all the way back over her lane, round her flag and back.
She's got a really
but
good
I think
running
she's got
style
time.
here.
A good running style? Tell us about that.
Look at the high knees out of the water. It's good. Getting her legs up, getting her calves out of the water for the next run. That's good. Around the turning board.
Round the buoy towards the finish line.
Sorry,
well
flag.
done, Clifton. That was good. Thinking we're not where we want to be, but it'll be just quicker if we got out of the boat and ran. As we see Tauranga there, they're coming in nicely on a wave, nice and straight actually. That's a very nice exit.
Very good control of the boat. These boats like to skew, as you just saw when you get on a wave. When they get a bit of speed and they start turning, it's almost over. You got to really control them well.
She's fast on her legs, isn't she?
Bloody oath, yeah.
Get her a contract, someone.
Flying.
Nike.
Yeah, rugby.
That was very fast.
That was quick.
Oh, from Tauranga, maybe. I'll speculate. Maybe she does a bit of sevens or something. They love sevens over there. But we are. So that was semi-final 2. Of the women's club double. Next up, we're going to have a little bit of boats changing round because we're going back to the quads. It'll be the boys under 17 quads and semi-final 1, and we will have Mount Albert Grammar and St John's Hamilton. So stay with us. Shortly, we'll have the semi-final 1 of the boys under 17 quads. Okay, here we are getting ready for semi-final 1 of the boys under 17 quads. Oh, and they're off. They really have a good start here, but great run there from the Mount Albert Grammar Cox as we see her run and jump in over those waves, jump straight in her seat. The boys are ready and off they go. Oh, St John's getting away fast as well. Both of these crews getting away very fast.
It's pretty even, yeah.
So what are you seeing, Blake, about the quads?
Oh, the crew on the far side of your screen, the upper
St.
portion
John's
of your
Hamilton?
screen. Yeah, their blade work is just a little bit more in time than the other crew.
Oh, I'd love to see her crashing through the waves.
That wave. That's awesome.
These boats must be quite stiff to, not flex.
Yep.
Yeah, but we're seeing Mount Albert Grammar here just pull up a little bit. They're just squeezing up a bit. It's a very even race here. Of course, St. John's College Hamilton row on a river, so they never really have to deal with this kind of wind. Oh, he's off a seat. He's catching a crab. What's he doing? Oh, that was
back
great
on
recovery.
It and going. That's good. That's good. You just got to get on with it.
Yeah, that was really good. Oh, I'm loving just seeing them bounce through the waves.
This is even racing here.
That is. This is exciting. The coxswain's doing a great job dealing with this wind.
These boys putting in the hard yards here on the bottom of your screen. You can see good in time now. They've found their rhythm and they're cranking it out. See their knees are moving together. It's really good, cranking them out.
They're keeping a nice high rate, aren't they, Mount Albert Grammar? And it's just pulled them up into the lead as we approach the turn.
Yeah, they're
a little bit bouncy.
looking comfortable in these difficult conditions. Whoa, look at the bow jumping.
Don't you wish you were out there racing now?
A little bit, yeah. It's cool perspective, this.
Yeah, it is, eh? But here we go. Mount Albert into their turn.
Good.
Oh, a bit tighter from St. John's, though.
Yeah, look. Oh, St. John's, they seem to be just putting a bit more effort into their turn. They're actually putting a lot more power down on their oars.
I would say St. John's had the better turn there.
Yep.
Although,
Yep. They've actually made up a lot of time on that turn. They got a little bit stuck on the buoy, but they're off.
Yeah, but then Mount Albert Grammar, they're accelerating nicely. So, there was a lot going on in that turn.
This might come down to the line, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, we love a good race, don't we?
Oh, a bit of a crab there, but they've recovered.
It's all about the recovery, isn't it? It's all about the recovery.
Just keep it clean, bring it home, lay out the watts.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, the tide is coming in. So what that means is we are getting a little less sand. So we will have a little more rowing and a little less running. But Mount Albert Grammar really pulling back there. They've accelerated nicely after that turn. So when you're in a coxswain in this kind of difficult conditions with the wind now behind you, they seem to be skidding around a little bit more, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Whoa, look at Mount Albert. They are really skidding. This is the time for St. John's to pull up Mount Albert. They're having a lot of fun on that wave. Oh, what do you make of that?
Well, the Cox has an awesome recovery there.
That was a great recovery from the Mount Albert Grammar coxswain. But a nice surf in there from St. John's as well. Nice and straight, nice and clean. Mount Albert Balseed is getting ready to jump out. There he goes. He's sprinting up. Nice high knees. Look at him go. He's really using those legs as piston. He is rapid, isn't he? He is fast. Round that flag in. Oh, great work, Mount Albert Grammar.
Here
the
comes
sun is
St. John's.
fall off, but no worries.
Long
as
legs
we
on this
see
one.
St. John's running up to the line. Oh, that was quite a race. I can't wait for the next semi-final for the boys under 17 quads. And we will have Sacred Heart Auckland with Mount Albert Grammar number 2. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're the team from Altitude HD. Very shortly, we're going to have another very exciting race. And here we are for semi-final 2 of the boys under 17 Cox Quads. We've got Sacred Heart Auckland coxswain on the left and Mount Albert Grammar number 2 coxswain on the right. They're looking very ready, digging their toes into the sand.
Yeah, Mount Albert making himself a little block there almost.
Yeah, so that's a good tactic, is it, Blake?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, let's go on that. Look a little relaxed. Maybe they've been
little Aussie tactic.
But we are seeing the white flags up, which means the start is imminent. Oh, yep, we're a bit more ready. And there we go.
Oh, nice low start.
What do you think of the running there?
It's good, it's good. He's pumping his arms, it's good.
Jumping over those waves. Right up the stern, in they go. Mount Albert off nice. They got a good push there, eh? Good push from them.
Yep.
As we see, it's very neck and neck. Both of them, I love it when they just jump over the waves, eh? It makes it so much more exciting.
You see those bows just breaching through the waves and jumping.
I guess sometimes if you're in the bow, suddenly you're going to place the blades and you've got to go up a lot higher.
Yeah.
To find it. It's suddenly not there, is it?
You got to stay in your seat as well. It's all timing, really.
Turbulence.
It's turbulent.
But we are seeing, Sacred Heart Auckland. Sacred Heart Auckland is just pulling up a little bit. pulling up a little bit, nice and fast.
Yeah, so that is Sacred Heart in the bottom of your screen. Mount Albert at the top of your screen now on screen.
Yeah, so Mount Albert there. They look like slightly lighter athletes, which would make it harder in these kind of bouncy conditions. Would you want to be a bit heavier?
It's hard to say. I think being heavy is good, just to be able to, when you get the blade in, actually, to be able to actually put some power on. But these guys seem to be just gliding over the top of the surface. It's making a bit of bounce at the bow there. But they're around that turning buoy. Looks fairly even.
Yeah, fairly even. Maybe Sacred Heart Auckland just in the lead, half a boat length, as we're getting close to that all-important turn. But it is very much neck and neck. Sacred Heart now. Sacred Heart Auckland going round the turn. You see them checking hard, trying to row round. They should possibly use a bit more leg in that.
Yep.
Will Mount Albert catch up? As we see Sacred Heart, no, they're coming to the end of their turn. That is quite nice and tight, nice and close to the buoy. Great work from Mags getting round as well. And now, what's your top tip again for accelerating again after that turn, Blake?
Well, the boat slowed down enough. You're going to have to almost do a race start again up the top there. So
just a little half stroke or a full, or
yeah,
you do two halves? What do you do?
Just a couple of half strokes with the full crew. I'm not going to release all the secrets, but
we're trying to get them out of them, folks. We're trying to get the secrets, but he's
we
not
love
giving
you
them
Kiwis,
up.
but yeah.
But it is Sacred Heart Auckland now. They have just stretched out their lead a little bit more clear water. But we've got plenty to go in this race. Anything can happen as we get down to where the waves start breaking. But both of these coxswains doing a great job, wouldn't you say?
They are. They've kept a really tight line on the course, and they got around that buoy rapid.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, they've definitely read these conditions well, because there's hard to see, but there's a really sweeping cross breeze coming in from the north.
Yeah, Mount Albert Grammar just pulling up a little bit. Mount Albert Grammar managing to pull up a little bit on Sacred Heart Auckland. But Sacred Heart Auckland holding on to the lead as we get closer where the waves start breaking. But Sacred Heart Auckland doing a great job. That coxswain aiming for his boat handlers.
Yeah, look at Sacred Heart's blade work. It's bloody beautiful in these conditions.
Yeah, it is. See the bowman looking. The other three still rows. The bowman goes to jump out.
There he goes.
There he
Clean
goes.
exit. His legs are pumping.
He's doing a great job of running.
Rapid.
And there he goes. Sacred Heart Auckland into the final, joining Mount Albert Grammar School number
Not
one.
far behind. That was good.
Yeah, another good race. So that is the semi-finals for the boys under 17 Cox Squad. Next up will be the semi-finals for the girls under 17 Cox Quads. And in that we'll have Counties Manukau and Mount Albert Grammar.
Live coverage continues on the 2025 New Zealand Ocean Rowing Sprint Championships live from Orewa Beach, north of Auckland. Looking forward to this one. Up next, it is the semi-finals of the girls' quads. In the under-19, we'll have Counties Manukau up against Mount Albert Grammar, is it? No, in fact, we'll come down one. Yep, Mount Albert Grammar School, and then it'll be King's College up against Whangarei. So looking forward to this. And weather conditions, well, it started out really calm, really clear. We've started to have the breeze pick up. We're starting to get a little bit of a swell, as I say, on the way out. The white water, the swells, well, they're your enemy. On the way back in, they can be your friend. Oscar Schilgamborg out of Sydney, Australia over here competing, joins me in commentary. Afternoon to you, Oscar. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Excited to be here.
Okay, Oscar, let's talk a little bit about your experiences. What have you, I guess, what are the challenges in these conditions for these young athletes in these boats?
Yeah, look, as the afternoon progresses, it's getting very windy and very bumpy out there. It's all about blade work and just staying calm and very relaxed, otherwise your forearms will blow up, and then that, it's not great. But very windy and very choppy. Yeah, now these boats here, they've got a bit of a hairpin trigger in regards to the rudders and what the coxswains can do in terms of controlling the boat, so a lot of pressure does fall on the cox. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's the coxes have a very challenging races ahead. They've got to make sure they're cruising time whilst also reading the crosswind and making sure that rudder's in the right spot. Yeah, great to have a look at some of the secondary schools here in Auckland taking part in a sport that's still in its relative infancy here in New Zealand. Obviously huge. Last week we had the Māori Cup, one of the biggest rowing regattas in the Southern Hemisphere. It's a lot of where the depth of New Zealand rowing comes from. You won't probably know this, Mount Albert Grammar School here, the original winners of the Māori Cup back in 1947. Sacred Heart College, who have already got cruised through a number of finals, actually won the second ever Māori Cup back in 1948, so that's great that these two schools are also the two schools that are pioneering on the boys' side of the sport. In terms of secondary school rowing in Australia, how does that look? It's very, very competitive indeed in the flatwater and coastals. But here we come with the race, and they're off. Yeah, absolutely. So the Counties Manukau Rowing Club there will start in lane 1, Mount Albert Grammar School across there. As we do get underway, that is Mount Albert Grammar, the famous sky blue and gold. And they're looking to try and launch their girls, trying to join a final like their counterparts have. And then it is Counties Manukau Rowing Club. And so, who gets the best start? Very much Mount Albert Grammar School. Counties here, just having to punch their way through those walls of white water and then try and just get that stroke rate up before they look to lengthen out, go long, go strong. Yep, some waves coming in here, as we can see. That crew on the left, great start. Bit of work to do there on the right, but we'll see how it progresses. Yeah, the key here is in these conditions, it can change so very quickly, can't it? Easy to catch a crab, easy to go and sort of get that, think you're getting that clean blade entry, only to find yourself catching a little bit of an air as you sort of pop over some of these swells and then drop back into those troughs. Indeed. As we said previously, it's all about that lean back in that headwind, and then when they turn the buoy, it's all about sitting up tall, punching their hands away. When we're going to see them go through the slalom course at the moment, Mount Albert Grammar seems to have a reasonably good line here. Counties Manukau, they're a very, very tricky boat to steer here. A lot of pressure goes on the cox in there, just on those little levers. And it doesn't take much for these boats to go sideways or to go off course. And so Mount Albert Grammar girls trying to stay in cohesion here, trying to stay in time. Great course there. Nice and close to the buoy. Get to that third one. Yeah, let's talk about the third buoy, because we have seen a number of crews try and negotiate them differently. Some will go a little bit wider and then try and maintain the speed around the turn. Others are coming in a lot tighter, trying to turn a little bit more on a dime. But I guess the downside of that is then you've got to really, really bring that stroke rate up very quickly to try and get back up to full speed. Yep. We'll see what they do here. Yeah, just punching through that white water, you can just see that bow getting nice and high, the gap between the ocean surface itself and the bottom of that boat. And now here come the Mount Albert Grammar girls, and doing a really good job here. They've decided to go high, they've decided to go wide. Now they're just trying to swing the stern around and then straighten back up, put the power down. But good comeback here from Counties Manukau as well. Oh, indeed. But it is still Mount Albert Grammar School, who now got to try and get that blade connection, got to try and get back in time, get back into a rhythm. And then look to just straighten up here, just starting to go off course a little bit of the Mount Albert Grammar girls. Oh, bit of a crab there caught. got to recover. Everyone back in time. Yep, there they go.
Yeah, what is the key there? What is the key there, Oscar, in terms of when someone does catch a crab? And it can happen. It can obviously happen in open water conditions like this far more regularly than what you might see in flat water rowing.
Yep. In experience and what we've been told is you just everyone keep on rowing as much as you can, and then just get back in time with that stroke seat. That stroke seat's really just got to keep the hands moving, and everyone else will follow.
Much shorter races than what you see over traditional 2,000 metres. The role of the cocks. What are the instructions that they're barking out? What are they wanting to see from their crews?
Especially in these conditions on the way out, they just want to see clean blade work. That's all that is. Nice clean blade work, nice rate. And the way in, that's when you want to start calling your pushes, your 7-stroke, up, up, up.
Well, it's Mount Albert Grammar looking to try and move their way into the final of this girls under 17 quad.
They're just sitting on top of a wave there, unfortunately. That's going to get very heavy for them. But they've just got to punch through it.
Yeah, want to be obviously in front of those swells. As I said, your enemy on the way out. Can you be your friend on the way back in? But it's never over till it's over. There are a lot of similarities here between what we see with ocean rowing and what we do see with the sport of surf lifesaving. And so does Mount Albert Grammar, who will come into their boat handlers and send a runner up the beach to push the buzzer and move on their way through to the final.
Bit of a slower exit there, but that's all right. She's pumping her arms. Nice and quick. Great running style there.
How important the running side of the sport? I mean, we've seen some very, very small margins. We see it on surf lifesaving a lot in different events, that ability to get off and run up the beach here. I mean, a lot of the athletes we're seeing in ocean rowing come from a pure rowing background where running is not required, but I'd imagine it is now something that you do have to focus on, a bit more supplementary work.
Oh, absolutely. With your training program, you definitely have to integrate that sprint training, fast agility. As you can see, you've got to jump out the boat and really sprint up the line. If it's close, you've got to be able to dive, and yeah, it's a very important skill to have.
And Oscar, in terms of the sport of ocean rowing, are we starting to see more rowers really specialising now where they say, look, I'm an ocean sprint rower rather than, you know, a master of them all, rather than saying, well, look, I'm a traditional rower. I tend to do this as an extracurricular activity or another form of the sport. Are we starting to see real specialisation?
Yeah, as the sport progresses and I guess you could say matures, it's definitely, you got to choose one path to go down. You can't switch over as much anymore. The skill and the level is getting so high that you really got to integrate yourself into the coastal rowing or the flat water rowing, I feel.
And the fact now that it is an Olympic sport in 228, obviously there's a lot more incentive to start specialising.
Yeah, absolutely. Countries are already starting to select their teams, trying to cherry pick who they want, and then they just really getting that slalom and those exits and entries really spot on.
And obviously a crew of rowers having come over for Australia for these nationals. The reason behind that, just gaining more international experience? Is it about benchmarking against one of the powerhouses of international rowing traditionally?
Absolutely, yeah. It's multiple factors. Yeah, just as you said, those two. Also, just the race experience is so important with these, as you don't get that many races in Australia. And it's just, cool little trip to do as well in New Zealand. Some of us haven't been here, and the weather's, as you can see, shown up for us today and yesterday, and just great to be here, to be honest.
And what do you make of our water here? I mean, water does vary around the world. You go onto the west coast of Auckland, and man, the power behind those waves here is a bit of a thin wave out here.
Yeah.
What have you noticed about New Zealand conditions?
The biggest notice from New Zealand to Australia is your tide changes. It's very quick.
Very tidal.
Yeah. So your strategy does change throughout the day, who you put in stroke suit, who runs, who is in the bow. But the waves also, your waves are a little bit slower than ours, so we can row through the wave. But yeah, honestly, it's the tides that really, creates that difference.
But you've got to get used to it, don't you? I mean, the rowing sprint world championships this year in Rio de Janeiro, which will provide a very completely different wave again. And, often you find these events up in Italy and in Europe, and obviously water's changing all the time. So the more you gain that international experience, the better. And I guess the moral of the story is too, no matter what the conditions are at home, if they are rowable, you want to be out on them.
Absolutely, yeah. Always got to be adaptable and be able to row in all conditions, as, that's the sport of coastal rowing.
Are you starting to see an uptake at secondary school level over there? How does the secondary school program look in Australia?
Yeah, it's for coastals. It's a little bit slow. For flatwater, it's very driven, but they are coming over to coastals a little bit more. Our nationals is in a couple months, and that's hopefully we'll see a couple more secondary athletes show up there. But yeah, it's growing, which is the most important thing.
Often it takes an Olympic sport, though, doesn't it, to showcase it once, and then boom, you see an exponential increase in the number of people participating.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so we're not too far away from our next of our semi-finals in the girls under 17 quad. We'll have King's College being represented, and also Whangarei Rowing Club, which Whangarei up in the north of the North Island of New Zealand, if you are watching this internationally. King's College Rowing Club, well, King's one of the top private schools here in Auckland. Have a rich history in the sport, the likes of Rob Waddell having come out of King's College. So looking to try and join Mount Albert Grammar School in those finals set to go this afternoon. How strategic is the start here, Oscar?
Well, the run-in is very, very important. You get ahead, hopefully you have good clean strokes, you really get out ahead of the other boat, and they're off.
Yeah, absolutely. So male coxswain here for this girls under 17 race, which is allowed.
Very quick entry there from the King's College, I believe. Oh, someone's fallen off the seat there in the bow.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of that. The seat's just coming off the rails or otherwise just sliding off it. But still fairly even start here as they get through that first marker. So really good race. Now it's about thing, and we're just starting to see this crew here in lane 2 just struggling a little bit with their steering, but just starting to correct it now. There's the crew out of Whangarei. So Palmer, Cook, StoneX, maybe an Armstrong up against Flavel, Lorch, Church, Plowman, London. And Emma Twigg is coxing for them. That's not bad, is it, to have Emma Twigg as a cox?
Not at all.
Olympic sculling champion.
Seems like they're having some steering issues out there in lane 2, I believe.
Yeah, lane 2 having some difficulties, and lane 1 now really just starting to get it right. So it is King's College who have the better of the starts, just seem to have adapted, I guess, to the engineering and setup of these boats, maybe just a little bit quicker than the Whangarei crew.
Great stroke rate there from the King's School. Oh, and here they come. Great. Looks like a good turn. Just got to get that timing in.
Yeah, it's a really hard part, isn't it, for these young crews? I mean, it's hard enough for the experienced crews, let alone a lot of these athletes might only be 15, 16, 17 years of age.
It's a great line she's taken there. The swell will take them in with that wind. Great line there.
Yeah, in terms of stroke adjustment, obviously on the way out into a little bit of a headwind, you're obviously into the swells, then you've got a turn, you've got a little bit more of a tailwind, you've got the swells pushing you. So what is how does that feel as a rower technically? Or what are the noticeable differences?
Yeah.
I mean, you're still hurting, obviously.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. You're definitely hurting more on the way in, but it's just that light catch. Your legs just snap down a lot quicker on the way in with the tailwind. With the headwind, it's just nice, strong, heavy strokes. But it seems like they've caught a crab there in the King's College, but they are back into it.
Yeah, got a comfortable lead over Whangarei.
Yeah.
Both these girls' crews are pioneering, I think it's fair to say, in terms of ocean rowing in this country. So it's great to have them all here on the start line, and they'll get better for the experience. Of course, they don't bring their own boats. The boats are provided for them. That is part of developing the sport in this country. They don't spend a lot of time in them either, and they are a very different setup, aren't they, to a traditional rowing skiff.
And that's a great run. It's good to see them all involved.
And so it'll be King's College who will hit the buzzer, and they will get the victory over Whangarei Rowing Club.
Oh, he may have just lost it there.
And just valuable experience being gained by Whangarei as they do just breach and go sideways, but the damage is done. That will not affect them, and lovely little use of the arms and legs, driving all the way through to the finish line. Really good performance from this young crew from the far north.
Yep.
Oh, don't go away, folks, because still plenty of action to come. Don't forget the finals this afternoon. Some of the biggest names in New Zealand rowing, some of the big names out of Australian rowing in those finals. Very much the battle of the Bledisloe. But coming up next, we'll bring you the men's under-19 fours, the quads, and we look forward to that too. That'll feature a group of up-and-coming rowers. Many of them might have possibly featured last week in the Secondary Schools Māori Cup. Hope you are enjoying the coverage here in the 2025 New Zealand Ocean Rowing Sprint Championships from Orewa Beach, north of Auckland.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
This is set to go, folks. It is Sacred Heart College up against St John's College of Hamilton. This is the under-19 quads, and looking forward to this one. Lane 1 to the left, lane 2 out to the right. Had a lot of opportunity. They have the benefit, don't they, of being able to watch the races that have gone before them. Maybe possibly ask a few questions of those crews that have gone, pick up a bit of intel and then make the adjustments themselves. So really good start here coming from Sacred Heart College. They are masters at the start, and that's another really good exhibition and display from them, but we can just start to see the white caps on the surface. So conditions beginning to become a little bit more difficult, a little bit more tricky, but it's still Sacred Heart punching out through that first wall of white water on the way out. Your enemy is your friend on the way back home.
Yeah, and you just see that St John's crew there just have a little difficulty with the seat, but they're getting it back. And it is quite hard to time to make sure that you are at the finish every time you do cut through one of those big waves.
Yeah, well, one thing we have seen, Meg, particularly in these younger crews, is some of the steering on the way back in particular. We know how trigger-happy the rudders are on these boats. Big responsibility on the cocks.
Yeah, I can actually see that Cox and they're doing a great job at like pulling the string tight out in front of them. And so doing that will mean that you can keep some tension on the line and then steer a little bit better. If you've got too much slack in the line of your steering, then you're going to struggle a little bit more. And it does look like St John's here. They keep getting it back after a few difficult strokes, but there they are now. They're getting it together nicely as St John's, as both crews around the second buoy, and we'll be getting close to the turnaround buoy very shortly. Yeah, look, I just admire the schools that have turned up to these year's championships, whether it be Sacred Heart. We've just had Kings, obviously, and now we've just about to see our first of our crews make their way around Sacred Heart College. Boy, they are really, really good, haven't they? Mind you, a lot of their crew have had races today, whether it be in the individual events, the pairs, and now coming together in the fours. So good display from Sacred Heart, comfortably in control. And saying that, impressed by St John's College too. Really good turn from them in pretty tricky conditions. Wind a big factor as well, so it's not just a simple case of putting pressure on one side. There are just those little adjustments based on the environmental factors. Yeah, and the way that they do, you have to go around the buoys in a certain way. And the way that they do have to go around that end buoy is actually nice that they do then turn into the wind. It would be a little bit more difficult if the wind was a cross breeze coming from the other side, because then they'd it would push them a bit more. So it is kind of the easier way, I guess, to control the boat to turn around, but you've got to put a bit more effort in. But great job here seeing Sacred Heart Auckland with the wind behind them as they row down towards the beach.
Yeah, I think that might just be one of the best displays I've actually seen, just looking at that shot. Really nice, almost as straight as an arrow. Mind you, in saying that, St John's College, well done to them too. And again, I just want to acknowledge St John's College. I wasn't sure, 100% sure of the number of schools that are here, but great to have them out here pioneering alongside the Mount Alberts, the Sacred Hearts, the Kings, and these other secondary schools that we have seen. So a number of schools from up in the Whangarei region, or certainly young athletes from secondary schools up in that part of the country, but it will be Sacred Heart who will get it done comfortably in an emphatic fashion, really. But wonderful opportunity for St John's College getting through to the semi-finals. Great exit, really good technically.
And I love to see St John's there. Oh, he went for the swan dive. Even though they were second, he was still going to give it his all on the run and just dive for the finish there. So that was awesome to see.
Well, he's a lovely showman, isn't he? We want a bit of entertainment, don't we? We want the big swan dive. Well, you never know when we're going to need the swan dive, folks.
Exactly.
Okay, so we've got more to come. We've got another Sacred Heart crew, the #1 crew, coming up in a moment.
Alongside St George's in semi-final 2 at the men's under-19 Coxed Quads.
Yeah, we saw St George earlier today struggling a little bit with their steering, one of their crews. Hopefully those repairs have been made, or if in fact wasn't breakage and it was just getting used to the equipment and the technology of the boats, they have made that mental shift, and we do look forward to a really good even race. Hope you are enjoying coverage here, courtesy of Milford, of the finals of the New Zealand Ocean Rowing Beach Sprint Championships here at Orewa. Mark Watson alongside of me. We've got Meg Glenn bringing you all of the coverage, and of course plenty of wonderful finals to look forward to, Meg, including some of the biggest names in the sport, the likes of the Emma Twiggs, the Joseph Sullivans, Michael Brake, an Olympic gold medalist from Tokyo in the 8 back in 2:21.
Yeah, I can't wait. But here's the last semi-final. Before then, we'll move on to the finals. So this is semi-final 2 at the men's under-19 Cox Quad. We've got Sacred Heart Auckland #1 and St George's #1. Very quick crew changes there. Very efficient, these school kids.
Yeah, it's good to see, isn't it? And here you go. Again, as I said, you know, they don't spend a lot of time in these crafts, so they're almost rowing a little bit of a science experiment. It was a terminology I once heard when they were sort of trialling some of these new America's Cup boats that, you know, had all the latest technology and different hydrodynamics, what people are used to, and not quite knowing what the limits are and just how far they can push them. And that's what these crews are doing. They are pretty much pioneering, setting that standard for future crews, being able to provide some intel and understand how these boats work and passing that information on to the coaches.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just getting a good look there at the Sacred Heart coxswain, giving some hand signals potentially to his crew there, really making sure everything is exactly where he wants it.
I think we had,
or maybe he's talking to us.
I think we had Emma Twigg as a coxswain in one of the previous races.
Yeah, it's really good to see the really experienced athletes giving back to the community. I'm loving the start. We're going to see a fast sprint, out of Sacred Heart, aren't we, with that posture? But there he goes. He's sprinting beautifully. Both of them get away. He just leaps over the waves, does the Sacred Heart coxswain, just effortlessly jumps in. That was awesome. That was an awesome entry, and they are away fast at Sacred Heart College, Auckland.
Yeah, that is just a masterful display, isn't it? You go, there are the things you can work on. You can't always control maybe the individual physiology of an athlete, the genetic makeup, who's naturally talented, who's big, who's small, who's got greater lung capacity. You can't always control those things. What you can control are the starts. What you can control are the turns and the technical side of it, being on time and all those other things. And that's where Sacred Heart have been absolute masters today. They are very much ahead of the game when we compare them to maybe some of the other schools or some of the other teams that are competing in this age category.
Yeah, and they're very good responding to adversity there. We saw a lot of bouncing through this wind. We're seeing a lot of missing strokes, but they just get back into it. St George's there as well, just pushing, but it is quite difficult. But the Sacred Heart Auckland crew is making light work of it. The bows of the St George's crew at the top of your screen there, really bouncing up and out of the water, making it quite hard for the bow pair to find their stroke.
Yeah.
And we might be off the seat there, the bow seat of St George's, but he's going to get a bit. Everything's happening in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see the turn here. Look at Sacred Heart. They just put that handbrake on, just make the adjustment, set themselves back up, staying pretty well in time here. We haven't really seen anybody catch a crab. We've seen all four blades pretty much entering the water within a split second of each other. And once again, back up to full speed. Well, St George's Rowing Club still coming out of that turn. And now really for Sacred Heart College, it's just up to the coxswain to keep a straight line, making sure they maintain their concentration, pick up any little runner, and then just enjoy this ride in. Obviously, got that wind wind behind them, they've got swell behind them. Just talking previously to Oscar Schilgamborg, the Australian, he was saying that when that wind's behind you, you just notice how much easier it is just to get that leg extension, just the way you can snap the knees.
Yeah, we are really seeing, like, it's almost half the amount of time to get back from that turnaround to the beach as it is to get out there. So it is really helpful, that that tailwind.
Well, they're setting the standard, aren't they, Sacred Heart? Really good performance from them. A dominant display, folks.
Yeah, absolutely. As Sacred Heart now comes down towards the beach, they're about to get caught by their boat handlers, and then that bowman, he's going to jump out and sprint for the line. But that was beautiful. The coxswain is just masterful in this race here, because it doesn't look like there's bad conditions at all. He's just controlled that boat so well. And a great sprint there. He jumped out. He was ready. Round the flag. And there he is, Sacred Heart, into the final later on today.
Yeah, Sacred Heart, wonderful sporting school. Really good. One of the great schools, particularly in sports like water polo, football. Very good first 15 program, rowing right across the board. Based out there in East Auckland, up against St George. And well done to Schmidt, Birdkin, Christensen, Henton and Webster out of the St George Rowing Club. Alice Dwyer, Leishout, the rowers for Sacred Heart.
And that actually concludes the semi-finals. So very shortly... Oh, no, there are some semi-finals dotted about, actually.
Yeah, I think we've got some semi-finals, but predominantly the afternoon is all finals. I think there is one more semi-final according to our list here, still to come, and that will be the mixed open under-19.
Yeah, but don't go away, folks. The next race will be coming up shortly here at the 2025 Beach Sprints. Make sure you give them a follow on Instagram to see all of the fun unfolding.
Yeah, can I just say before we just take a little bit of a break here, do watch, because the tide is coming in. There's little walls of white water. We are going to see some absolute chaos and carnage. It's going to come down to the smallest margins, folks. This is also a New Zealand trial for a lot of our top rowers for the World Championships later in the year in Rio. A lot of those rowers in the back of their mind are looking for a spot at the Olympic Games in LA. So, yep, we've seen some of the younger crews out here rowing maybe for the first time, learning about this. But for the likes of the Joseph Sullivan, Emma Twiggs, the stakes are about to get serious. It's going to be some wonderful racing. The conditions, well, they offer just a little bit of everything. So special thanks to Milford Mark Watson alongside of me and Meg Glenn, and we're not too far away from bringing you more live action.
We're seeing here, folks, is it's a time trial. It's one boat by itself, is the mixed open double. And Jane there, she's running in, jumping into the bow. Normally we jump into the stroke, but she's jumping into the bow because her teammate there, T Ireland, is blind. And so rowing is a very accessible sport.
Yeah, this is great to see, isn't it? This is remarkable, really. And again, it's about teamwork. It's about understanding each other. But liking what we see here, and that's the great thing about the sport of rowing, there are no real barriers to entry, are there? If you think it, you dream it, you can do it.
Absolutely, and a lot of trust comes into play here, you know, like Jane, she would have built a great relationship here with her crewmate, because obviously he really trusts her because she's doing all the looking, she's getting him out and around these boys, and having a great time out here on the water.
I tell you what, if you and you want to get an idea of this and you are into rowing, go out there and I say this with the greatest respect, close your eyes and just see how daunting that can be, and then you look at this remarkable young man who just makes it look easy. Look how good he is technically. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, he is doing a great job. He is just getting his blades in nicely. He comes forwards right to the front of his stroke. He's got a nice long stroke. And oftentimes we do tell our sighted rowers, we do tell them to feel the boat and feel what you're doing. And that's, of course, how he's learned to row. And he is looking like any other sculler. So we really do need to feel what our boat is doing.
Yeah, great exhibition here. Really good time trial as well. Boy, they're going incredibly well. And that's it. There'll be a bit of talking going. Hey, we've got a few swells coming up.
Bit of trouble on the seat, but
might have just come off the rails there. And look, this is not the first crew. We've seen some more experienced crews too lose their seat on these little rails with these bearings, and just get a little bit too aggressive. Obviously, you don't have the flat water that you get in traditional rowing, so there are other factors that are at play that can tend to force a few little breakages.
As we're just getting to the turn here, so great communication from Jane there. Jane, of course, has been in a couple of New Zealand age group teams. She was in the 23s last year. She was in 21s before that. So it's great to see these athletes that do get into the high performance centres still giving back to the community and really making sure that rowing is an accessible sport for all.
Yeah, now look at that great correction here. Now they've gone quite high on this turn, but the benefit here is they're going to just have to make that little adjustment now, and they'll actually maintain some pretty good speed.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how fast they come back into the beach, because they made light work of that headwind heading away from the beach. So now when they've got the wind behind them, like, I'm really keen to see how fast they go.
Yeah, I was down at the beach earlier just having a look at some of the equipment too. It's high-tech stuff these days. But at the end of the day, you can have all the equipment in the world. It's still ultimately man is the machine.
Yeah, as we get a great bird's eye view there of the boat. And these boats are designed, of course, the bows to cut through the waves, but the stern is open. And what that means, you can see that there, the stern is nice and open to allow water to flow out. Because, of course, water's going to come in when you're in the ocean, but you want it to be able to flow out on its own accord. So that's how these boats are designed.
Yeah, a lot more body volume in them than what you'll get in your traditional flat water rowing skiff. As we just see this exhibition, and a really good performance in testing conditions.
Yeah, and we were seeing a great job here by Ireland and Skelkins. Ireland, of course, is blind, the stroke man of this boat, but every stroke is the same. He's got great timing. He's just doing the same thing over and over again, and he's just nailing it. So he has learnt to row, and he has learnt well through feel. And Jane, she's a great communicator. She's given him tips. She's making sure he knows what's up. We're about to get to the beach.
And small but very vocal crowd appreciating about what they're about to see as we see more of our birds
Yeah,
sort of
wildlife.
going toe to toe with our drones.
There we go, and Jane, she's out. She's running up the beach. Off we go, Jane. Great sprint there for the time trial. Oh, how good was that? So just remember, team, rowing is, of course, an accessible sport for all. Everyone can get involved, and it is just great to see the support from the community.
Okay, don't go away. Plenty of action to come here from Orewa Beach on the 2025 New Zealand Rowing Ocean Rowing Sprint Championships on a windy but beautifully clear day here in Auckland. It started out crystal clear and calm. Now we've just got a little bit more white water, a few more white caps on the water, but that's what makes the sport so exciting. There's going to be some interesting dynamics that play out very shortly. Don't go away. Okay, live coverage continues. Now, we've got a semi-final for you. This is actually a rerun from earlier today at St George up against Sacred Heart. Now, St George earlier today had major breakage and some equipment failure, which really didn't make it a particularly fair race. It happened very early on in this. They lost complete control of their steering, so they decided in the fairness of racing that they would rerun it. And so you're watching the final semi-final. This is the under-19 pair. It is St George there on the left, Sacred Heart College out of Auckland on the right. And then we'll move into the finals. Looking forward to this one to crown our national champions for 2025. And we do get underway. Sacred Heart there on the left and St George on the right. Meg Glenn alongside of me.
Yeah, and that was great running there from the Sacred Heart Auckland crewmate. He really got nice and high up and over those waves, and that got him into his boat beautifully. Got in there first. They're getting a good push, but he is getting a little stuck. He's sort of catching a crab right off the bat there, but he gets it. He gets it up and running. Very keen and boat pushes, and that just allowed St George's to catch up a little bit, but they're getting caught a little bit. You've really got to be clean around the finish, around the blade extraction in this kind of wind.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? That's what you talk about. You just, I asked you earlier whether it's about a high cadence or a high stroke work rate versus a longer, stronger one. But you just talked about entry, just getting that connection. And I think at the start sometimes, you know, you've got the adrenaline going, you want to get away quickly, but you actually sometimes just have to slow it down and set it up, get it right early, get those first 10 to 15 strokes really effectively, get that good clean blade entry.
Yeah, you absolutely do. You've got to be clean. You've got to be basically in it to win it. And if you're out the back because you're trying to rush it and you're not just allowing yourself to take the time to get it right, then you're going to regret that later on. So the St. George's crew here that's in the lead is doing a great job at just relaxing into it. Every challenge that comes their way, they're overcoming it.
But again, in these conditions, it can change so quickly. So concentration really important now. That gets harder the more fatigued you get. It's not just physical, it also becomes mental. They've been out there a few times today, these athletes. They've burnt a lot of matches already. But I tell you what, after a somewhat of a mixed start there from St. George, they are really in control here. It's now Sacred Heart who appear to be struggling a little bit with the steering side of things. So how fortunes can change. A rerun of earlier today, it is St. George who have gone really long, really wide around this. The benefit for them though, Meg, is they're going to have momentum coming back into this last 200 metres.
Yeah, and St. George is there just getting around the turn, did a nice tight turn that was, nice and effective, and now they're on to that little restart, that little re-acceleration that they're getting there and getting straight down the beach. Now they've got the wind behind them as we see Sacred Heart there trying to get round the buoy. They could be a little bit more in time with their blade work. That'll help them out. There they go. They've sorted it out. It's as if they can hear me. But great work there from Sacred Heart Auckland as they get round the turn. And then they're going to go for their little restart. Oh, the wind's pushing them, but luckily they did go on the correct side of that buoy. So that was another great turn there. But it is the St. George's Rowing Club crew that is out in the lead. They've really had the benefit of getting a fast turn and then getting that wind behind them because they're almost about to beach.
Yeah, I tell you what though, the crews are all down on the beach now. They're all watching those in finals this afternoon. They're all just talking with their coaches, trying to gain some understanding of how these conditions are changing. The tide's coming in here and we just see the difficulties here for St. George. You think you've got it won, you think you're in comfortable control, and then again you get into the break zone there and suddenly you do go a little bit pear-shaped. Now they'll get away with it because of the commanding lead they had. Come finals time though, they can be the differences, and so really good performance here from St. George. They'll move their way into the final after having to rerun this due to gear breakage earlier today. It'll be Sacred Heart though who will come in, and they're about 10 or 15 metres offshore at the moment, but that's what you want is rivalries. But these conditions certainly starting to play havoc with a number of these crews. Well, don't go away because it's all the finals to come. We are into the afternoon session. National champions to be crowned across all the different age groups, all the different classes of boat. Folks, it doesn't get any better than this as we just see the Sacred Heart crew just breach a little bit. They go for a little bit of a swim, a little bit of dip in the drink, but that's what makes the sport so exciting. There is just so much more visual appeal about it, isn't there, than maybe just going up and down Carapero, up and down Twizel.
No, it was great. I reckon that rolled nicely, the right way to get them out. But next up will be the Mixed Masters category C-D Coxed Quad final. And so don't go away, folks. That will happen shortly. They've already got the quads in the water. And here we are at the start. We've got the coxswains there lining up at the start for the Mixed Masters C-D Coxed Quad final. We've got West End versus Whakatane. Oh, Waiheke, sorry.
So, love West End Rowing Club, one of the great rowing clubs there in Auckland, and obviously Waiheke, great to have them involved as well. So you don't traditionally associate Waiheke so much with rowing, but that's what the sport of ocean rowing's done. It's actually broadened the horizons of the sport.
Maybe they rowed over here this morning.
They might have. A lot cheaper than taking the ferry these days, I can tell you that, Meg. Let's not talk about that anyway. But no, in all seriousness, great to have Waiheke involved, and we're hoping that that's what ocean rowing does do. It as I said, it's a different visual stimulation than traditional rowing. Obviously really favours the beach communities as well. I think there's a nice crossover between this and surf lifesaving, and I'd imagine it's only a matter of time before we start to see the surf lifesaving influence come into it. We're starting to see the schools as well, the traditional clubs. But I'm really pleased that the traditional clubs are open to this too. You know, they understand the evolution of the sport. Sometimes tradition goes, no, we've always done it this way and we're not going to change. That's not the case with this. That's not the case with the New Zealand rowing clubs.
Absolutely, it's all about evolution. As we just see the coxswain step back a little bit there. I wonder what's going on. The crews seem to be ready. The white flags are up. So it won't be... Oh, one white flag is up, sorry. So we are waiting for one crew to get ready. We've got to have 2 white flags up. And then the umpires know that it's good to go. There we go, 2 white flags. So we'll be underway shortly in this final.
Wonderful shot there, looking back down to Auckland as we do get underway. So this is West End on your right-hand side. Waiheke Island out of shot at the moment.
Oh, he lost his
hat. Great waiting here coming from Waiheke. I know the Orewa Surf Lifesaving Club who are out here doing the guarding is sitting there watching the waiting, going, oh, look at the waiting. You know, again, that's an area they're all going to have to really get better in when the sport continues to evolve, that running out of the water. And so good start here, really good start from West End, absolutely just killing it, aren't they? Boy, they look good.
Yeah, that was really good. West End coxswain, of course, lost his hat on the way in, but didn't slow him down as they pushed through those waves.
Oh, I like Waiheke too. Now Waiheke have got into their work. This is good to see. You've got to understand too, these are masters. A lot of them, again, wouldn't have had really a lot of time in these boats looking across at each other. And this is a real street race at the moment. This is a real street fight. It's the traditional West End up against Waiheke. It'll be West End who probably have about a 2 boat length lead, but it can change so quickly.
Yeah, and as they just round that first slalom buoy there, then the second, they're making light work of this headwind, because the next buoy that we'll approach will be the 180 turn. So let's see who has the more experience to be able to flick their boat round a bit tighter.
So down there in the south, if you're not familiar with this region of Auckland, you can see the West End Rowing Club to your left of your screen. Further down there is the Whangaroa Peninsula. So you've got Orewa Beach, and then around the corner you've got Red Beach and Stanmore Bay. And then on the other side of that peninsula, you look at Auckland's North Shore beaches. So that's just giving you a geographical look as we see the Waiheke crew now coming around this can. Boy, I tell you what, it's fairly even, isn't it? Here come West End. There's not much in this. Both doing a pretty good job considering their infancy and their experience in these particular craft.
I would say Waiheke got the faster, tighter turn there. They really got that round. It's neck and neck now. West End were leading a little bit there, but after that turn, very good. Great acceleration coming from the Waiheke crew as well.
Yeah, this is really good. Now, this is a drag race. This comes down to endurance. This comes down to power. This comes down to, we talk about connecting strokes. And I do like Waiheke. Boy, they have been somewhat of a surprise package here. West End, well, they come with history and tradition, don't they? They're one of the great rowing clubs, and it's now the West End club who are actually keeping this straight. No, it's West End that have actually gone off course. Waiheke are actually keeping a pretty straight line when we look out from the commentary position. West End now just starting to make the adjustment. They've got about a boat length lead. They're just trying to see if they can pick up on a runner. Waiheke Island are going to have the benefit possibly here of just picking up this little runner to finish. Will it be too little too late? It's going to come to the run up the beach, folks.
Yeah, man, it's great corrections there from the coxswains. Who's going to get out of the bows first? Is it going to be West End? Is it going to be Waiheke? Who's going to jump out first? They're very close to the water. Boat holders getting ready to catch them. The tide is coming in, so there's less running to do. Both of them ready, and they're out, and they're away. They're away. West End with the lead, going round his first flag there. Waiheke round his, and West End hit the buzzer first. Oh, what a race there. Masters absolutely providing, and they're spent. They've given it them all.
No, disappointed we didn't get a swan dive, but I guess you can expect that from the Masters, but maybe we can work on that. Maybe ask the next crews to do that, but really good race. Really impressed by Waiheke, to be honest. That was wonderful. I mean, you just look at West End Rowing Club, you go, well, West End are going to win this, but just because that you just automatically associate them with the history of the sport, but just showing you, Waiheke very much in the game as well, so not too far away from our next race.
Yeah, the next race will be Mixed Masters E-F Coxed Quad, and it is a one crew in this. It will be a time trial of St. George's. So we're seeing their coxswain just lining up there.
Then following that, we will have the under-17 boys, then the under-17 girls quads, which will feature the likes of Mount Albert Grammar, Sacred Heart and King's College. So secondary school students out there following your school, they are the next 2 finals coming up after this time trial, so don't go away, folks.
Looks like we're getting ready. Coxon there getting his grip on the sand. Oh, we might. Yeah, they are ready.
Sometimes hard, isn't it, when you're on an individual? Here, you don't necessarily look across. You don't have that other crew necessarily applying the pressure. What you've got to do is just say to each other, I'm going to go as hard as I can. You go as hard as you can. I'm not going to let you down. You're not going to let me down. And you bring those forces together, and you are going to put on a very good exhibition. So yeah. Cook, Webster, Claim Dirt, Gunn and Ison are the crew for St George.
It's you against yourselves, you know. You're trying to put your best foot forwards, and then you've got something to springboard off and improve off next year. They do look ready. E-F, and they're off. So this is a time trial here of St George's in the Mixed Masters E-F Coxed Quad. Coxon running in there. Of course, the crew members actually can't get in the quad until the starter buzzer, so that's why you also saw them getting in as the boat holders are giving them a good push as they get on their seats, and off they go. The coxswain gets hold of the strings.
Yeah, I tell you what though, just the one boat put an exhibition on, but they'll be hoping that, again, this is the catalyst as the sport begins to develop and grow. We get real competition and depth in this particular class, and so really good opportunity just to reward these athletes, give them an opportunity to experience this really fast, rapid growing sport, and maybe reminisce a little bit of their maybe more traditional rowing days and giving it a bit of a crack. And again, I'm just really impressed with what we're seeing technically, the cohesion here of these masters crews in these different categories. Steering again is the one area, and that's again comes onto the coxswains more than it does on the actual rowers itself. But we've said this, Meg, it's not like they've spent hours and hours and days and weeks in these particular boats. I mean, they are basically science experiments for a number of these crews in terms of learning as they're going.
Yeah, they really do learn as they go, and so it's a quick learning process, but they're making good work of it as the St George's crew. And it's great to see Masters really getting involved of the newer sport that is coastal beach sprints, because Masters really drive a lot of programs around the countries. You know, Masters are the consistent, they're there every day, putting in the work, making sure the clubs are clean. So it's really good to see the Masters come out and get amongst events like this.
I tell you what though, when you look at Masters sport right across the country and a whole lot of sports, we just have athletes at Masters level who would be amongst the absolute best in the world if you were to put them in age categories, and whether it be in track and field, whether it be in cycling, whether it be in rowing, ocean rowing, we do have very, very good Masters programs. And so pretty good turn coming around the can here from St George's, really nicely done. If you actually put a stopwatch from the moment they started to make the turn to coming out of that turn, that's almost as good as anything we've seen today.
Yeah, that was a really good turn. So you're really seeing the experience, the years in the boat, the strokes they've taken coming into play there, so they can get around that turn nicely. And as well, you see them get away cleanly. Their little restart there, they made sure they got away clean rather than rushing it and then having a few missed strokes. They just took their time and got away very well as they now head back towards the beach with the wind behind them.
Yeah, let's just keep an eye on the line too. We can sort of see them front on from our commentary position. I tell you what, we talked about the turn. They've actually taken one of the straightest lines back in as well. So really good display here from this group of athletes. Really, really good indeed. Now they're going to come into that break zone, just having to straighten up just a little bit. But boy, that's as clean as we've seen. And so that'll give those younger elite open athletes a little bit of confidence, or they might feel a bit intimidated, in fact, saying, hey, I've got to make sure I get it right because these guys have just shown they can.
I reckon intimidated, eh? Watch out, watch out.
And
here's St George's. They're riding that wave nicely. They've caught that wave nicely. It's just pushing them in. It's very helpful. As we see, they're about to beach. Their bowman, he'll be about to turn around and jump out. Yep. There he is, turning around, pulling his oar in. And out they go, running up the beach. That's nice running technique there. Nice high knees, high ankle cross. Round that flag and through to the finish line. So that is the Masters, Mixed Masters E-F Cox Quad. Next up, we will have the final for the boys under 17 Coxed Quad between Mount Albert Grammar and Sacred Heart Auckland.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Well, last week we had the 78th running of the Māori Cup and the Māori Regatta. Well, a week later it is now turned for some of the top secondary schools in the sport of ocean rowing. It is now the under 17 quad for the girls.
Boys.
For the boys, in fact, and it'll feature Mount Albert Grammar up against Sacred Heart. Looking forward to this one. Mount Albert Grammar winning that Māori Cup in 47 in its first year. Sacred Heart winning it the following year in 1948. So two of the originals in the more traditional form of the sport, now trying to become two of the originals in the sport of ocean rowing. It's muddy how it is back to the future for both these schools.
And I love how these coxswains are still directing their crews from the start line, digging their toes in, and they're off as we see the Mount Albert Grammar School coxswain there. She's sprinting nicely towards her boat. She jumps over those waves beautifully into the coxswain seat, and we've got some good pushing happening here, but it is the Sacred Heart College Auckland crew that get away a little faster.
Well, we spoke before this, didn't we? And, you know, as much as I'm an old boy of Mount Albert Grammar, I just felt that Sacred Heart, in terms of the technical stuff, the starts, the turns, have probably had the measure at the moment. But a good comeback here from Mount Albert Grammar, still nothing in it about a canvas lead going the way of Sacred Heart. I still think, Meg, this will come down to navigation. Which one of these crews, which one of the coxswains can keep these boats the straightest, get the navigation right, and not lose too many metres by going too left or too right, and what are really testing conditions. But it is still Sacred Heart who are just punching out through these swells, but Mount Albert Grammar now starting to charge.
Yeah, we're getting a great attack there from Mount Albert Grammar. Mount Albert Grammar going around that second buoy first, only just about a canvas ahead of Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart, of course, going the tighter line by running over the buoy, but does that slow you down? I don't know. It's a bit of you got to make that decision for your crew as Mount Albert just stretch out into their lead as we approach the turn.
Well, both schools, rich history in all sport here. Mount Albert and Central Auckland. Sacred Heart seem to be a little bit more East Auckland, and is now Mount Albert Grammar Crew can still continue to lead. They just beautiful navigation here. Now let's watch the turn. Sacred Heart have come a little bit wider here. They've slammed their handbrake on. Who's going to get the momentum? It's Mount Albert Grammar who can get their stroke rate up the quickest. It's Mags who have the initial advantage. Sacred Heart, we know the challenge will come. Mount Albert lead this national championship in this under-17 quad. Here they go. Sacred Heart, Mags. It's Sacred Heart in a little bit of trouble now. Mount Albert Grammar look across, start to put them into the hurt box.
Oh, Mount Albert Grammar's doing a great job of putting pressure on Sacred Heart. They're just making a few mistakes there, but they're getting it back nicely. They'll have the adrenaline pumping through them, and will that carry them through? But of course, it is much harder to catch up in a tailwind. So Mags with the lead. Mags with the lead, about half a boat length over Sacred Heart Auckland as we come firing into the beach.
Well, a school that's produced the likes of Arthur Lydia, the great Peter Snell. We've had some wonderful rowers over the years looking to add a new list of names to that long, illustrious sporting career. But the challenge now comes from Sacred Heart. They've got the momentum. It's Sacred Heart looking to run Mount Albert Grammar School down. There is nothing in this. Mags are in a little bit of a lull. Can they pick up this runner? Who wants this the most? Which one of these two crews runs out of talent first? I think it might be Sacred Heart. It's Mount Albert. Who's going to get to their feet first? Who wants this the most, folks? Settle back. Enjoy this one. Sacred Heart to their feet first. Mount Albert to their feet first. Who wants it? Who's going to dive? Who's prepared to suffer the most? Mags versus Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart will touch it. And one of the great finishes and one of the great races. The rivalry continues. Well done, Sacred Heart.
Oh, what a race that was. That was so exciting. Sacred really pulled it back there, and a great sprint on up the beach from both of these young men. And that is finals racing.
Well, that was two. That was just that white water coming on that side of the course just a little bit. Well, Mount Albert just found themselves just a little bit in that trough, and at one point you just felt they were just rowing a little bit through quicksand. It was Sacred Heart who had the momentum. Well done to them. But like I say, it's the rivalries we love. It's the likes of Mount Albert versus Sacred Heart. It's Sampras versus Agassiz.
Yeah, and these finals are coming at you thick and fast, team. Next up will be the girls under-17 Cox Quads between Mount Albert Grammar and King's College.
Well, still just trying to catch our breath after that exciting under-17 boys race. Now, I can tell you what, it's the girls equivalent. Mount Albert Grammar have another crew in it. Can they go one step higher on the podium? Can they win gold? But they're going to come up against the might of King's College. Now, on the girls' side at Mount Albert Grammar, they have been going for 25 years. So been a co-ed school for 25 years. King's College, again, for a long time, a boys-only school. These days, of course, have the girls' side of the school as well. And great to have these two great schools going at it.
Yeah, and you see the coxswains just keeping warm there. They're getting ready to race, and you don't want those muscles to cool down, otherwise you might get cramp or something. But we're seeing a bit of a blade change. We're seeing a bit of a blade change happening in the Mount Albert Grammar crew. So that's why you're just seeing the two coxswains there keeping warm as we just await the start of the final of the girls under-17 Coxed Quad.
Well, yeah, conditions I think are fairly even. I mean, there is always going to be an element of luck, but just looking at it, look, it's rough, it's messy, there are white caps, but there is nothing really there that these crews are now not that familiar with, so coaches will be observing what's happened in the last couple of races, passing that information on. There'll be the odd little adjustment, but this again, I'll keep saying it, Meg, I think this will come down to steering. This will come down to the boats that can stay straightest for longest and cut those corners and use the apex correctly. In the starter's hands, set to go.
And we're off. So fast starts from both of those coxswains, just galloping over the waves and galloping straight into the stern there. That was a rapid entry there from the King's crew. But Mount Albert Grammar also got away very, very fast.
Yeah, Mount Albert look like they're just settling in now. Kings probably did get the better start. Now, who can keep this boat straightest the longest? And here we go. So this is the Kings crew. Again, you talked, Meg, just the importance through that first part just to get clean blade entry, just to make sure that you are connecting with that water, trying to connect strokes in very difficult conditions. Mount Albert Grammar just struggling a little bit with their steering. Kings College have a really good line here, and it is game on. Mount Albert Grammar have basically gone sideways. It's Kings College. They are rowing away with this one at the moment.
Yeah, so it really is. It's very hard when you get just a little bit too far off course. The wind just takes you and it just pushes you. So that's what we're seeing the Mount Albert Grammar crew struggle with. But the Kings crew here is doing a great job. Their coxswain is just expertly pumping through the waves, and you just see them bounce over that buoy. But luckily they did go on the correct side of it, so it is quite bouncy out there, but Kings is making light work as they head down towards the turn.
Yeah, the thing, it can change quickly though. What happened to Mount Albert Grammar can easily happen to Kings as well, but Kings will just be now. They've got the ability, they've got such a significant lead here, they can actually just afford to just slow down a little bit and just focus more on the technical stuff. They don't have to worry about so much about stroke rating or absolutely getting themselves into a dogfight. They can go, you know what, let's just be smart, let's be technically very good. We've got this race. You can just see that bow coming high out of the water. Now they come around this 180-degree turn. Really nice job. Still got good momentum. The handbrake hasn't gone on yet. Well, Mount Albert Grammar still haven't got close to that top mark, so it's Kings now. Just need to slow it down, just regather their thoughts, listen to their cocks, and now just put their head down. But they've gone on a slightly different angle. They're heading slightly too far right. Now they've straightened up.
Yeah, that was a great turn there by Kings. They could just take their time a little bit because they got a bit of a lead and get it right. As we see Mount Albert now come around the turn at the top. But it is Kings. Kings have a good amount of clear water lead, and now they've got the advantage of getting round first. So then that means they get the wind behind them first to really push out.
Well, last week at the Māori Regatta, it was Kings who ended up winning the Star Trophy for the overall best school. A combination of points. You can see a really good program starting to come out of the King's College game. It's always been strong, but you've seen a real increase in it, not just on the boys' side, but now on the girls' side of it. You've seen it here today, and this really is just a dominant display. I mean, yes, Mount Albert Grammar, a little bit unlucky, made a bit of a mistake. The wind picked them up, but Kings have been flawless, absolutely flawless. Beautiful lines, great technique. I mean, I think even if Mount Albert Grammar had have managed to keep their boat straight early on, I think it would have been really hard pressed to beat this wonderful crew out of King's College.
Yeah, Kings is just doing a textbook execution here of a final in a beach sprint race as we approach the beach, and there goes the bow girl. She's jumping out. Oh, she takes a tumble. She gets run over by her blades, but lucky she gets straight back up and starts running. She runs around the flag through to the finish line. Great work, Kings, taking out the girls under 17 Cox Quad. And coming at us next will be the final for the Women's Masters C-D double, and that will involve West End and Waiheke. And here we are just getting ready on the start line for the final of the Women's Masters C-D double. We've got West End and Waiheke Rowing Club and some passionate supporters in the background. But we do have two white flags up, so we will be underway very shortly.
I've got to say, we saw Waiheke Island up against West End earlier in one of the Masters events, and boy, I was impressed by Waiheke Island. You automatically just from reputation alone, think that it's going to be one horse race with West End, but Waiheke Island was simply superb.
And they're off. So fast start there by both crews, running straight down, but it does look like Waiheke is going to get to their boat first. So Waiheke, she's jumping in. Her partner's already in there as West End approaches her boat. And is she going to go up the stern or in the side? She's going to go diagonal. Good job. As they get in and away, Waiheke just pushing off there, crashing into some big waves. But West End really finding their groove here.
Yeah, I think the message here for the crews watching, the other crews watching here at the start, is just about just making sure you slow down. Don't panic too much. Don't give it too much of an adrenaline rush. Just get things set up early. Even if you lose a couple of metres at the start, you just want to try and get that momentum and rhythm. We're just starting to see seat issues here with the Waiheke crew. We've seen a number of seats come off the rails. That is the situation. So after a good start, it is now the West End Rowing Club who start to take control. Now, Waiheke, they rescue that quite nicely. They're just going to need to get back in, get into their momentum, and see if they can just use their pure strength endurance, go long, go strong, and see if they can close the gap.
Yeah, these crews are actually getting quite close. We don't normally see them cross paths, but here we are seeing the crews get very close. So Waiheke is going a wee bit off course there because they're heading over towards West End's course. So Waiheke is certainly taking a long way round as we move through the second marker there. West End gets round it, so Waiheke really got to straighten up as the West End crew just really gets into their rhythm and starts pushing away.
Yeah, but this just shows again the complexity of these crafts, some of the subtleties involved in it, put them in pretty tricky conditions. You do have to understand these are masters athletes you are watching. Really, for a lot of them, you could probably also put the label novice in there. I think most of the rowers here will say when it comes to ocean rowing, they're probably still novices. So we are just starting to see that major correction, but it is West End in control at the moment. They're just got to make sure that who gives way, a little bit like an America's Cup race here at the moment. The way sort of tacking back across is Waiheke Island, but it is West End on Auckland that are just doing what West End rowing crews have historically done for an awful long time now, and that is winning boat races.
Yeah, and we talk about the evolution of the sport a lot, and wouldn't it be fun to evolve even further and add some sails on here too? You know, you could rub out against the wind, whip around, chuck your sail up and go back with it. Make it full America's Cup. That would be fun.
Well, wouldn't it? Yeah, just have one of those races. But you don't know where. You just don't know how the sport evolves, does it? You know, you've sort of seen, you go and look at the Winter Olympics as an example. It was always sort of skiing and slalom, and then suddenly we got these sort of X Games coming and all these extreme sports. Why not have rowing equivalent, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And we do have a couple of
match races. Who gives way to who?
We do have a couple of rowers that have done a bit of sailing, like the likes of Joe Sullivan racing later today, and I wonder if his sailing knowledge there will come into play in the conditions today.
Well, a lot of pressure on Joe Sullivan, of course, Joseph Sullivan. I know that a lot of our crew out here running the drones and stuff sort of probably wrote him off, but he's really stepped up and shown that, you know, form comes and goes, class is forever. You don't win a couple of America's Cup, Olympic gold medal, unless you're blessed with talent.
Yeah, but we are seeing that West End crew doing a great job rowing back in as we catch up with Waiheke, just still managing to push out a little bit. Maybe they need to train a little bit with their ferries, but no, they're doing good job as Waiheke pushing out there, but West End is just doing a great job dealing with these conditions as they come down towards the beach, aiming nicely at their boat holders.
Yeah, nice job by West End, really good, really clean. A little bit of a shaky start, but they just got it under control, took 3 deep breaths, slowed time down. Really good exhibition from them. And again, I keep saying this, these guys are pioneering, and in times we're going to get more and more depth in these categories. The Masters programs are going to continue to build, and it's West End that have set the stand early. They've written that early chapter and hopefully what becomes a bit of a bestseller. So really good display from the famous West End club and those famous white and black colours.
Yeah, and you know what I love about this sport is that you end on the land right there with your supporters, so you can give them a big high five and a hug, and you just get straight amongst it. So it's a lot of fun how this race ends. As we see, the Waiheke crew is still just battling a little bit out there. The crosswind that sort of comes off that headland is playing havoc with their course as they're heading over towards one of the Milford boys. Of course, this live stream brought to you by our live stream partner, Milford, invested in you.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results, and we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
It's the biggest secondary school sports event in the Southern Hemisphere, the Māori Regatta, right here at Lake Karapiro. For coaches of school rowers, it's the big one. So where do they like to watch the action?
I go down the hill if it's here and I get under the trees in the shade because I don't like the heat, but I can see the course.
I pace. I'm a pacer, bit of a yeller.
Most of the race I'll hide away until the last 500.
I guess I like standing down this end because I can see the end of the track. I can see right down the course, but I can see the way that we're finishing.
I like watching it from the stand, but I definitely won't watch the first 1,000.
I'm quite often just pacing up and down near the pontoon, near the podium.
Find out where Gus
Okay, back live coverage here from Orewa Beach. It is the New Zealand Ocean Rowing Sprint Championships, and this is another one of our Masters events in the Piers, and looking forward to this one indeed. So we've got four wonderful athletes from the Waiheke Island Rowing Club, the Tasman Coastal Rowing Club, and joining us in studio in commentary, Olympic champion, America's Cup winner, Joseph Sullivan. Afternoon to you, Joseph. Welcome.
Yeah. Afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Well, mate, I mean, this is you've got some finals coming up this afternoon, so you get an opportunity to have a look at these conditions, have a look at how these Masters athletes are negotiating the conditions. What are you noticing?
Yeah, the conditions are sharp. It's always nice when you see a foiling kite surfer out in the same conditions as a rowing race, so it's good to see everyone's getting a good taste of what coastal rowing can provide It's not like going out on a flat water race and having nice conditions. It's always giving different challenges, and it's always changing, which is adding to the fun.
Yeah, what are the biggest changes between, say, your traditional rowing skiffs and what we've seen here with these boats?
Yeah, so the skiffs are a lot bigger and a bit more stable. They can handle a lot more chop, a lot more strength in them. You're getting thrown in every different condition. You've got waves, you've got side current, you've got breeze. And yeah, it's just good challenging the whole way.
We saw you earlier today in the mixed pair with Emma Twigg come up against the Australian crew, and you were really incredibly tight around this top mark where the Australians tended to go a little bit wider. Is there a right or a wrong, or do you base it on conditions?
It's up to personal preference, but we've kind of figured out if you sit slightly wider before you turn into the turning mark, you can get a lot more speed holding through that turn. Try to hit the mark pretty hard on your oars and then swing the stern around and get rowing again as fast as possible.
Now, the Tasman Rowing Coastal Club, we've said this today with a number of the finals, it might just come down to the crew that can keep the boat straightest. Just how difficult in these conditions, I guess, for some of these masters, or maybe what we've seen at the secondary school level in terms of actually controlling these craft. I mean, they're pretty much rowing science experiments, aren't they? They haven't spent a lot of time in these boats.
No, not at all. Lots of these people have never done anything in the surf before, so it's definitely got many challenges. So if the waves are coming in sharper and faster than you are moving in that direction, they will turn your stern very quickly. So you need to be as straight on to the wave as possible to surf it, and don't let it get any further than about 10 degrees angle. Otherwise, it'll just bring your stern around on you. So this race is actually getting closer and closer towards the finish. So it's actually going to be a massive run up the beach for the boys.
Okay, settle back. It's the Tasman Coastal Rowing Club. It's Waiheke Island. Which one of these Masters crews wants this? Who gets to their feet to first? Who's got the athleticism, drives the big arms? It's Tasman. Look at them go. Look at the big fella go. There you go. Wonderful display. I forgot to touch the button, but he manages to do it now. Really, really good performance from both crews. Jose, I want to ask you this because, I mean, we've seen it in surf ski paddling, you said in any sort of open water, hydrodynamics at play, environmental factors. Having spent time now sailing at the America's Cup, is there anything that you can take from that gives you more of a feel out there in terms of these ocean rowing boats? Do you have a little bit more of an intricate understanding of the ocean?
It definitely helps. I think coming from the America's Cup, you definitely learn a lot more about the balance of the boat and how you position where you are. These boats actually adapt quite well to sitting quite far forward, putting the weight forward into the bow. So good lean back when you're taking a good stroke and making sure that you're keeping it straight and not varying too quickly. So a nice tight course through the marks is always really important. You don't want to be adding Ks to or meters to your event.
And we saw earlier today, tide was a long way out, so it was a bit more of a running race at the start. We saw you line up at a couple of runs. We saw Emma having to run up the beach. What's your sprint work like, and how important is that side of the sport going to be for those athletes that do get to the Olympic Games, knowing there are really small percentages at play?
Yeah, I think that's probably one major part of coastal that we haven't really adapted to really well yet. We've got a lot more effort to put into there. Sprinting is going to be hugely important. It's a massive gain. You can make a boat length or two just from a good run and a good entry into the boat. Yeah. So getting sharp in that regard is hugely important. And then also knowing that you've got enough energy left in your legs for the run back up the beach.
Yeah, and at times, and we've seen it today, you're going to have to take a chance and maybe get out of the craft a little bit early, and then the wading comes into play, which are very much surf life-saving skills. Have you tapped into the likes of the Corey Hutchings and those exponents around the country who are masters of that?
Not yet. We've done a bit. There's a few crews out there that have done a lot of surf boat as well, so they're playing on that quite well. Yeah, you definitely have to pick your mark and trust your boat holders as to when to jump out of the boat.
Now, you've got finals and stuff coming up. We're very shortly away from being another final, but in terms of warm-up protocols, do you get an opportunity to warm up here? How do they look? Is it more dry land work, or do you actually get out on the water?
The warm-ups haven't been the best here for myself personally, but it pays to get out and get moving, maybe a little run up the beach and jump on the oogs when you possibly can. But yeah, it's a pretty cold into a sprint situation extremely quickly, so everyone's doing really well with that.
Okay, mixed under-19 pair final about to get underway. St George's Rowing Club there, and across the other side the Whakatane Rowing Club. So let's have a look at this here. And talk us through here, Joseph, what are they looking to try and do? What are the key components in terms of getting to a good start?
So that's a really good push off from the boat holders. They're holding the boat stable, and as soon as the runner is into the boat, they're pushing it forward towards the course, giving them a chance to get their feet in and get their hands on the oars, and then pushing them over the first wave. So that can be a huge advantage as well.
Obviously in choppier water, can they change the length of the oars, the blades here? Do you want shorter, in rougher water, are you wanting shorter oars, shorter blades?
Yeah, it's definitely personal preference, but sometimes having shorter blades than you would expect in these conditions can play really well. You don't want to pump your forearms too much. You need to be able to keep a quick pace up and a spin.
Yeah, I asked that because, you know, I talk about the hydrodynamics of open water sports as we do see the Whakatane Rowing Club having the smallest of leads over St George through that first 100 metres, and St George again struggling with their steering as a number of crews have, and now we just see the same thing from Whakatane.
Yeah, they've both just gone around the mark. Oh, no.
No, I didn't realise that.
What's happened here? Yeah, we've dropped a mark, I think. So this race is going a lot quicker than we expected.
Okay, so what they've all agreed that we're only going to get to the second, have they? Is that what the ruling is?
Yeah, we're a bit confused here up in the commentary box, but it looks like they're only going to the second mark, so this race is very quick.
Well, Joseph, I'm confused most of the time, mate, and that's just throwing another spanner in the works, big guy. So
wasn't
that's
expecting
interesting.
that turn so quickly.
I'm sitting here going, okay, we've just lost the steering on it, not realising, in fact, they'd actually just gone around the second mark, and that was the 180-degree turn through to the finish line. But yeah, St George, if things stand and this is all legit and this is all legal,
yeah, they're doing well.
It should be a pretty good front up the beach there for St George, and then it will be the crew from Whakatane.
It was a nice quick exit, and he's at pace running up the beach.
Yeah, sorry, before that, I was just talking about the conversation about, you know, like open water swimming and rougher conditions, you tend to shorten out your stroke a bit more, higher arm turnover, and I guess that's where the question was coming with the shorter blades. You've got shorter blades, clearly you are going to have a higher stroke increase, but also too, you probably can control entry into the water a little bit closer in choppier conditions.
Yeah, it's definitely about keeping your hands on handles and not letting them get knocked out. So if you can keep that nice smooth rhythm with shorter blades, you can get that tick over and really clear your hands away and keep the boat moving forward, because if you let it slow down too much, you start to drag really quickly, and the waves can push you backwards extremely quickly.
Joseph Sullivan in commentary, Olympic champion, America's Cup winner. Joseph, big question, everyone's on your mind. We're all wanting to know, mate. LA 228, is that the goal? Big guy, come on, mate. Be honest.
Yeah, I'd love to say I was good enough, but I think at the moment I'm just a good rabbit for the younger people coming through.
So you're just using your reputation and name and stuff to...
Oh, I think I'm off to race.
You're off to race. There we go. He's about to jump out of the commentary box. Sullivan runs down the stairs now. He begins to drive the arms, and we're giving a commentary as he leads the commentary box, folks. And we'll bring in Meg Glenn. Lovely to have Joseph Sullivan in. So have you had an update? What is the... Just trying to work out what the protocol is around these races. Are we going to the second? Are we going to the third marker? Everything is to the second now except for the open. Okay, we've had that relayed to us. We do apologise.
Yeah, so the next race, which is the women's under 19 double, will be just out to that second mark.
Boy, it's fast, isn't it, Meg? I mean, it's not a long way out. It's just the start becomes even more important now.
Yeah, and in this race we've got St Paul's and Whakatane. And St Paul's are the church sisters there, two very talented scullers, up against some other sisters, the Rowe sisters from Whakatane. So it's a little family battle we got going on here.
Yeah, this is going to be tough, man. This is almost a lottery, isn't it? There's just no room for error now. I've got to admit, we were taken off guard, Joseph and I, earlier when they did shorten up this course. But the open events will go all the way, the shorter events now. So here we go. Settle back, enjoy this one, folks. And so it is a game changer. This is about explosive. This is just about power. This is about such a good start. St Paul's Collegiate there, the famous colours, and then Whakatane.
Yeah, these events do keep us on our toes, don't they? Make it really exciting. We get a good look there at St Paul's.
I thought Joseph Sullivan played himself down a bit, not talking himself up for LA. Underway anyway, St Paul's Collegiate on the left, Whakatane Rowing Club on the right, the girls under 19 pair. Here we go, settle back. Now, who gets away quickest, who gets the best start. It's very much going to be St Paul's. They are away comfortably. So Whakatane have got some work to do. Do they believe? They'll be hoping that maybe some of the environmental factors here play a little bit of havoc with St Paul's, but St Paul's look in control. Good form being shown, great composure.
Yeah, that St Paul's crew there just looking nice and relaxed, getting battered around by the wind as everyone is, but they're taking it in their stride, and that is why they're in the lead, but they are going a little wide. So Whakatane a little bit straighter here. Will they be able to pull back up as they bounce up and over some waves as well?
Well, I think it is, in fact, here, just looking here, I think Whakatane might just have the momentum here. We've said it so often, haven't we, Meg? It's the crews that are going to keep the straightest line in these conditions, particularly the younger age categories where they don't quite have that experience. They're still learning how to balance this craft, and now Whakatane beginning to just make their moves. St Paul's Collegiate still lead, but it's the smallest of margins. Now, we come to the second marker, which is now the turning marker, the 180-degree turn. The handbrake goes on here from St Paul's Collegiate. Can they maintain good momentum out of it? Really nice job being done by St Paul's. Look at that. Got that left-hand side operating beautifully. That is a wonderful display in these conditions.
That was a great turn. It looked like there's no conditions to play with because they just did it so well as Whakatane now make their turn around. They just got to get around that boy. But St Paul's, that was a fantastic turn from the Church sisters as they now get the win behind them and drive home. Great bird's eye view there of Whakatane getting around that turning boy. But it is St Paul's. St Paul's now halfway back to the beach.
Yeah, St Paul's in complete control of this final, coming down to grab this national title, and a good national title to win in testing conditions, but really they got away to a very good start. Just that little blemish initially once they got past that first marker, went off on a slightly askew like most of the crews today, brought it back beautifully, but just that 180-degree turn, just emphasising the importance of that, the technical component of the sport, and well, they'll come through and take this victory, Meg.
Yeah, and then she rolls out beautifully. Almost trips, but nah, she doesn't. She picks her feet up and runs round the flag and to the finish line. So well done, St Paul's, taking out the women's under-19 double as Whakatane have just found a little course marker, but now they're making good work coming in towards the beach, towards the boat holders, and then very shortly they'll be jumping out and running up the beach.
What I love about this is there'll be crews that'll go away later, there'll be crews that'll go away disappointed, but the crews that have gone away with wins will want to continue to build on it. Those that have maybe had bad days or really enjoyed it but thought, man, we've got a bit more work to do, will keep training, keep motivated, and that's just then you just start to get that momentum, don't you, as we see the Whakatane crew come through, and it's just these two forces working together. So hope you are enjoying coverage here of the finals of the Rowing New Zealand Ocean Rowing Sprint Championships at Orewa Beach, north of Auckland. In the background there is the Whangaparoa Peninsula, which features the likes of Red Beach and Stanmore Bay.
And the next event we can see getting ready, our friend Joe that we just up here, he's already run down, he's in the water there, because the next one will be the final for the mixed open double. So we will see them go back out to that third buoy. We will do a slalom, and around the third buoy.
Okay, let's talk about this, because you've got Matt Dunham, you've got Jackie Kittle, that's in one crew. What a crew that is too. And then you've got Joseph Sullivan and the great Emma Twigg. I mean, these are just four legends of the sport, four big reputations. It's going to come down to the smallest of margins here. We saw them race earlier today, but the conditions were very, very different from this morning to what we're seeing now, Meg.
Yeah, absolutely. So it will be interesting to see if the lighter crew of Matt and Jackie, who tend to keep a bit of a higher rate, if they do better, or if the heavier crew, who can just push a bit more through the chop, Joe and Emma, who comes off better off. As we just see, Joe and Emma's, they're just tipping their boat up a little bit, just trying to get more water out of it before this race begins.
Now tell us a little bit about Jackie Kittle. Tell us about the legend of Jackie.
Jackie is a great rower, of course, a lightweight rower, used to do lightweight rowing for New Zealand, so she's been around a lot. And often lightweights, they just have much better technique because they're all the same weight, so they're just in a bit more of a similar class. So lightweight rowers have got to be really tidy, and so that we are going to see some good technique coming from Jackie and Matt as we see Joe's just running up the beach. So it does look like we're going to have Jackie start the run and Joe start the run. So this will be interesting.
Well, I asked Joe Sullivan literally 10 minutes ago what his warm-up protocols were. He said, not much. In fact, his warm-up protocol was talking to me, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go.
And
Olympic champion back in 2012. Of course, two-time America's Cup winner. We get underway. Kittle there in the blue and the white will come into this crew with Matt Dunham and Sullivan and Twig. Let's see who gets the best start. It's going to be a great race, this one, folks. Settle back, enjoy all of it. Really good start. In fact, coming from Twig and coming across there from Joseph Sullivan. Now, Dunham and Kittle get into their work quickly. You can see that much higher straight turnover. It is game on as they go through that first 50 metres. They punch through this initial wall of white water, settle back.
Yeah, they're just bouncing around in their boats, but both crews doing a great job. I would say the lead at the moment is just with Matt and Jackie. What a wave there we're getting for Joe and Emma. Emma's off her seat. She's rustling around there, getting back on as Joe keeps pushing, but he's getting stuck on her oars. Emma getting back on her seat. There we go. Now we're going to have to see some power come from these two Olympic champion athletes and see if they can catch up to the mighty Lighties.
Well, that's unbelievable, isn't it? We saw them reach in for a kiss and they got smacked in the face on that occasion by that wall of white water, but your enemy on the way out can be your friend on the way back in. This is surf life-saving almost at its finest. Now Sullivan and Twig, the big adrenaline rush comes. They're desperate for this. They want this. They come in with the reputations, but Kittle and Dunham look across and said, are you hungry? You look hungry. We're about to feed you some hurt.
And that is just great. You're seeing them catch up there. Emma and Joe are doing a great job catching up as we see Matt and Jackie just approach the turnaround there. And they're getting a nice tight turn, tapping round. As Emma's looking, she's going, where's my boy? I need to get there so I can get it tight.
Yeah, good turn though from Kittle and Dunham, really nice. They're up to full speed now. We talked with Joseph Sullivan. He said you want to go slightly wider as you approach it, but then keep it nice and tight. We know how good they are. Look at Twig here, look at the cohesion, but do they believe? Who runs out of talent first with these two remarkable crews? What we are seeing, you can't see it necessarily at the moment, but we are just seeing the likes of Dunham and Kittle. They have gone off course. They've taken a terrible line. It is game on, folks, because they've almost like tacking in an America's Cup. Joseph Sullivan will be saying, we've got right away here. Settle back. The liquid Himalayas are driving these two boats through to the finish line. Who wants this one the most? They're starting to make the correction now. It's Sullivan and Twig who are starting to take the wrong line. Oh, chaos and carnage on the Waitemata Harbour.
This is such a great race. It just showcases that anything and everything will happen in a coastal race, in a beach sprint race. We are seeing Emma and Joe pull back up, but Jackie and Matt, they just catch a beautiful wave there. Can they keep their boat straight?
Well, that's it. They've just got to make sure they don't breach here. And they are just going a little bit wide, but the opportunity comes here. Oh, I can't even see what's happening from out here, but it's going to be this crew, this remarkable crew of Kittle and Dunham. They're going to come through. Matt Dunham will come through. He will touch it. He will look to the heavens. He'll raise his arms. He's national champion. Superb performance.
Oh, what a race that was. Anything and everything. As we just see Emma and Joe come to the beach there. Emma jumps out and away she goes to run round the flag and hit the buzzer. So it really does show no matter how experienced you are in rowing.
Well, it was that first knockout blow, wasn't it? I mean, they just got a freak wave that just smacked them, man. Absolutely just hammered them. Might have just been the biggest wave of the day, and it just came at the wrong time. It's all about timing, and they were just a little bit unlucky, but that is ocean rowing.
Yeah, that was awesome. And hopefully the next crews from the men's club double watch that and can see what they can take from that to learn from for their next race. So don't go away, folks. Very shortly we will have the final of the men's club double. Okay, here we are getting ready for the men's club double final, and we're off.
Yeah, looking forward to this one, aren't we? So we've got St George's Rowing Club again in action.
Yeah, a bit of a composite crew there.
Oh, in fact, sorry, my apologies. Yeah, it is a composite crew. So Waikato and West End Rowing Club are the official names on this, but of course we do sometimes get that little mix of crews, and so we've got this combination here. This.
Yeah, Waikato and Avon, I believe that is. Now, Jamison there, I believe the Waikato Avon one may have gone to the World Champs last year. Jamison certainly did. So they are some young up-and-comers as they just battle through the waves, and they would have watched what happened to Twiggy and Sullivan in the previous race and will be looking to not do that in their race.
Yeah, well, they're only going out to the second marker here, aren't they? It's only the open final, so it's a really short drag. So it's the next yellow can. They're going to make the 180-degree turn, but it's this Waikato composite crew out there at the top of the screen. But now we start to see the real power coming from this West End composite crew of Smart and Reed, who are starting to get into their work now. Who negotiates the 180-degree turn the best? Who's got the good technique? Who's actually taken some time, whether they've practiced it or just gone through visualising what they need to do?
Yeah, as we see the Waikato composite crew there, just round that marker. Is the wind going to... Yep, they are managing to just get round it. The wind is trying to push them over it, but they do get the hull around it, which is what you need to do, as we see West End go a little wider there. But now the Waikato composite crew have got the wind behind them and are charging home towards the beach.
Yeah, and what we've not seen here, we're not seeing any sort of particular sets of waves coming through. They've missed the markers. They're going to need to make that correction or they will be disqualified. They'll make that call whether they just want to now row through and take the DF, or they actually, in fact, do want to officially pick up that silver medal. And so they're having to backpedal a little bit, go around the can, as we do just see this crew here from the Waikato composite of Good and McConaughey doing a really nice job, really good straight line coming in. They've got this comfortably done, and that's a really good display. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. As you just see Jamison there looking behind him, he's giving some calls, making sure they come in straight, so he's got a nice run there. Jamison looking, I believe he's wearing the sunglasses he did get for free, picked up at the World Champs last year, so maybe they're good luck. As he jumps out of the boat there and sprints around, look at those long levers there running through to the finish line. Nice work, Jamison.
Nothing better than a free pair of good sunnies.
Yeah.
I'll say that, hey, if you're going to give me anything, give me a nice free pair of sunnies.
Well, he was, yesterday he was saying sort of if the conditions got a bit rough, he'd rather lose the free pair than his nice Oakleys, you know?
Yeah. Speaking of which, true story, a few years ago I did lose a pair of Oakleys on this beach at a surf lifesaving event. If Stevie Hines ever found them today, I'd love them back actually, probably about 10 feet under the sand at the moment.
Oh, well, this wind might be tuning them up as we see the West End composite crew here coming in towards the beach. Just travelling nicely there, managing to stay straight, which is very difficult in these current conditions.
Yeah, these conditions are just choppy and rough now. You're not actually seeing any sort of sets or swells coming through. What, you know, in surf lifesaving we call it the party wave. You can be leading by 30 metres and suddenly 5 surf skis or paddleboard rescuers get on a wave and you get pulled up and suddenly it's, you know, anybody's race. We're not seeing that, those waves. This is just about getting punched on the way out and just having to work through it and then just having to navigate. So in a funny kind of way, it's become a lot more technical, but it is a little bit more of a level playing field. The luck factor is not what it could be if we were just having clean sets coming throughout the day. And saying that, I will say this, Emma Twigg got probably hit by the hardest wave of the day earlier on with Joe Sullivan, costing her arguably that gold medal against a very good crew of Kittle and Cope.
Yeah, and next up we are going to have the final for the Women's Club Double very shortly.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
And we're just getting ready here for the Women's Club Double A final, but I'm now joined by my friend Kai. And where are you from, Kai?
Hey guys, my name is Kai. I'm here from Hawaii. I'm representing Ikaika Hawaii Rowing. I was born in Sydney but moved over to the islands, the States, when I was 12 and have been doing a lot of outrigger canoe paddling, but now I'm here to do some beach sprints.
Yeah, how awesome. It's so good to see so many people transitioning from other sports as we're away in the Women's Club Double Final. And we see a nice fast start there from the Bay of Plenty Coast runner, but both of them get in. And what did you make of those entries, Kai?
That looked pretty good. They're both away very quickly. We're having a little bit of a slow start from the Bay of Plenty, but they're off now. We'll see if they can bust through this shore break.
Yeah, they're gritting their teeth. They're gritting through the push there. But Clifton did get away first, but now they're struggling a bit as Bay Plenty Coast just capitalised. But it is quite difficult out there. Both crews are now just really pushing through the waves.
Bouncing a lot through that shore break. You can see a lot of whitewater churning, which is the excitement of the coastal rowing. But now you can see as they get a little further out, now they've got to deal with the wind swell. So we'll see how they do that. Keep the blades deep. Look at that bow bouncing. Both boats from Bay of Plenty and Clifton powering through. Clifton looking a little bit ahead here. Let's see if they can capitalize as they come into this turn.
Yeah, Clifton's doing a great job. They're really bouncing, but it's not slowing them down. They're just managing to get back on the next stroke as we approach the turn buoy, but we are pretty much level again. Oh, Clifton getting some big, hard strokes there, but it looks like Bay of Plenty Coast getting around that turn first.
Bay of Plenty is getting their left side in. They're turning that nose around. Now Clifton coming to the turn a little bit later, but let's see if they can get their strokes in. Oh, it looks like a few air shots on the left there. If their blades aren't going in, it will be harder to turn that bow around. Now they're swinging around, but Bay of Plenty is on their way back to the shore.
Yeah, Bay of Plenty got a really nice sharp turn there, really tight, and now they're just going straight back with the wind behind them. Clifton is now round, a little bit off course, but they'll straighten up and head back, but it really is Bay of Plenty Coast's race here. They've got nice timing, eh? They're just making light work of this.
It's awesome when you're standing on the beach and you see these doubles coming in, but it looks like a single rower. When those blades and those bodies are moving in sync, it is gorgeous.
It is, as we just see them look around there to see how close they are. They're riding a bit of a wave, turning a little bit. Are they going to roll out? Oh,
she's jumped out. Oh, it's a little deep. Oh.
She's all right. She's going to get up. There she is.
There she is.
Great resilience there from Bay of Plenty Coast.
And they've made it to the beach first, so she is sprinting up. Let's see if Bay of Plenty or Clifton. It's coming down to the wire. Clifton's just coming to the beach, but Bay of Plenty has beat it to the buzzer, and she has won it.
Oh, as Clifton goes for a roll too. Hey, maybe there's a strategy for this race. Just allow the wave to push you out, and away you go.
It does help if the boat swings to the left or to the right on whichever side you're getting out. It can lean down and give you a little bit of an easier exit from that boat. So that's maybe a tactic that they're trying to swing with these waves as they get into the shore.
Maybe it is. What an awesome race that was. Next coming at you thick and fast will be the final for the men's under 19 single. And we will have Clifton and Tauranga in that race. And here we are. We're about to get underway in the men's under 19 single. We have got Potts from Clifton and Ryder from Tauranga. So as this isn't an open event, they would just be going to the second buoy and then around. That's a call that officials have made given the conditions. Oh, and whoa, maybe there was a false start there.
Oh.
But Eager, what do you make? Have you ever been in a false start like that before?
Bringing them back. No, I have yet to experience that. I wonder why. Maybe it was with the boat holders or a false start there. We will see if they can adjust and get back on. We've got Ryder with his speed goggles on looking quick, and Potts with the Felipe hat on, and they're off. They're running the boat, and Potts is quick to his boat. He's got there a few strides earlier than Ryder, and that will get him off in the boat quicker. Let's see if he can capitalize that. Ryder getting his hands on the oars, having a struggle there, and he's straight through into a wave.
Yeah, that was a very rapid start from Potts there. He had some wheels on him, eh? As they're just pumping through the waves here. And the thing about these waves that are quite choppy is you hit one, you bring it back, and then you get hit with another. So it's just constant readjustments.
Yeah, that wind on shore is just creating a lot of white water into the edge. Oh, and Ryder is bouncing here. You can see his hands going up and down through that. It is hard, difficult through these changing depths. You have to adjust your handle heights to get those blades in, and every second that blade depth is changing because of where you are on the wave.
Yeah, but they're making good work of it here. Potts, he's just settled into his rhythm. But Ryder from Tauranga, he's pushing back. He's had a few setbacks, but that's not going to slow him down. He really wants to get up to the turn. As we see Potts here from Clifton approaching the second buoy, which we are going to turn around in this race.
So, yes, we are turning around this second buoy here, and we have Potts making the turn first. He's up at that second buoy, but Ryder is powering up to that turn too. And it looks like Potts making the turn first. He's trying to power on that left side turn. Oh, he's struck, and he's just cleared the turn. That was very lucky. If his nose didn't get around that buoy, he would have had to back and get all the way back around that buoy. But they're both clear now, both on the way in. Potts making the turn first. He's on his way back with the wind, but Ryder is now, looks like he's about to pull into a wave. It's getting close. Ryder might be catching. Oh, Ryder's dropping into a bump here.
Oh. His bow's really going
He's
under the water there, isn't
underwater.
he? What's going on there? That's interesting. I've not seen the bow go into water like that
It looks like he had pulled onto a little bit of a steep wave. Ryder trying to make use of these rolling waves coming in, but it doesn't look like he can pull onto the first one. He's let it slip under, and Potts is ahead, but he's a little bit off course. He's all the way coming into Ryder's course here. They're coming into the beach, but it's close.
It is close, but Potts, he pulls it back. He gets straight again, and he goes straight for his boat holders. He will need to run around his flag there, as we see Ryder there just correcting. Potts, he rolls out beautifully. Round the flag he's got to go before he runs to the finish line. And we're going to see a beautiful swan dive from Potts of Clifton there. So that was an awesome finish from him, as we see Ryder.
Potts has claimed it as Ryder exits his boat and takes it casually into the beach, taking off his shoulders, showing his chest. Let's go, Ryder.
Yeah, round that flag, and he's going to cross the line as well. That was quite an interesting race. The conditions are tough but exciting.
That was good camaraderie there, both smiling, loving the sport. That's the excitement of coastal rowing.
Yeah, and next up we will have the final for the women's under 19 single, and that will be Bay of Plenty Coast versus Wentworth. So that will be underway very shortly here at the 2025 Coastal Beach Sprints. Don't forget to follow Beach Sprints NZ on Instagram and Altitude HD on Instagram for more epic content of your favourite sport. And here we are at the start line for the women's under 19 single final. We've got Bay of Plenty Coast Pengali on the left and Wentworth at Eghurst on the right. Just drying off her hands there as they take their marks. Just getting a little briefing from the official. As this is not an open event, they will turn around the second buoy. And they're on the line there, just getting their toes dug into the sand, aren't they, Kai?
Deep breath here. You want to focus in, control the controllables. There's a lot of variables in coastal rowing, beach sprint specifically, and you want to control the controllables. Take yourself internal at that starting line. Take a deep breath. Get yourself ready so that when it's time to go, it is go time.
Yeah, and we do see one white flag is up. We're just preparing the other boat.
You can see her shaking her hands, shaking off the nerves, looking around. Deep breaths here.
Yeah.
But it is a beautiful day. We've got the sun shining here in Orewa. The wind is making this water very turbulent, which is very exciting for the beach sprints.
And it's a bit of a party atmosphere we've got down here, isn't it? It's a lot of fun.
Absolutely. The music, the energy, the vibe is incredible.
Yep, and we're about to start.
Flags are up. And they're off. Here we go, sprinting down to the beach, both neck and neck, coming into their boats. They're jumping over the whitewater, both to the craft at equal distance, and they're getting into the seat, strapping in their feet and grabbing the oar handles. Their boat holders will give them a little bit of a push off, and they're both crashing through the whitewater now. Here we go.
Yeah, that was a great shot there we got of Eghurst from Wentworth, just getting away. Plenty close, having a little trouble with it all there, crashing through the waves.
Oh.
And capitalising on that is the sculler from Wentworth, but now Plenty Coast back up and running. Can she reel her back in?
Especially through that close chop, it is important to get those blades in. And it looks like we've had a few air shots which will slow down the hull, but we're both moving now. We have Wentworth to the first buoy first, Bay of Plenty very close behind.
And it seems the wind is pushing them a little bit the other way. The wind is pushing them a little bit away, both of them away from their course. So they're having to come back in and round, so they'll be able to get that turning buoy. We're seeing a seagull hanging out near our drone too.
It has a few close calls with the seagull.
So we might have another race on our hands here.
Very close calls with the seagull and our drone. But to get to our turning buoy with this side wind, yes, it is really important to power up on that left side to keep the nose in alignment with the course. Both girls doing that very strong now. And she's glancing back at that buoy because this turning buoy here is where they will be doing that 180-degree turn back to the beach. We have Bay of Plenty coming to that buoy first because she is closer. Wentworth was further out, but she's going to have to make a little bit of a wider turn to make it back to that buoy. They're both angling now. Wentworth doing a good job to get to that buoy from that wider turn.
Yeah, so what we're seeing here is obviously that turn and how close you get to that buoy is very, very important. And the lead just changed about 3 times throughout the process of that turn.
They are incredibly neck and neck, and they are both around that buoy and facing back to the beach now, powering up on their way back in, trying to make use of this swell on the way in. Both of them neck and neck, dropping into a little bit of a swell.
Yeah, and it is a stroke for stroke, but it is Eghurst from Wentworth who is managing to just hold on. She is keeping her composure just a little bit better, but we are seeing Bay Plenty Coast push back with a much straighter line. Wentworth going a little bit skew.
Wentworth is pushing now. You can see the bow of her boat going underwater when she drops down into a steep wave. Powering now. She's on the back of that bump as she comes into the beach. Both of them coming in neck and neck. Their boat holders are running out of the way as their boats get really close to the shore.
Yeah, and we're just seeing Wentworth just landing there. She rolled out beautifully. Didn't trip at all. Just jumps around her flag.
Incredible
and
exit.
runs, and yeah, she crosses the line. She is happy. Love to see it because that was quite a difficult race. But she did very well as Bay of Plenty Coast. Pengali crosses the line. So that was the final for the girls under 19 singles. Next up, we will have the final for the Women's Masters EF double. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in about 2 seconds.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
In live coverage of the 2025 Ocean Rowing Championships, the beach sprint live from Orewa. We're going to bring you our individual singles finals very shortly as we see the two Red Bulls jousting. Love it. Red Bull, lovely to have them alongside of this wonderful event. Such a wonderful fit too, such an exciting sport full of craziness, excitement, a little bit of chaos, a little bit of carnage. And I tell you what, everybody's loved the action that they have seen so far here on finals day. Still more action to come. And alongside of me is Meg Glenn as the two Red Bulls fight each other. We're about to see two gladiators go to war. It'll be Finn Hamill up against Matt Dunham in this Open men's singles final.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this race. We had the semi-finals earlier today for this event, and both of these athletes went really well. So we have just skipped a few events here, and we're up to the men's open single final. As we just see Dunham, he seems to be happy with his boat, and now he's coming back up to the start line. As we just get a nice shot there of Finn checking that his feet are in the right place. So what you do is you come out to your boat and you check it's all how you like it. You sit in it, and then that's when you head back to the start line. And we see Joe Sullivan there. Looks like he's going to be one of Finn's main pushers on this race.
Yeah, well, defending champion from last year, of course. This should be an absolute beauty. We've kept saying that these conditions are tricky. They are testing. It's going to be the crews, and these guys have the experience. You expect them to keep pretty good lines here. They'll be relying a lot on their guides who stand there on the shore. Arm to the left, you need to move left. Arm goes out to the right, you need to move this way. If you can see the two arms going there, it means pretty much you've got a great line. So there's all these little dynamics at play as we do look forward to one of the real prestigious events, arguably, to find out who is the best individual male ocean rower in the country.
Yeah, as we do see a nice shot there of Finn, just checking his feet where we want them. And Dunham, he just run back out to his boat just to double check something. Looks like his team is just getting a bit of water out of the boat, moving it over for him, getting it exactly where he wants it.
Of course, New Zealand selectors here today too, looking at these rowers. There is a New Zealand team that will get picked to go represent New Zealand at the Ocean Rowing Sprint Championships, which are in Rio de Janeiro, as we just see these craft is emptying a little bit of water.
And of course, Finn was just named recently in the elite team, flat water team, so he's looking to try and get into two rowing races. Oh, I love a little fist pump there, because these two are, of course, training partners. Oh, it's going to get dirty between these two old mates, isn't it?
Well, this, folks, is the war on the shore. Let's not kid ourselves. This is two street fighters. This takes you back to the days of Foreman and Ali, Fraser Ali, except this is rowing's equivalent to lightweights, trying to battle it out in the heavyweight division. So it is Hamill on the left, it is Dunham on the right. Training mates, friends, now they become rivals. Now they look to put each other in the hurt box, throw the key away and see who is prepared to suffer the most. It is a beautiful thing as we do get set for a start of this men's open final 2025. We are underway. Look at the aggressive starts here. Let's see who can get into their boat the quickest, who can get that best transition. Really good start from Dunham, immediately gets out of the way. Look at the pushes, they take a bit of a dip into the drink. Now Dunham, he goes out through the white water. Good start from him across the other side. Yet to come and shot though is very much Finn Hamill. So Hamill and Dunham not too much in it. Dunham with the early lead though, but who can hold it together through these middle stages?
Yeah, love to see the commitment from the boat holders, They're as much as part of the team as anyone. And we see Mike Brake there. He's giving Dunham a bit of direction. He's as his guider there, making sure that he does steer, and then Dunham doesn't need to look behind him as much. But Dunham is managing to just hold on to about a boat length lead. But every stroke here is different, eh?
Yeah, look, Finn Hamill to me just looks technically the better of the two. I think Dunham's a little bit more relies a bit more on brute strength. He's punching a little bit more. We've got a little bit more finesse maybe coming here from a Hamill, but they do come out to it. There is nothing, you know, we are dealing with the smallest of percentages, folks. As we keep saying, look at the carnage. It's concentration. It's about connection with those blades. It's about getting that entry right.
Absolutely, and Dunham is a bit scrappy, but I mean that in the best sense of the word. He does not let anyone get up and over him, and especially not his training partner. But Finn Hamill there is really pushing back as they both approach the turning buoy. It does look like, I was going to say Dunham's going to get there first, but then Finn is really pushing up. Who is going to get around this turn first?
Well, Finn Hamill to me, technically the better, but you do never ever want to put the commentator's curse on. Nice job being done here by Dunham. Now, just notice how we have seen Finn Hamill there. He's a little bit wider, but that allows him a bit more speed coming out of the turn. But boy, how good a job being done here by Dunham. Dunham is starting to put the defending champion Hamill into the box, and he's got the handbrake on Hamill. He's going to have to work now. It's Dunham looking to try and grab this title. Settle back. Here we go.
Yeah, what a turn that was. And they've both got the wind behind them. Dunham, he's keeping his stroke rate short and high. He's trying to get as many strokes as possible, which is a good strategy given how much every wave and bump is very different every stroke. But Hamill is really coming back, knocking through the boys. Dunham just struggling to hold on there to keep his bow ahead, just a boat length ahead.
Well, here we go. So Dunham now, who they come into the brake zone. Who gets the benefit of some of the runners? It's, the handbrake's just gone a little bit on Dunham. He's got himself into a little bit. Hamill is just riding the white water, the smallest of margins. He catches a crab, though. It goes the way of Dunham. Dunham's going to come away with this one. All he has to do is hold it together now, run the white water in, and Dunham will come down and grab this national title. You have to feel for Hamill. He was in the fight for so much of it. He came back inch by inch, but I tell you what, he couldn't find the light. Dunham, though, what a performance.
Dunham, he runs into the water. Beautiful dismount there. He's got to run out and around his flag, and he's sprinting fast as Dunham, and there he goes to the finish line. Great work there by Matt Dunham. And Finn Hamill, he was coming back so fast. I almost thought he was going to go in, to be honest, but he didn't.
Oh, I tell you what, though, that is a great rivalry, isn't it? That's what you need. You need the experienced Dunham up against the rising star and Hamill. You've got to have these guys, yes, training partners and mates. They've got to be pushing each other. There's an old saying, to stay number one, train as if you're number two, constantly looking to aspire. And now they're starting to tell the fishing stories, aren't they? Which in 20 years' time will be incredibly embellished. It'll be the greatest race in the history of the sport. But right now, they're telling the truth to each other of how these things did play out. What a wonderful race. And I tell you what, it doesn't get any better than this, because coming up next we've got Emma Twigg in action coming up against Mark Craft. How good will that be?
I can't wait for this race. It is a Waikato Rowing Club athlete, Gina, but let's check out this replay there. We see Matt Dunham there getting into the boat and he's pushing off. That commitment from his boat holders was just epic.
Yeah.
I love the slow-mo through the waves.
I was saying he relies a little bit more, doesn't he, just on pure brute strength. I'm not sure that... I think Hamill, to me, technically looks the better rower, but sometimes in these conditions you just want to have that little bit of, and I say it with the greatest level of, with the greatest degree of appreciation, you just got to have a little bit more mongrel sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. And if anyone's got mongrel, it's Matt Dunham. But we see them just getting ready there. Emma looks to be happy with her boat heading back towards the start line, and Jenna, she looks pretty happy. She's heading back.
Well, Emma she wasn't concussed, but she got smacked, didn't she? She's not concussed, but boy, she took a big smack. If you watched earlier, we had the mixed pairs, and it was her. It was she probably got the biggest wall of white water. Absolutely got hammered by it in the pier, which ultimately cost them that race.
Yeah, and Jenna has got a few less races under her belt today, so her legs are a little bit fresher. So the up-and-comer there, Jenna, of course, was in the 21 team last year. Very on flat water, a very technically neat single sculler at the club at Waikato.
Yeah, this will be fascinating, won't it? This will be, I think, a little bit like we just saw with that men's race. It's just going to come down to the athlete who doesn't commit the error. I think there's not much in it. It's just going to come down to who. It's the least amount of errors. It's not sometimes the one who does the best things. It's the one who eliminates the mistakes, and I think we're going to see that. So great to see the experience versus the young guard. Such an accomplished rower as Emma Twigg, and one of the real rising stars of the sport there out of the Waikato Rowing Club in Mark Craft.
Yeah, see them just trying to keep warm there. It's obviously a bit chilly, this wind, but the boat holders seem to be just bailing out a bit of water. The boat holders are really an integral part of your team, and they want the best for you. They're your pushers, so they're really trying to make sure they say to the umpires, "Oh, hang on a minute, I'm going to get a bit more water out of my boat here for my mate before they head off."
Yeah, equally too often, I know certainly in the sport of surf lifesaving, when you get to the surf skis and the board rescues and similar conditions, starters will always look for a fair start. You know, they'll try and avoid maybe huge amounts of white water crashing into the boats just as they get into it. The conditions today, well, there's not really a lot of lulls. It's just chaotic, and there's just a lot of white water, a lot of punching to do early on. So Emma Twigg there looking pretty relaxed, getting interviewed by the event announcers, and certainly looks like she's enjoying herself, though she does just look a little bit cold.
Yeah, I reckon hopefully Jenna will be using this time to just keep herself in her head and just focus on what she's going to do. Let Emma get distracted, you know.
I tell you what, though, it is a brutal sport, rowing, and I mean that in almost a romantic way. It can be hard, but when you got someone like Emma Twigg, a multiple Olympic medalist, world champion, Olympic champion, she knows how to hurt, she knows how to suffer, and that's why she's as good as she is, and she'll know how deep she can take the pain. She'll want to throw that back on her opponent and say, well, I'm going to go to this place. Can you come with me? And then who's prepared to stay there the longest?
As we see the white flags go up, so we're moments away here. And we're off. In the women's open single, we see Emma run down to the water there. It's pretty much even neck and neck into the water. Emma just jumps in beautifully onto her seat, gets a good push away there from her boat holders, but so does Jenna, pushing up through a wave, and they're both away. Emma with the early lead.
Yeah, Jenna, great start, really even start from both of them actually, and now getting into their work, you can just see Twigg just not afraid to just balance things out a little bit, using all of her skills, looking over her shoulder, deciding at one point, yep, I've got to pull a little bit harder on my right oar, a little bit harder on my left. We're seeing Mark Craft here now getting into her work, so too good. And we've just seen both of them at times getting hit in the face by this white water. The enemy on the way out will be their friend on the way back home.
Yeah, and Jenna there keeping a nice high rate. Jenna ticking the rate over nicely, and that's really working for her as Emma is just searching for a patch of good water, but I don't think she's going to find it. You've really just got to roll with the punches in these kind of conditions. But Emma is pushing up now. Emma looks like she might get to that second buoy just ahead of Jenna.
Yeah, she's got the power, hasn't she? She's relying on that single sculling, all that years of experience, and both of them at points are getting momentum, and both are getting hit at times and finding themselves in these difficult little lulls where they'll feel like they're almost sort of paddling through quicksand at times or paddling through wet cement, and then they'll suddenly come out of that and feel like they've got that real momentum. So Emma Twigg, at the moment, the smallest of leads at the moment.
Yeah, and we often talk about this sport being like a shorter race, often comes down to a lot of power, and that's why Jenna is doing exceptional here, because Emma Twigg, I think she's about a minute faster on the erg than Jenna there, so she's got a lot more power, but Jenna is doing a great job at just chopping through these waves.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we can't start to come up to this real side of it now. Let's have a look. Ooh. So interesting to see Emma Twigg here. Now she's just got her angle slightly wrong. She probably wanted to come around that, maybe not quite a square, a little bit more circular. Fairly even though. Now Twigg, does she manage to get back up to full speed? She's probably got the better of the turns, and so Emma Twigg leads. She is starting to get into it. Mark Craft now, the pressure starts to sit back on her. Now starts to rock back a little bit, starts to get that momentum, starts to get that clean blade entry. It is game on, folks.
And we're getting a good restart there from Jenna. She's really pushing away from that turn as we see Emma just doing a little check. Emma's on a big wave there. So, Jenna, we are seeing the swell increase. So who's going to ride it better? Now, Jenna's struggling a little bit, Emma, but Emma's pushing around. It really is turning them, isn't it? It seems to be picking their boats up and just spinning them sideways as we more or less go through that buoy, even and the race is on here, Mark.
Yeah, well, I tell you what we saw Emma Twigg, yeah, she picked up the runner, but then she fell off the back of one, and when you fall off the back of one, you're basically in almost a swirl. You're in a no-win situation, as I said. That's that situation where you feel like you are in quicksand, and I reckon you go back now to Mark Craft. She's got the momentum. She's got a straighter line. She's at the control. I think she's just starting to take the lead here. She's starting to take control, but Twigg fights back.
Yeah, what a race we got on our hands here. It really is neck and neck, bow ball for bow ball. Who's going to get the better of the last wave into the land, and who's going to roll out and sprint better. As we come down to the start, Jenna there, she's listening to her boat holder, Seb. Seb's telling her where to go. He's going to catch her and tell her she needs to run. Jenna's going to have to run out and around the flags, whereas Emma gets a straight line. Can Jenna turn and accelerate faster? Emma sprinting for the line, so it's Jenna, and Emma just gets there before Jenna. Oh my goodness, what a race. That was epic. Love to see them have a good hug afterwards.
Well, Emma Twigg, what a performance, because I tell you what, it was, she had that lead, she got on some lovely little runners, and then she fell off the back of one, and then those runners just swept along the beach, picked up Jenna Marcroft, and then she got a little bit of a runner, and then by the time we got to the finish line, there was absolutely nothing in it. The difference probably was the line into the beach. As you mentioned, Emma Twigg didn't actually have to angle back out to run around the flag. She was already left of it, and therefore it was just a natural movement for her, and that might have just been the difference. A really good race in our Open Women's, and no surprise that the great Emma Twigg picks up another national title in another discipline in the sport of ocean rowing.
Yes, we just check out the replay here, and how good is it to see up-and-comers hot on the heels of those such experienced athletes.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
With the 2025 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Champs around the corner in April at Orewa, we speak to David Valance about the new sport that's creating such a buzz.
There's running, there's sprinting on the beach, there's turning around, there's a lot going on, so it just makes it really fun. Keep going! Yeah, it's really just growing. Every time we do an event, we get more participants and more participants. It's really building momentum.
If you look around here today, there's people of all different shapes and sizes, ages, juniors through to masters, and that's the exciting part about coastal, the accessibility. As you show up to the beach, the boats are all here for you and you get going.
Okay guys, so when the flag drops, the run is going to start from the beach.
Yeah, the waves just make it a lot of fun, especially, and then there's that whole thing, how do you punch through the wave going out, and then how do you perhaps wait a little bit and pick up a wave and then accelerate to try and stay on the wave to surf into the beach. The New Zealand National Beach Sprints Champs is on the 5th and 6th of April. The details on Row It. A lot of fun, some great competition, some close racing, and a lot of tired but very happy rowers at the end of it.
With the 20
Live coverage of the 2025 Rowing New Zealand Ocean Rowing Championships, the beach sprint, and we're about to bring you the very final event of the day. Looking forward to this one. It is the Open Mixed Quad events featuring some of the biggest names in New Zealand rowing. Conditions, well, tricky is probably, maybe an understatement to be fair, and we're expecting a little bit of chaos and carnage in this final race. A number of the events have been called simply due to the weather conditions and the safety factor involved. Alongside me, Meg Glenn and Meg, two teams just stacked full of superstars. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, and it will be a bit of a case of who can back up performances, because we've just seen Emma, Finn and Matt all just have races in the singles. So now they're jumping in their crew boat, so it will be interesting as we see the coxswains here lining up.
So we will have the likes of Joseph Sullivan, Emma Twigg, Michael Brake, Olympic champion. We'll have Flynn Hamill, Jackie Kittle as well, Matt Dunham. So it is very much the who's who. Looking to try and grab national honours in this final event, and there's nothing more spectacular than the big boats in any form of the sport of rowing.
Yeah, we have the white flags up. We're moments away and we're off. So here are the coxswains sprinting out to their boats, more or less get to them at the same time. Who's going to jump in and be quicker off the line, as we see the quad there of Tegan, Joe, Emma and Mike really get off to a good start, crashing through the waves.
Yeah, punching out nicely is the crew down here from the Waikato Rowing Club. Really good job being done. They're going to have that early lead, but do not underestimate the second crew from the Waikato Club of Hamill and Dunham and Kittle and Co, because they might be a little bit slow, but we know how quickly things can change. We've seen it throughout the day. Now, they've all managed to get through the white water, but there are significant swells on the way back in that can provide you the runners, can provide you some momentum, but can also put you into a hole. Really good beginning to see their stroke increase as they just have to ride these liquid Himalayas.
Yeah, and you just see the bows jump up and crash down. You think the water's there one moment and it's gone the next. And Mike, he's going through a bit of water there, isn't he? But we're getting a higher rate in the Mighty Lighty crew, I'll call them. That's the Jackie, Finn and Dunham crew. But we are seeing Emma's crew there just pull back out with a bit of power.
Yeah, there is a saying in surf life-saving, when you come up against some of these big swells, sometimes you do reach in for a little bit of a kiss only to get smacked in the face. And we've seen that a couple of times today. And I think you can apply that across ocean rowing, but it is very much this Waikato rowing crew down here in lane 2 that continue to lead, and so that is the crew of Hamill, Dunham and Kittle.
And they just seem to round the buoy at the exact same time. But it is the one of Dunham, Skalkins, Hamill and Kittle that seem to be a little faster, and they've got a really good job there at just getting those short strokes in and restarting their boat.
Okay, but here we go, because now it is a straight drag race. It's about who gets a little bit of the luck. What do the environmental factors do? Who's going to get a little bit of the runners? Is the swell going to be favoured out to the right-hand side or the left-hand side? Who can take the straightest line? Both just getting blown all over a case. It's out here now. It's the Lloyds. It's the crew from the Waikato, this hybrid version out to the left in lane 1 that have the smallest of leads, but the rock stars of Hamill, Dunham, Kittle starting to make their way, and now they've gone sideways. They've broached. It's an America's Cup race, folks. Who's got right of way? They're looking to tack, but it's going to be the lane here in lane 2 that are going to row away with this, the smallest of mistakes.
Yes, Jane just loses her blade there in 2-seat as well. She's getting it back. She gets it out. There they go again. But it is so exciting here. Anything can happen as we see them come down to the beach. Dunham, he's looking behind him because he's going to do the run for his crew. They've got a great line there. You see him turn around as the rest keep rowing. He jumps out, picks his feet up and runs round the flag. Gets a high five from Gary Reid on the way and takes the win for his crew. Oh, that was very exciting, wasn't it?
Well, it just shows, though, the conditions. It's not over till it's over. And it just started to look like it was going to come down to almost a photo-type finish in the run-up to the beach. And then this crew here featuring the great Michael Brake, the Olympic champion from Tokyo in the 8. And suddenly things just went AWOL. They breached, they went sideways. They never really recovered. But I think that has really been the moral of the story. The message we've seen throughout the weekend is the camaraderie at the end of it all. They know that this at times can be a little unfair. But this is ocean rowing, folks. There are some variables involved. Sometimes they go your way, other times they don't, and we've seen that throughout the week. But what a performance, what a way to end this regatta in 2025.
Yeah, how awesome was that? As we just see a replay there, the wheels on the coxswain there. She sprints so fast, gets in quick, they get away. It's 3 Olympians following a young Tegan Negus. Well, how awesome to be a part of that boat. Oh, you love the slow-mo crashing through the waves. Look at Mike's face as he gets smashed by that.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, isn't it? What's it all about, though? That's the wonderful thing about it. I think that's what the appeal is, just the visual stimulation that goes through it, the excitement, the unknown factor, a little bit of luck at times, and you are going to find yourself in the drink maybe a bit more than what you're going to see in flat rowing. And then this technical component here, and both crews did a really good job, as you'd expect, looking at the experience of both crews in terms of getting around that 180-degree mark. You know, that's the thing I think that's come out for me, you know, from New Zealand as an ocean rowing nation. I think we're starting to get on the technical side of it in terms of the 180-degree turns. Talking to Joseph Sullivan, look, we've still got to do work when it comes to the land-based stuff, and that can come in time, but there's a lot to like about where the program's at.
Yeah, there's many components, and we're just seeing them start to perfect each little component with every race and get better and better. Love the high five there on the way to the finish. So that concludes the 2025 beach sprints.
Yeah, look, it's been another remarkable weekend again. The Olympic sport in 2028. I was lucky enough to be in last year down in Wellington and Tatahi Bay, and already a year on, you're starting to see more depth. Secondary schools on the line, the likes of King's College. We've seen schools from up north, Mount Abbott Grammar, Sacred Heart here competing too. Got Masters crew, starting to see depth in that. Wonderful depth in the women's programs, the men's program, and it's only going to continue to build. It's just going to see this incremental increase over time, aren't we?
Yeah, so a big thank you to everyone who, of course, made this event happen. Thanks to Milford, our live stream partners. Thanks to the team at Rowing New Zealand. Of course, the team at Orira Surf Club and all the volunteers and officials. We couldn't do this awesome event without them.
Yeah, special thanks to the team too from Altitude TV, HD and stuff. And, of course, the finest drone man in the country, the great Jed Campbell.
Or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.